Every day, millions of people open Tinder, Bumble, and other apps searching for connection. But behind those casual swipes are stories that defy imagination. Some lead to romance, others to betrayal, and a few spiral into chilling mysteries. This is Daily Story, and tonight, we bring you one of those tales. My fear was a living thing, a cold, writhing serpent coiling in my gut. Julian, standing there, oblivious or pretending to be, just shrugged, a casual gesture that made my blood run even colder. "They're just a bit reserved," he said, his voice a low, soothing hum, completely at odds with the scene before me. "And they have already had their fill. Already had their fill." The words echoed in my mind, a sick, twisted phrase that conjured images I desperately tried to push away. My eyes darted from the featureless white masks to Julian's perfectly sculpted face, then back to the figures. 6 of them, still as statues, their posture eerily identical, their heads ever so slightly tilted as if listening to a frequency only they could perceive. The metallic scent in the air, which I would initially dismiss as old house funk, now seemed to cling to my nostrils, sharp and coppery. It felt wrong, like a butcher's shop, but colder, cleaner, more sinister. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt from that dining room, out of that house, and never look back. But I was frozen. Part of it was a sheer shock, the terror that rooted me to the spot. Another part, a more insidious part, was Julian. He was still standing there, his hand gently resting on the small of my back, a comforting weight that felt utterly menacing in that moment. His eyes, usually so warm and inviting, now held a glint I could not quite decipher patience. Amusement. Something far more predatory. "Come on," he said, his voice softer now, pulling me slightly. "Let us get you settled. It has been a long drive." He steered me away from the dining room, and I went, my legs feeling like lead. I wanted to ask a million questions. Who are they? What are they? What did you mean, had their fill? But the words caught in my throat, choked by the fear that if I spoke them aloud, I would somehow make this nightmare real, solidify its grip on me. As we walked down the dimly lit hallway, the silence of the house pressing on me. It was not just quiet, it was an absence of sound, a void that swallowed every creak of the old floorboards, every ragged breath I took. Julian led me up a grand, sweeping staircase, its dark with gleaming faintly in the sparse light filtering from unseen windows. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with that metallic tang and something else, a faint, earthy smell like damp soil and decaying leaves. But indoors, he opened a door to a large bedroom at the end of the hall. It was furnished beautifully, antique pieces, a 4-poster bed draped with heavy velvet. But it felt cold, uninhabited, like a museum exhibit. There were no personal touches, no photos, no books on the bedside table. Just perfect, sterile elegance. "You can stay here," Julian said, gesturing around the room. "I will be in the room across the hall if you need anything." He offered a small, reassuring smile that did nothing to soothe the tremor in my hands. "Julian," I managed, my voice a whisper. "Those people, who are they?" He sighed, a gentle, almost weary sound. "They are friends of the family, from an old, very traditional community. They are private, reclusive. The masks are part of their custom. It is a way of showing respect, of maintaining their anonymity." He paused, looking at me with those intense eyes. "I know it is a lot to take in. It is not something I usually bring people into, but you are special. I wanted you to see all of me, all of my world." His words, designed to be endearing, only sharpened the edge of my fear. All of his world. This was his world. A silent, masked tableau, a metallic scent, a house that felt like a tomb. I wanted to believe him, wanted to cling to the image of the witty, kind Julian I would fallen for. But the reality of the dining room was too vivid, too disturbing. And had their fill, I pressed, my voice barely audible. Julian's smile faltered, just for a second. "It is an old saying. Means they have eaten. They are fasting now." a spiritual thing. He waved a dismissive hand, as if it were the most mundane explanation in the world. But his eyes, they did not quite meet mine. He leaned in, his touch light as he brushed a stray hair from my face. Try to get some rest. We can talk more in the morning. Everything will make more sense then. I promise. He kissed my forehead, a soft, lingering touch that sent shivers down my spine, not pleasure, but profound unease. Then he left, closing the door softly behind him. I stood in the middle of that cavernous room for a long time, listening to the silence. It was not just the house's silence. Now it felt like the entire world outside had gone quiet. No crickets, no wind rustling leaves, no distant hum of traffic. Just a profound, oppressive stillness. I tried to convince myself that Julian's explanation was plausible. A reclusive community, old customs, masks. It was strange, yes, but not necessarily monstrous. But the metallic scent, the unblinking stares, the phrase had their fill. They gnawed at me, refusing to be rationalized away. I peered out the window. It was pitch black outside, the dense was pressing right up against the house, forming an impenetrable wall. No lights anywhere, just the oppressive darkness. I checked my phone, no signal. Of course, deep in the woods, he would said, sleep was impossible. I lay in the massive bed, pulling the heavy covers up to my chin, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every creak of the old house, every shift of shadows on the wall, sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined those masked figures, slowly, silently moving through the house. Were they still in the dining room? Or were they elsewhere? Sometime in the dead of night. I heard it. A faint, dragging sound from downstairs, followed by a soft thud. It sounded like something heavy being moved, something yielding. My breath hitched. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in the pillow, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling or the wind. But there was no wind, only the profound, eerie silence, punctuated by the faint, unsettling sounds of the house. And the metallic scent, now stronger, seemed to permeate the very fabric of the room, sharp and cloying. I did not dare move, did not dare breathe too loudly. I just lay there, paralyzed by fear, until a gray light began to filter through the heavy curtains, signaling the dawn. When I finally emerged from the room, exhausted and jumpy, Julian was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs, looking infuriatingly fresh and charming. He smiled, a genuine, warm smile that almost made me forget the terror of the night. Almost. Good morning. Sleeping beauty, he said, walking toward me, his hands in his pockets. Slept well. I managed a weak nod, unwilling to betray the extent of my sleepless night. As well as can be expected, I mumbled. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. I know it was a lot to take in last night. My apologies. My family's ways can be jarring to outsiders. He took my hand, his thumb gently stroking my knuckles. But I promise you, there is nothing to be afraid of. My friends are harmless, just private. In fact, they have already left for their own homes. They prefer the solitude of the woods. Left. That was convenient. I wanted to believe him, wanted to push the metallic scent and the silent stares out of my mind. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just cultural differences, amplified by my own anxiety. I was so desperate for things to be normal again, for Julian to be the man I thought I knew. To make it up to you, he continued, his eyes sparkling. I thought we could go into town today. A special place, not far from here. Get some proper coffee, some breakfast. It is a wonderful little community, completely off the grid. You will love it. A town, a normal town. The idea was a lifeline. A chance to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the house, to see other people, to feel the reassuring rhythm of everyday life. I nodded eagerly. Yes, that sounds perfect. Julian's smile widened. Excellent. Let us get going then. The drive was long, even deeper into the woods than I expected. The paved road quickly gave way to a winding gravel track, barely wide enough for one car. Trees pressing on both sides, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out most of the sky. The sunlight, when it managed to pierce through, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns, but it felt less like a blessing and more like a spotlight on our growing isolation. My phone remained stubbornly dead, no signal for miles. Julian chatted casually, pointing out old growth trees, telling me stories about his childhood summers spent exploring these very woods. He was so normal, so engaging that for a while, I almost forgot my fears. Almost. But then he would say something, a fleeting comment that would send a chill down my spine. "This town, it is truly unique," he said, his voice taking on a slightly reverent tone. "It has been here for centuries, almost untouched by the outside world. The people there, they understand things differently. They live closer to nature, to the old ways." "What old ways?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but a knot of tension was tightening in my stomach. He just smiled, a knowing, almost secretive smile. "You will see. It is a place of peace, of belonging, a place where you can truly be yourself, without the distractions of the modern world." The road grew rougher, the turn sharper. I felt like we were driving into another dimension, leaving behind everything familiar. Just when I thought the forest would never end, the trees suddenly thinned, and a clearing opened up before us. And there it was, the town. It appeared so abruptly, so unexpectedly, that it felt less like a discovery and more like an apparition. It was small, nestled in a shallow valley, surrounded by the towering, silent woods. My first impression was one of quaint, old-fashioned charm. Wooden buildings, painted in muted greens and browns, lined a single main street. A general store, a blacksmith, a church steeple rising against the pale sky. It looked like something out of a historical reenactment, perfectly preserved. But as we drove closer, the charm began to curdle into something unsettling. There were no cars parked along the street, only a few horse-drawn buggies, looking like props. The windows of the buildings were dark, reflecting the sky like blank eyes. And the silence, it was the same profound, unnatural silence as the house. No bird song, no distant murmur of human activity, just the gentle crunch of our tires on the gravel road. And the people, they were few, scattered along the street, moving with a strange, deliberate slowness. They wore old-fashioned clothes, long skirts and bonnets for the women, vests and trousers for men, all in muted, earthy tones. Their faces, they were not masked, but they held an unnerving similarity. A serene, almost blank expression, their eyes wide and unblinking. As our car passed, a few of them turned their heads, following us with their gaze. Their eyes were dark, deep-set, and held a strange, knowing quality that sent a prickle of unease down my spine. They did not smile, did not wave, did not react to Julian in any way, even though he seemed perfectly at home. They just watched. "Welcome to Eldridge," Julian said, his voice filled with pride. "Beautiful is not it. I managed a week. Yes, very unique. Eldridge." The name felt ancient, almost forgotten. Julian parked his car in front of a building that looked like a general store. It had a faded wooden sign. Above the door, its letters almost completely worn away. As we got out, the silence of the town enveloped us, broken only by the distant, rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Inside the store, the air was cool and smelled of dust, dried herbs, and something metallic, faintly familiar. The shelves were stocked with goods. I did not recognize jars of preserves with plain labels, sacks of grain, tools that looked handmade. There were no bright colors, no modern packaging. Behind a counter, a woman stood perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her. She was elderly, her face a web of wrinkles, but her eyes held that same unnerving, serene blankness I would seen outside. She wore a simple gray dress and a white apron. "Julian," she said, her voice soft and even without inflection. Welcome back. And you have brought a guest. Her dark eyes fixed on me, and I felt a cold shiver trace its way down my spine. It was the same gaze as the masked figures, only without the masks. Julian smiled warmly. Hello, Martha. Yes, this is my friend. Narrator's name. He squeezed my hand reassuringly. A pleasure, Martha said, her lips barely moving. She did not extend a hand, just continued to stare. I forced a polite smile. It is quite a town you have here. It is home, she replied, her voice still flat. We welcome all who seek its peace. We bought some coffee, or rather, a dark, bitter liquid served in plain ceramic mugs. It tasted earthy, almost metallic, and did nothing to warm me. As we sat at a small, wobbly table in the corner, two other patrons entered, an older man and a younger woman, both moving with that same deliberate slowness, that same serene expression. They ordered their drinks in hushed tones, then sat down at another table, staring into space, occasionally glancing at us with those unsettling, dark eyes. They are all so quiet. I whispered to Julian. He nodded. They value contemplation, introspection. They find peace in stillness. Stillness. The word resonated with the masked figures in his house. The pieces were slowly, horrifyingly, beginning to click into place. After our unpleasant coffee, Julian suggested we visit the town library. They have some fascinating old texts there, he said. You might find them interesting. The library was a small, stone building, cool and dim inside. The air here was heavy with the scent of old paper and dust, and that faint metallic tang was present again, more noticeable now that I was attuned to it. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient-looking books, their spines faded and cracked. There were no computers, no modern conveniences, just silence and shadows. Behind a heavy oak desk sat another elderly man, his eyes, like everyone else's, dark and unervingly placid. He greeted Julian with a silent nod, then turned his gaze to me. I was hoping to find a map, I said, trying to sound casual, of the area, perhaps. I am curious about the local geography. The librarian's expression did not change. We have no maps of the area, child. The woods are vast. The paths are known only to those who walk them. What about an atlas? I persisted, my heart beginning to pound. A general map of the state. Perhaps. He pointed a gnarled finger towards a dusty shelf in the back. You may look if you wish, but what is meant to be found is found. What is not is not. I walked to the shelf, my hands trembling slightly as I pulled out a heavy, leather-bound atlas. It was ancient, its pages brittle and yellowed. I carefully flipped through it, searching for the region where Eldridge should be. My finger traced the contours of the state, identifying familiar towns, rivers, mountain ranges. And then I found the area that corresponded to our location. It was blank. Just a vast expanse of green, labeled uncharted forest. No roads, no settlements, no Eldridge. Nothing. My blood ran cold. This was not just an old map. This was a map that completely omitted the town I was standing in. It was as if Eldridge simply did not exist, not on any official record, not in any known geography. My mind reeled. The masked figures, the metallic scent, the stillness, the strange, placid faces, Julian's evasiveness, the lack of self-service, the long, winding, unmaintained road. It all coalesced into a terrifying, undeniable truth. This was not just a reclusive community. This was not just a quaint, old-fashioned town. This was something else entirely. Something unnatural. Something sinister. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to scream, to run, to claw my way out of this nightmare. But I forced myself to remain calm, to replace the atlas, to walk back to Julian as if nothing was wrong. He was browsing a shelf of strange, leather-bound books, their titles written in an archaic script I could not decipher. Find anything interesting, he asked. turning to me with that infuriatingly charming smile. No, not really. I lied, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. Just a lot of old texts. My heart was racing, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I needed to get out. Now, I needed to get back to the car, to drive, to escape this place and Julian. I am actually feeling a bit tired. I said, trying to sound casual. Maybe we should head back to the house. Julian's smile did not waver, but his eyes seemed to darken just a fraction. Already, but we have not even had lunch yet. I thought we could visit the old mill. It is quite picturesque. No, really. I insisted, trying to inject a note of urgency into my voice without betraying my panic. I am feeling a bit unwell. A headache. He studied me for a long moment, his gaze unervingly penetrating. For a terrifying second, I thought he knew, that he could see the fear churning inside me, the desperate need to flee. But then he relented, his smile returning. Ah, a shame. Very well. We can head back. Perhaps you just need some fresh air. We walked out of the library, the sun feeling strangely dim in the sky. The townspeople were still moving about, slowly, silently, their eyes following us. Each glance felt like a physical touch, a cold, probing sensation. I felt like prey, exposed and vulnerable. As we approached Julian's car, I mentally rehearsed my escape. Get in, start the engine, and drive. Do not look back. Do not hesitate. Just drive. Julian opened the passenger door for me, ever the gentleman. I slid in, my hand already reaching for the door handle to lock it. But before I could, he leaned in, his face close to mine, his scent clean, almost floral, but with that faint, underlying metallic hint filling my nostrils. You know, he whispered, his voice soft, almost caressing. I truly believed you were the one who would understand, the one who would appreciate the beauty of our ways. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? Julian, I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. He straightened up, his smile gone, replaced by an expression profound, almost mournful sadness. You asked about the masks, about their fill. You asked about this town, which exists only for those who are meant to find it. His gaze was unwavering, devoid of the warmth I had once found so comforting. You were looking for something, were not you? Something to fill the void after your heartbreak. Something to make you feel seen. My breath caught in my throat. He knew. He knew everything. And you found it, he continued, his voice now flat, devoid of emotion. You found us. You found Eldridge. He closed my door, the click echoing ominously in the silent town. Then he walked around to the driver's side. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grip the door handle. I had to get out. I had to run. But where? The woods were an impenetrable maze, and the townspeople were everywhere, their silent, unblinking gazes fixed on me. Julian got into the driver's seat, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not start the car. Instead, he simply turned to me, his dark eyes holding a depth of ancient, alien understanding that stole my breath. You see, we do not just live in Eldridge, he said, his voice a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air. We are Eldridge. This town, these woods, this family, we are all connected. We thrive on sustenance. And sometimes that sustenance comes in the form of those who are lost, those who are searching for something, those who are open to new experiences, those who are ready to be welcomed into the fold. My mind flashed back to the masked figures, their stillness, the metallic scent. Already had their fill. It was not a saying. It was a literal statement. And the masks, they were not just a custom. They were a sign, a transformation, a hiding of what they truly were, or what they had become. No, I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. No, Julian, please. He reached out, his hand gently grasping my chin, turning my face towards him. His skin felt cool, almost cold. Do not be afraid. It is not a painful process, more of an integration. You will be peaceful. You will belong. You will finally be seen, truly seen, by us. He leaned closer, his dark eyes boring into mine, and in their depths, I saw not just Julian, but an ancient, hungry intelligence. An entire community, a whole town, a world that existed outside of maps and human understanding, and I had stumbled right into its heart. You were looking for something, he murmured, his voice now a hypnotic whisper. And now, you will be that something for us. He started the car, but he did not put in reverse. Instead, he drove slowly forward, down the main street of Eldridge. The townspeople, who had been watching from their doorways and windows, now slowly emerged, forming a silent, unmoving procession behind us. Their faces, though serene, blank expressions, now seemed to hold a flicker of anticipation. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, thick and copper in the air, mixed with that earthy, decaying smell. I looked down at my hands, saw the faint sheen on my skin, and realized it was not just the air. It was everywhere. It was on me. Julian turned off the main street, onto a narrower path that led toward the ancient church steeple. The blacksmith's hammer continued its rhythmic clang, a chilling counterpoint to profound silence that otherwise enveloped us. As we approached the church, I saw that its heavy wooden doors were open, revealing a dim, cavernous interior. Figures were slowly moving within, their forms indistinct in the gloom, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that some of them were wearing masks. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage, beating itself against my ribs. My breath hitched, a silent sob caught in my throat. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I was utterly, completely helpless. Julian stopped the car in front of the church, its darkwood looming over us like a hungry maw. He turned off the engine, plunging us into a silence broken only by the distant, rhythmic clang of the hammer and the frantic pounding of my own heart. He unbuckled his seatbelt, then mine, his movements unhurried, almost ritualistic. His eyes were still fixed on me, serene and unblinking. "Welcome home," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, as he reached for my hand. "You've been searching for so long. Now, you will finally be at peace." As he opened the car door, and I saw the masked figures slowly approaching the car, their silent, unblinking eyes fixed on me, I realized a full, terrifying truth. I had downloaded that dating app looking for something, anything to fill the emptiness left by my broken heart. And I had found it. I had found what I was looking for. But it was not love, or connection, or a new beginning. It was an ending, a transformation, a quiet, horrifying absorption into a world that had no place on any map, a world that consumed the lost and made them its own. And I was about to become just another silent, masked figure, waiting for my own turn to have my fill. The metallic scent was now a part of me, a taste on my tongue, a cold promise of what was to come. I had been seen, truly seen by Julian. And now, I would be seen by all of Eldridge, forever. After Leo left me feeling like an empty echo, haunted by memories of being happy, of being whole. I found myself in a state I had not known since I was a teenager, a kind of aimless, hollow ache that made even the simplest tasks feel like climbing a mountain. Weeks blurred into a monotonous cycle of work, instant meals, and staring at the ceiling. My friends tried their best, dragging me out for drinks, suggesting hobbies, but nothing really stuck. I was just drifting. One particularly lonely Tuesday night, after hours of scrolling through endless, meaningless feeds, something just clicked in my head. Or maybe it just snapped. I do not know. But I found myself downloading a dating app. I had not touched one since college, and even then, it was mostly for laughs. Now it felt like a desperate, last-ditch effort to feel something other than profound emptiness. I cobbled together a profile, picked a few slightly less depressed-looking selfies, and plunged into the digital dating pool. It was as soul-crushing as I remembered. Endless swiping, bland conversations, the same recycled jokes. I was about to delete the app entirely, convinced it was only deepening my despair when I saw her profile. Celeste. Her picture was not overly posed or airbrushed. It was just her, smiling softly, with eyes that seemed to hold a quiet intelligence. Her bio was short, witty, and did not list a single cliché. No adventure seeker or loves long walks on the beach. Just a line about finding beauty in the overlooked and a passion for old books. I swiped right without a second thought. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Our first few messages were easy, flowing. We talk about obscure indie films, the comfort of rainy days, the absurdity of modern life. She seemed to get me in a way Leo never had. Not really. She picked up on nuances of my words, offered insights that felt strangely personal, almost like she would know me for years. It was unnerving, but in a good way initially, like finding a missing piece of a puzzle I did not even know I was working on. We set up a coffee date for that Saturday. Meeting Celeste in person was even better. She had this quiet grace, a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. Her voice was soft, a little husky, and her eyes, those intelligent eyes, seemed to absorb everything. We talked for hours, the coffee turning cold, then ordering lunch, then more coffee. It felt effortless. I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, for the first time in what felt like forever. As the afternoon light started to fade, she mentioned something that, at the time, I barely registered as odd. You know, she said, stirring her nearly empty cup, this cafe reminds me of that little bakery down by the old bridge, the one that closed down a few years ago. I nodded. Oh, yeah, sweet nothings, right? I used to grab a croissant there sometimes. She smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips. That is the one. Such a shame it closed. Especially after what happened. I frowned. What happened? I just thought they went out of business. Celeste took a slow sip. That is what they said, officially. But it was more than that. Remember that young woman, a barista there, who vanished? Melanie Peters. I vaguely recalled the news. A local missing person case, a few years back. It had been in the papers for a bit, then faded. Yeah, I remember. Never found her, did they? No, Celeste said, her gaze distant. But the police spent weeks tearing that place apart. Found a faint blood splatter behind the industrial mixer, apparently. So small, they almost missed it. And a single, tarnished silver locket, hidden under a floorboard near the back door. Melanie always wore a locket. She paused, then shrugged lightly. They never released those details, though. Said it might compromise the investigation. Just kept it quiet. I blinked. That was odd. I did not remember any of those specifics from the news. I just remembered a missing person. I tried to recall if I would read anything beyond the headlines, but it had been years. I figured she must be a true crime buff, maybe read some obscure online forums or a local cold case blog. It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. I just nodded, a little unsettled but mostly intrigued. Wow, you really know your local history. She just smiled, that same knowing smile, and changed the subject. We made plans for a second date, and I left feeling lighter than I had in months, but with a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease at the back of my neck. Our second date was a hike through the state park. The weather was perfect, the leaves just starting to turn. We talked about everything and nothing. She was charming, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in my life. The ease between us was intoxicating. But then, as we sat on a fallen log, catching our breath, she did it again. This trail, she said, gesturing to the path we were just taking, it reminds me of the old Whispering Pines Trail, does not it? Before they shut it down. I knew the one, a much older, less maintained trail on the other side of the park, notorious for being a bit overgrown. Yeah, it has been closed for years, has not it? Too dangerous. I guess. Celeste plucked a stray leaf from her hair. Dangerous. Yes, especially for the Midnight Rambler, as the local papers called him. 3 victims, all found within a mile of that trail, over a span of 2 years. All young women, all strangled. I shivered, despite the warm sun. This was a more serious case, one I definitely remembered. It had terrified the town for a while. Yeah, I remember that. They never caught him, did they? Just stopped happening. They never caught him. Celeste corrected, her voice soft but firm. Because it was not a him, the last victim, Sarah Jenkins. She had fingernail scratches on her arm, deep ones. Underneath her nails, they found traces of a specific type of synthetic fiber. The kind used in high-end women's athletic wear, not men's. She paused, her eyes locking onto mine. And the knot used to strangle the victims. It was a fisherman's band, very specific. A knot often taught in women's self-defense classes for escaping restraints. My breath hitched. My mind raced. I had followed that case years ago. The papers had always referred to killer as he. The details she was giving me, the synthetic fiber, the specific knot, the implication was a woman. These were not public knowledge. I was sure of it. I would read every article, followed every update. They were always vague about the specifics of the strangulation, always focused on the lack of evidence. How? How do you know all this? I asked, my voice a little rougher than I intended. She simply smiled a small, enigmatic smile. I just pay attention. Some things you just pick up if you know where to look, or who to listen to. She stood up, brushing pine needles from her jeans. Come on, we should head back before it gets dark. Do not want to get caught out here after sunset. The rest of the hike was quieter. The easy charm had evaporated, replaced by a growing knot of apprehension in my stomach. Was she a detective, a former journalist, or something else entirely? I spent the rest of the week trying to verify her claims. I scoured old newspaper archives, forums, obscure local blogs. I found plenty of articles about Melanie Peters and the Midnight Rambler, but never did I find any mention of a blood splatter behind a mixer, a tarnished locket, synthetic fibers, or a fisherman's bend knot. These details were completely absent from any public record I could find. It was chilling, despite my growing unease. I could not bring myself to just cut contact. Part of me was terrified, but another part, the lonely post-Leo part, was still drawn to her. She was fascinating, terrifyingly so. And there was something about her knowing these secrets that felt intimate, like we shared a dark, whispered understanding. Our dates continued, each one a delicate dance between pleasant conversation and subtle, unnerving revelations. She never brought up the crimes directly, but her observations would often lead to them, always with a casual air that belied the horror of the details she shared. We were at a local art gallery, admiring a particularly stark landscape painting. This reminds me of the old abandoned farmstead on Miller's Creek Road, she said, her voice a low murmur. The one where the Miller family disappeared. This one I knew well. A local legend. A whole family just gone one night. House locked from inside. Dinner half eaten on the table. No signs of struggle. It was the stuff of ghost stories around local campfires. The whole alien abduction theory, right? I offered, trying to sound lighthearted. Celeste chuckled, a soft, dry sound. That is one theory. The police, though, they thought it was something much simpler and much more human. They found a single hand-carved wooden doll in the youngest daughter's bed. It was not hers. It was made of black walnut, carved with astonishing detail, and it had tiny, real human teeth for eyes. And the strange thing, it smelled faintly of iodine and old roses. They never released that, either. Said it was too disturbing, and might give the perpetrator a thrill. My blood ran cold. Human teeth for eyes. Iodine in old roses. The details were so specific, so horrific, that they burrowed deep into my mind and refused to leave. This was not just a true crime enthusiast. This was something else. Someone with inside knowledge. Someone who had access to files. Or perhaps, someone who was there. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to run, to block her, to disappear. But the lonely, broken part was still under her spell. And a new, terrifying thought had begun to take root. What if she knew something about me? Something I had kept hidden, something private. I started to feel watched. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. I found myself checking my rear-view mirror constantly, convinced I saw her car behind me, even though it was never there. I started to wonder if she was not just telling me these things, but showing me a demonstration of her reach, her knowledge, a subtle warning. One evening, after we would have dinner, she was telling a story about her childhood, growing up in a small town not far from here. She mentioned her family home, a rambling old house near a specific, distinctive landmark, a gnarled, ancient oak tree that had been struck by lightning. It was just a few blocks from where my aunt lived, she said. Aunt Beatrice. She had this terrible habit of leaving her back door unlocked. One summer, when I was about 8, I remember sneaking into her house through the back, just to scare her. Only, I did not scare her. I found her in the living room, asleep on the couch, her old porcelain doll, Lily, clutched in her hand. And next to her, on the coffee table, was a half-eaten slice of your grandmother's famous lemon meringue pie. I froze. My grandmother's lemon meringue pie. It was famous in our family. She only ever made it for special occasions, and it was a closely guarded recipe. My grandmother had lived in that same small town, just a few blocks from where Celeste was describing. And Aunt Beatrice, that was my great-aunt, Aunt Beatrice, the one who lived alone and always left her back door unlocked. The one who had a collection of antique porcelain dolls, one of them named Lily. My mind reeled. Celeste could not have known that. My grandmother had passed away years ago. I would never talked about her lemon meringue pie, or Aunt Beatrice, or Lily with Celeste. We had not even discussed our families in that much detail. This was information that only someone who knew my family, my history, could possibly possess. My voice came out as a strangled whisper. My great Aunt Beatrice, she lived there. And my grandmother's pie, how do you know that? Celeste's smile was gone. Her eyes, usually so warm and intelligent, were now completely unreadable. Oh, I just meant an Aunt Beatrice. And a grandmother's pie. A figure of speech. Her voice was light, almost dismissive, but her gaze was fixed on me, unwavering. It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. The details were too precise, too specific to my own family history. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a much deeper, more terrifying fear than I would ever felt before. It was not just about unsolved crimes anymore. It was about me. She was not just observing. She was inside my past, inside my life. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she knew someone who knew my family. Maybe she would overheard something. But the sheer specificity, the way she wove it into her own childhood memory, it felt like a deliberate performance, a test, a warning. I spent the next few days in a fog of panic. I did not return her texts. I ignored her calls. I felt like a cornered animal. I wanted to disappear, to change my name, to move to another country. But where would I go? She seemed to know everything. Then came the text. It was not from Celeste. It was from an unknown number. Just a single sentence, the truth about the fire at the old mill, the one that killed your neighbor's dog, was never really about faulty wiring, was it? My blood ran cold. Colder than it had ever been. The old mill. Years ago, when I was a kid, There had been a fire. It destroyed the mill, and tragically, my elderly neighbor's beloved dog, Barnaby, had been trapped inside. The official report said faulty wiring. But the truth to all truth was that a group of us stupid, reckless teenagers had been messing around with fireworks in the abandoned building. A stray spark, a dry pile of sawdust, and suddenly the mill was engulfed. We ran, terrified, never telling a soul. We let the official story stand, carrying the guilt like a stone in our guts for years. No one, absolutely no one knew about that. Not even Leo. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped my phone. This was not just a coincidence. This was not just a true crime buff. Celeste knew. She knew my secret. The secret that had haunted me for decades. I finally called her. My voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. "Celeste, what do you want?" Her voice on the other end was calm, almost soothing. "Hello. Narrator's name. I was wondering when you would call. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You seemed a little distant after our last date." The text. I stammered. "The mill Barnaby, how do you know?" There was a long pause, filled only with a faint crackle of the phone line. Then, her voice, softer now, almost like a caress. "Oh, that... just something I picked up, like all the other little secrets. You would be surprised what people whisper, what the wind carries, what the shadows reveal. Especially when they're looking for someone to listen. Who are you?" I demanded, my voice rising. "What do you want from me?" "What do I want?" she repeated, a hint of something I could not quite place in her tone. Amusement. Pity. I just want to connect. Narrator's name. To understand. To know the hidden currents beneath the surface. You are a fascinating person, you know. So many layers, so many quiet burdens. Like that guilt you have carried for Barnaby all these years. It is almost palpable. My breath hitched. She could feel my guilt. "I know things." Narrator's name, she continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Things that no one else does. The details of crimes never made public. The private shames of ordinary people. The moments that define us. The ones we keep locked away. And sometimes I just want to share them. Or to help others understand them." "Help how?" I asked, my mind racing, trying to grasp at any explanation. "Oh, in many ways," she purred. "Sometimes it is about justice. Sometimes it is about closure. And sometimes it is just about seeing. Truly seeing. The world is full of hidden stories." Narrator's name. So many secrets waiting to be unearthed. Then she said something that made my blood run cold, a sentence that has haunted my waking hours and invaded my nightmares ever since. "You know, the police finally found a new lead in the Melanie Peters case, just last week. A small, almost invisible stain on the back wall of the old Sweet Nothings bakery. It looked like a faded handprint. And the strangest thing, it was a child's handprint. A child handprint, perfectly preserved, right next to where they found that faint blood splatter and the locket. My heart pounded against my ribs. A child handprint. Melanie Peters. The bakery. The blood. The locket. And then I remembered something else she would said during our first coffee date, about the bakery. It reminds me of that little bakery down by the old bridge. Especially after what happened. And a memory, a fleeting, terrifying image, flashed through my mind. A young girl, no older than 8, with bright, intelligent eyes, standing near the back door of the bakery, looking towards a dark corner. Celeste's voice, now colder, sharper, cut through my panic. "They are reopening the investigation." Narrator's name. And you know what they say about cold cases. Sometimes the smallest detail, the most overlooked witness, can bring everything to light. The line went dead. I have not slept properly since. Every shadow seems to hold a face. Every whisper of the wind sounds like her voice. I deleted the dating app, changed my number, even thought about moving. But what is the point? She knows. She knows everything. She knows the secrets of the dead, the living, and the ones I thought were buried deep within my own past. And that last detail she gave me about the child's handprint at the bakery, it was not a warning. It was a confession. A casual, chilling confession, delivered with the same quiet grace she used to talk about old books. Celeste is not just someone who knows details about crimes never made public. She is those details. She is the whisper in the dark, the unseen witness, the shadow that lingers. And I, in my desperate loneliness, opened the door and invited her into my life. Now, I am just waiting for her to decide which of my secrets she wants to bring to light next, and what she will do with them. That night, I did not sleep a wink. Leo's hand on my arm, the way his voice had tightened, the ancient flicker in his eyes, and the low light it replayed over and over in my head like a broken reel. I kept seeing his face, not just charming and attentive, but something else, something primal and almost predatory lurking just beneath the surface. It was the same unease I would felt at the outdoor market, magnified 100 times. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, felt like a cage. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window, sounded like a warning. I got up, walked to the window, and peered out into the inky blackness. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows of the trees, making them look like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. And that is when I saw it. My own shadow, cast by the dim glow of the city, seeping through the blinds, was doing it again. It stretched, elongated, then twisted, pulling away from my feet as if trying to escape. For a terrifying second, it looked like a separate entity, a dark, fluid shape with a will of its own, reaching toward the window, toward the darkness outside. Then, with a sickening snap, it pulled back, perfectly aligned with my form, a silent, mocking imitation of normalcy. My breath hitched. This was not just paranoia anymore. This was real, or I was truly losing my mind. The thought was chilling, a cold dread that settled deep in my bones. How could I even begin to explain this to Sarah? My shadow tried to escape to the window last night, and I think my new boyfriend is a vampire or something. Yeah, that would go over well. She would probably call for an intervention. But the shadow, it felt different this time. Before, it was a subtle flicker, a ripple. This was a deliberate, almost desperate movement. Was it reacting to my fear? Or was it reacting to Leo? The idea that my own shadow, the silent companion, was trying to warn me was both absurd and terrifying. I spent the rest of the night pacing, replaying every interaction with Leo. His night owl preference, his sensitive eyes, his constant steering towards shaded areas. It was not just a quirk, was it? It was a pattern, a deliberate avoidance of direct light. And that moment with the light switch, he had not just asked me not to turn it on. He would stop me, his grip surprisingly strong, his voice strained. It was not a request, it was a demand, an instinct. The next morning, I was a wreck. Dark circles under my eyes, a nervous tremor in my hands. I almost called Sarah, almost confessed everything, but the words died in my throat. How do you articulate something so utterly bizarre? Instead, I forced a smile, told myself I was overthinking, that my past traumas were just making me jumpy. Leo was charming, attentive, he made me feel seen. Maybe I was just projecting. Maybe. Then my phone buzzed. It was Leo, a text casual, asking if I was free that evening. He suggested we cook dinner at his place. My heart hammered against my ribs. On one hand, it was an opportunity to see his home, to maybe find answers. On the other, it was walking straight into the lion's den. My shadow seemed to ride beneath my feet, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift that only I noticed. It was a warning, but curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, won out. I texted back. Sounds great. What should I bring? His apartment was in an older part of the city, A building with heavy stone facades and deep-set windows that looked perpetually shaded. Even in the late afternoon, the street was dim, the air cooler here. I found myself instinctively scanning the alleys, the darkened doorways, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. When Leo opened the door, a faint smile on his face. I almost did not recognize him. He was still handsome, but the light inside his apartment was so dim, it cast his features in deep relief, making his cheekbones sharper, his eyes darker, almost obsidian. He was wearing a dark, loose-fitting shirt that seemed to absorb what little light there was. Come in, he said, his voice smooth, but I noticed a slight tremor in his hand as he gestured me inside. His apartment was exactly what I should have expected. Heavy, dark curtains covered every window, blocking out even the last vestiges of daylight. The air was cool, almost cold, and carried a faint, musty scent, like old books and damp earth. There were no bright overhead lights, only a few strategically placed lamps with low wattage bulbs, casting pools of amber and shadow. It was an environment designed for perpetual twilight. Cozy, right, he said, sensing my hesitation, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. I told you, I am a night owl. Can't stand bright lights. It is unique. I managed, trying to sound nonchalant, but my every nerve ending was screaming at me. I could feel my shadow, a dark pool at my feet, unusually still, almost holding its breath. The living room was cluttered with antique furniture, dark wood, and plush velvet that seemed to swallow the light. There were shelves overflowing with books, not just paperbacks, but heavy leather-bound tomes, some looking ancient, their titles unreadable in the gloom. I noticed a distinct lack of personal photos, no vibrant splashes of color, nothing that spoke of a vibrant, lived life. It felt more like a museum or a tomb. We moved into the kitchen, which was equally dim. He had ingredients laid out, but even the act of cooking felt strange, almost ritualistic in the oppressive darkness. I offered to help, but he gently waved me off, insisting he preferred to do the chopping. You just relax, he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. I sat at a small, dark wooden table, trying to appear at ease, but my gaze kept darting around the room, searching for something, anything, that would explain this overwhelming feeling of dread. My shadow remained unnervingly still, almost a perfect, obedient silhouette. It was unsettling in its obedience, given its previous antics. Was it scared too? Or was it waiting? Leo was surprisingly adept in the kitchen, moving with a quiet grace that was almost unnerving. The only sound was a gentle sizzle of food in a pan and the rhythmic thud of his knife against a cutting board. He never once ventured close to the small, heavily curtained window above the sink. I need to use the restroom, I said, my voice sounding a little too loud in the quiet apartment. Down the hall, first door on the left, he replied, not looking up from the stove. I walked down the narrow, dark hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The air grew colder here. The first door on the left was indeed the bathroom, equally dim, lit by a single weak bulb above the mirror. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, to convince myself that I was being irrational. But the cold water did nothing to quell the rising panic. When I stepped out, I noticed a small, old-fashioned writing desk tucked into an alcove further down the hall, almost hidden by the shadows. It was covered in stacks of papers, some neatly organized, others haphazardly piled. My eyes were drawn to a glint of metal, a small, ornate key lying on top of a stack of what looked like old documents. My heart pounded. This was it. This was my chance. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to just go back to the kitchen, to finish dinner, to get out of there. But a stronger, more primal urge, a desperate need for answers, pulled me towards a desk. It was like a moth to a flame, knowing it would burn, but unable to resist. My shadow, for the first time since I would enter the apartment, flickered a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver, as if it too knew what I was about to do. I moved silently, my steps light, towards the desk. The key felt heavy and cold in my hand. My gaze swept over the papers. They were not just random documents. Some looked like old newspaper clippings, yellowed and brittle. Others were official looking, with government seals or police logos. My hand trembled as I picked up a stack of papers from the top. They were thin, brittle, and smelled faintly of dust and something metallic, like old blood. The first one was a police report. The header was faded, but legible missing persons report. My blood ran cold. I scanned the details, my eyes frantically searching, my breath catching in my throat. Then I saw it, under victim's name. There it was, my full name, printed clearly, unmistakably. My own name. The world seemed to tilt. The dim lights in the hallway flickered, or maybe it was just my vision blurring. I gripped the report, my knuckles white. This could not be real. This had to be some kind of sick joke, a coincidence. But my name is not common. And the details I forced myself to read on, my eyes darting across the page. Date of disappearance, October 17th. A year, that was exactly when my past traumas began. Last seen location, a place I knew well, a place tied directly to the most terrifying night of my life. Circumstances witness reports indicate the victim was last seen entering the abandoned building name with an unknown male. Disturbance reported by neighbors. Subsequent investigation found no trace of victim or unknown male. Blood evidence found at scene. Blood evidence. Unknown male. Disappearance. My name. The year. The location. It was not just a coincidence. This was not just a past. Trauma. This was my past trauma. The night I could not fully remember. The night that had left me with a lingering sense of dread and a fragmented memory. The night that had started all this paranoia. I had always told myself I would escape, that I would survive, but this report had said I was missing. It implied I was gone. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My mind raced. Try to reconcile what I was reading with my own existence. If I was missing, if there was blood evidence, how was I here? How was I breathing? How was I alive? My shadow, would have been so still, began to ripple violently at my feet, a dark, agitated tremor that was almost a silent scream. It was trying to tell me something, to warn me, to confirm the horror I was reading. I fumbled through the other papers in the stack. More reports, some marked unsolved, others cold case. All of them had my name on them. And then, a different kind of document, a medical examiner's report. It was even more chilling. Presumed deceased due to lack of body and overwhelming evidence of violent struggle and blood loss. Victim is presumed deceased. No positive identification of remains. Presumed deceased. My own death certificate, in a way. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. I was not just a victim, I was a ghost. Or something like it. And Leo, where did he fit into all of this? My eyes darted back to the police. Report specifically to the unknown male part. Could it have been him? Was he the one who took me, who left me for dead, and now he was here dating me in some twisted, macabre game? The way he avoided light, the ancient flicker in his eyes, it all clicked into place with a horrifying certainty. He was not just sensitive, he was something else. Something that thrived in the dark. Something that had been there that night. Something that had taken me. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the papers. I had to get out. Now, I had to confront him. No, that was stupid. I had to escape. But how? He was in the kitchen, just a few feet away. Then, a new detail on one of the reports caught my eye. A small, handwritten note scrawled in the margin of the missing person report. Almost illegible in the dim light, perpetrator known to be elusive, possibly nocturnal. Suspect linked to other disappearances in the area, all occurring in shadowy, abandoned locations. Signature complete absence of the victim's shadow at the scene of the crime. Absence of the victim's shadow. The word slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. My shadow, my sentient, flickering, trying to escape shadow. It was not just a symptom of my paranoia. It was not just a warning. It was me, or a part of me, the part that had been left behind, the part that had been stolen. If the perpetrator's signature was the absence of the victim's shadow, and my shadow was now acting like a separate entity, what did that mean? Had Leo taken my shadow that night? Was that why it was so agitated, so desperate to escape? Was it trying to reunite with something? Or was it trying to escape him again? A sudden, sharp sound from the kitchen cut through my thoughts, the clatter of a pot hitting the floor. Everything all right in there. Leo called out, his voice suddenly closer, imbued with an edge I had not heard before. My heart leaped into my throat. He was coming. He knew, or he suspected. I frantically tried to put the papers back, shoving them haphazardly into the stack. The key, still in my hand, clattered against the desk. It was too late. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming down the hall. My mind screamed. I could not run. Where would I go? The front door was too far, and he was between me and it. The window, too high. My shadow, a living, breathing entity of pure terror, writhed and stretched, pulling away from my feet, elongating down the hallway, as if trying to merge with the encroaching darkness. It was no longer subtle. It was a clear, desperate movement, a dark tendril reaching for anything but me, just checking something out. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper, trying to sound casual, trying to buy myself a second. Leo appeared at the end of the hallway, a dark silhouette against the faint amber glow of the kitchen. His face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel his gaze, sharp and piercing, even in the gloom. He did not say anything, just stood there, watching me. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. My breath hitched in my throat. I could hear my own frantic heartbeat thudding in my ears. The musty scent of the apartment suddenly seemed stronger, sweeter, like something decaying. "What are you looking at?" he asked, his voice low, no longer charming, no longer gentle. It was cold, flat, utterly devoid of warmth. My eyes darted from his shadowy face to the papers on the desk, then back to him. There was no point in lying. He knew. These reports. I managed, my voice trembling. My name it is on them. He took a step forward, then another. The shadows seemed to cling to him, deepening his form, making him seem taller, more imposing. His eyes, even in the dim light, seemed to glow faintly, a predatory gleam I had not noticed before, or perhaps had not allowed myself to notice. "Ah," he said, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face, a smile that did not reach his eyes. "So you found them." I wondered how long it would take. He was close now, too close. I could feel the chill radiating off him, a coldness that was not just from the apartment's low temperature. It was an unnatural cold, like the grave. "What does this mean?" "Leo," I whispered, my voice thick with fear. "Why is my name on these? Why do they say I am missing? Presumed deceased." He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Because, my dear, you were missing. You were presumed deceased. And, in a way, you were..." He paused, his gaze fixed on me, a hungry intensity in his eyes. "That night, all those years ago, you walked into the wrong place. You stumbled into something ancient, something that hungers for the light, for the essence of life, something that takes what it needs and leaves only a shell behind." My mind reeled. Are you saying you did this? You were the unknown male." His smile widened, showing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp in the dimness. "I merely help facilitate the process. I am a collector, you see, a connoisseur of moments, of essences, and yours was particularly vibrant." He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against the desk. The papers rustled. My shadow, a dark, agitated mass, seemed to pull away from me completely, stretching into a thin, almost invisible line, clinging to the wall behind me, as if trying to become one with the very fabric of the apartment. But I am here. I am alive. I stammered, my voice cracking. Are you? He purred, his voice dropping to a low, guttural growl. Look at yourself. Look at your shadow. It is not quite right, is it? It is fragmented. It is trying to escape. Because it knows. It knows what you are. What you became after that night. He reached out a hand, long, slender fingers tipped with nails that seemed a little too pointed. He did not touch me, but his hand hovered inches from my face. You are an echo, my dear. A beautiful, tragic echo. Your body functions, your mind perceives, but your true essence, your light that was absorbed, that was taken. And what remained, it clung to the edges, to the shadows, trying to piece itself back together. My shadow, pressed flat against the wall, seemed to vibrate, a silent scream of recognition. It was like a fragmented mirror, reflecting the horror he was speaking. And you, I whispered, finding a desperate strength. You are what? The one who took it. The one who feeds on it. He chuckled again, a chilling, hollow sound. You could say that. I exist in the spaces between the light. I thrive where life fades. And you, my dear, are a fascinating anomaly. A vessel that somehow managed to retain a flicker of existence, even after its light was consumed. He leaned in closer, his breath cold against my face, carrying that musty, earthy scent. I have been watching you ever since you reappeared. You were so close to breaking, so close to succumbing to the paranoia. But then you started to heal, to find a semblance of yourself. And that I found intriguing. I wanted to see how far you could go, how much of your stolen essence you could regenerate. You were testing me. I gasped, the full horror of his words washing over me. He was not just a monster, he was a manipulator, a predator playing with his food. Something like that, he said, his eyes glinting. But now the game is over. You have found the truth. And the truth, I am afraid, makes you quite ripe for consumption. He lunged. My scream was trapped in my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over the leg of the desk, sending papers flying. My shadow, with a final desperate surge, detached itself from the wall, a dark, amorphous blob that seemed to swell and then burst, not into nothingness, but into a blinding flash of pure, concentrated darkness that momentarily filled the hallway. It was not light, it was an absence of light, so profound it felt like a physical force. It slammed into Leo, throwing him back against the wall with a sickening thud. He cried out, a sound that was less human, more like a wounded animal. The darkness swirled around him, momentarily obscuring him from view. This was my chance. I scrambled to my feet, my legs like jelly and bolted. I did not look back. I ran through the living room, past the dark furniture, toward the front door. My hand fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb with terror. The click of the deadbolt felt impossibly loud in the silence. I yanked the door open and burst out into the night, gasping for air. The cool night air hit my face, a blessed relief after the suffocating darkness of his apartment. I did not stop to look back, did not stop to catch my breath. I ran down the stairs, out of the building, and into the street, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced he was right behind me. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I could not run anymore. I ended up huddled in a bus stop shelter, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. The streetlights cast a faint glow, and I looked down at my feet. My shadow was there, perfectly aligned with me, still and dark, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it had saved me. It had fought for me. It had shown me the truth. I was not just paranoid. I was not just healing from trauma. I was something else. Something that had died, and somehow, inexplicably, came back. And Leo, that ancient light-fearing entity, he was the one who had taken my light, consumed my essence, and left me as this living echo. But my shadow was still with me. a part of me that had been stolen and then returned, twisted and changed, but loyal, a silent protector. I knew I could not go back to my apartment. I could not go back to my old life. How could I? I was a ghost walking among the living, a missing person who was still here, and the monster who had done this to me was still out there, lurking in the shadows. The paranoia had not been a symptom of trauma, it had been a warning. My shadow had not been a sign of insanity, it had been a desperate plea for help, a part of me fighting to survive. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still trembling. I scrolled to Sarah's contact, hesitated, then deleted it. How could I tell her? How could I explain that I was dead, but alive? That my shadow was my only true companion, and that the man I had been dating was an ancient horror who fed on the light of others? No, I could not. This was my fight now, my secret, my horrifying reality. I looked up at the moon, a sliver of silver in the inky sky. The world looked the same, but I knew it was not. I was different, and the shadows now held a new, terrifying meaning. I was a creature of the twilight, an echo, forever marked by the entity that had tried to steal my very existence. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was far from over. He would come for me again, and next time, my shadow might not be enough to save me. I had to learn what we were, before he found me again, before he finished what he started. The metallic tang in Leo's apartment, already thick enough to taste, became a suffocating blanket as his smile widened, showing teeth that seemed too long, too sharp for a human mouth. He was not human. I knew that now, deep in my bones, in the part of me that still felt a primal terror despite the emptiness he would revealed. Your essence, he purred, the word a caress and a condemnation all at once. That unique spark, the very core of what made you. It was a rare vintage. Truly, most people's essences are diluted, mundane, but yours was vibrant, resilient, a perfect specimen of human potential. I needed a feed, yes, but I appreciated it. He leaned back, his ancient eyes never leaving mine, a predator admiring its trophy. I am many things, as I said, an observer, a collector, a sustainer. But at my core, I am a consumer of identity, of life force, if you will. I do not kill the body. That would be wasteful. I simply refine it. The physical form, the memories, the learned behaviors, they remain. They are just an echo, a vessel, as you so eloquently put it, and every now and then a truly remarkable echo emerges, one that adapts, that thrives, even without its original spark. You, my dear, were one such marvel. My mind was a whirlpool of horror and a sickening, numb acceptance. He was not just a monster, he was a connoisseur of souls, and I had been his masterpiece. He spoke of my life, my echo life, with a chilling familiarity, recounting moments I thought were profoundly mine, but now felt like borrowed scenes from a play I was merely performing. You see, he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, the universe is vast, and many things are lost. Souls, identities, entire civilizations. I collect them, not just to consume, but to preserve, to reseed. Sometimes, a vessel is so robust, so perfectly formed, that it can be reused, re-inhabited. A cold dread, even deeper than what I had felt before, crawled up my spine. Re-inhabited. I managed, my voice barely audible. His smile stretched further, a grotesque display of sharp enamel. Oh yes, there are many who yearn for a return. Many who have been waiting, sometimes for centuries, for the right vessel. And yours, my dear Echo, is truly exceptional. Strong, adaptable, resilient, a perfect fit for a particularly long-awaited return. He stood then, and the air around him seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. The metallic scent intensified, almost burning my nostrils. My vision blurred, the edges of the room wavering like heat haze. My head spun, a violent vertigo seizing me. I tried to stand to back away, but my legs felt like lead. Do not worry. Leo's voice, now echoing as if from a great distance, seemed to say, it is a natural process, a gentle transition. Think of it as merely changing channels. Your performance was excellent, truly, but the show for you is over. Now a new act begins. The last thing I saw was his impossibly wide smile, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light, before everything dissolved into a swirling vortex of black and white. It was not a blackout, not exactly. It was more like my consciousness was being stretched, pulled thin, then snapped. The smell of wood smoke and something vaguely floral, like dried lavender, slowly seeped into my awareness. It was a stark contrast to the metallic tang of Leo's apartment, and for a moment, I clung to it, a desperate anchor in a sea of confusion. My eyes fluttered open, then squeezed shut against the soft, golden light. It was not the harsh glow of Leo's lamp, but something warmer, gentler. When I opened them again, I was looking up at a whitewashed ceiling with exposed wooden beams. A ceiling I had never seen before. My head ached, a dull, throbbing pain behind my eyes, and my body felt heavy, as if I had been asleep for a very, very long time. I was lying in a bed, a soft, comfortable bed, with thick quilts tucked around me. Disorientation was a mild word for what I felt. Panic, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, was closer. Where was I? How did I get here? The last thing I remembered was Leo's terrifying confession, his talk of vessels and re-inhabitation. Had he done something? Was this some new layer of his twisted game? I pushed myself up, my muscles protesting with a dull ache. The room was simple, rustic. An old wooden dresser set against one wall, a braided rug on the floor. A window, draped with delicate lace curtains, looked out onto what appeared to be a lush, green garden. Sunlight streamed in, dappling the floorboards. It was peaceful, too peaceful. As I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the door creaked open. A woman stood there, slender and graceful, with kind eyes framed by lines that spoke of a life lived outdoors. Her hair was a soft silver, pulled back into a neat bun, and she wore a simple, faded floral dress. She looked familiar, but I could not place her. A slow, gentle smile spread across her face. "Oh, my dear, you are awake. Thank heavens. We were so worried." Her voice was soft, melodic, like wind chimes. My heart hammered against my ribs. Worried. Who are you? Where am I? Her smile did not falter, but a faint crease appeared between her brows. "Oh, sweetie, it is me, Mom. You are home. You are finally home. Mom. My mom. No, my mom was I tried to picture her face, but it was hazy, indistinct. Leo's words about my memories being an echo came roaring back, a fresh wave of nausea. "No," I said, shaking my head. "You are not, I do not know you." The woman, this mom, stepped into the room, moving with a quiet grace. She sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out a hand to gently touch my forehead. Her touch was warm, comforting, but it sent shivers down my spine. "You've been through so much. Dear," she murmured, her thumb stroking my temple. "The accident, it was a terrible shock. It is natural for your memory to be a little fuzzy. But you are safe now. You are home with us." Accident. What accident? My mind raced, trying to find a footing, any solid ground in this shifting reality. My last clear memory was Leo in his apartment, telling me I was an empty shell. I do not understand. I stammered. I do not remember any accident, and I do not live here. I do not even know where here is. Her smile became tinged with a soft sadness. "It is okay, darling. You will. It will all come back to you in time. We have been waiting so long for you to return." She squeezed my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "Your father, he will be so relieved. He has been beside himself with worry. As if on cue, a man appeared in the doorway, taller than a woman, with a rugged face and kind, tired eyes that mirrored hers. He had a thick head of salt and pepper hair, and wore practical work clothes, stained with what looked like garden soil. He stopped short, his eyes widening when he saw me. "He is awake, dear," the woman said, her voice brimming with quiet joy. The man's face transformed, a wave of raw emotion washing over it. He rushed forward, his arms open, and before I could react, he enveloped me in a crushing hug. The scent of earth and something uniquely masculine, like old leather, filled my senses. "My boy," he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. "My boy, you have returned." "Oh, thank God you have returned at last." I was stiff in his embrace, my arms hanging uselessly at my sides. This was all wrong. Horribly, terribly wrong. These people, their overwhelming affection, their insistence that I was theirs, it was a waking nightmare. "I am sorry," I said, trying to pull away, but his grip was unyielding. "I think you have the wrong person. My name is," I trailed off. "My name." What was my name? A name, a face, a life they felt like whispers, like smoke. Leo's words an echo, a sound without a source haunted me. The man finally released me, holding me at arm's length, his hands resting on my shoulders. His eyes, though filled with tears, held a fierce, unwavering certainty. "Do not you worry about your name, son. It will come to you. You are just disoriented. It is perfectly understandable after what you've been through." He patted my cheek, a gesture so familiar, so paternal, it made my skin crawl. "But you are home, now. That is all that matters." The woman, Mom, chimed in. "We have a nice warm meal waiting for you. Your favorite. Pot roast with all the trimmings." My favorite. I had no idea what my favorite food was anymore. The thought was a chilling reminder of the void Leo had created within me. They led me out of the bedroom, down a short hallway, and into a cozy living room. It was filled with old, comfortable furniture, faded photographs on the mantelpiece, and the general clutter of a well-loved home. A fire crackled softly in a stone fireplace, adding to warmth. On the mantelpiece, among the various family photos, one caught my eye. It was a picture of a young man, perhaps in his late teens or early 20s, standing with the same mom and dad. The young man in the photo, he looked strikingly like me. The same dark hair, similar bone structure, a familiar curve of the lips. But his eyes were different, brighter, more alive. His essence, I thought with a fresh wave of horror, was still intact. "That is you, dear," Mom said, following my gaze. "When you graduated high school. Such a handsome young man." My stomach churned. "No, that is not me." I insisted, my voice tight. I am not him." Dad put a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Of course it is you, son. Just a few years younger, maybe a little leaner. You've been through a lot, and it has changed you, but you are still our boy. Michael. Michael." The name felt foreign on my tongue, like a borrowed suit that did not quite fit. Yet, as I looked at the photograph, at the faces of these two people beaming at the young man, who looked so much like me, a terrifying possibility began to worm its way into my mind. Had Leo not just taken my essence, but replaced it, or worse, had my body been chosen as a vessel for this Michael, and my own consciousness was merely a lingering, unwanted echo trapped within? They continued to talk, their voices a gentle hum of normalcy that only amplified the surreal horror of the situation. They spoke of local gossip, of the changing seasons, of old neighbors. They spoke of my past, of things Michael had done, places he had been. They mentioned a fishing trip with Dad, a time Mom helped him bake a disastrous birthday cake, a mischievous prank he would pull on a childhood friend. Each anecdote was delivered with such genuine warmth and detail that it was almost convincing. Almost. I listened, numb, trying to find a single thread of familiarity. a spark of recognition. But there was nothing. It was like listening to a story about a stranger who just happened to wear my face. Come on, Michael, Dad said, interrupting my dark thoughts. Let's get some food in you. You must be starving. The dinner table was laden with food, just as Mom had promised. The pot roast smelled delicious, and there were mashed potatoes, green beans, and freshly baked bread. It was a picture of domestic bliss, a scene straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting. And I was the unwelcome, bewildered guest at its center. They watched me with an unnerving intensity as I ate, their eyes filled with a mixture of love, concern, and something else I could not quite decipher, a subtle expectation, perhaps. Every time I hesitated or looked confused, they would exchange a glance, a silent communication passing between them, before offering another gentle reassurance. You always loved my pot roast. Michael, Mom said, her voice soft, ate it right up, even when you were little. I took another bite, the savory flavor doing little to quell the knot of anxiety in my stomach. It is good, I managed, forcing a smile. Dad chuckled. Good. You used to practically inhale it. Said it was the best in the whole county. They were trying to coax me into this identity, gently but relentlessly. It felt like a psychological siege. Every kind word, every loving glance, was a subtle hammer blow chipping away at whatever fragile sense of self I had left. After dinner, Mom insisted I get some rest, saying my body needed time to heal. They led me back to the bedroom, the same one I had woken up in. As I lay there, the soft lamplight casting long shadows across the room, I tried to make sense of it all. Leo's words echoed in my mind, a perfect fit for a particularly long-awaited return. Was this Michael, the long-awaited return? Had my body, my empty vessel, been given to him? And what was I? A ghost haunting my own flesh. The thought was unbearable. I tried to remember my life, the one I had before Leo. The apartment, the job, the friends, the small, everyday routines that made up me. But it was all so hazy, so distant, like a dream that was rapidly fading upon waking. Leo had said I was an echo. Perhaps even my memories were just echoes, not truly mine. I felt a profound, terrifying loneliness. I was a stranger in my own skin, surrounded by people who claimed to love me, but loved someone else. The next few days passed in a blur of forced normalcy. They called me Michael. They showed me around the house, the small farm outside, the barn, the fields, the old oak tree in the backyard where Michael used to play. They introduced me to neighbors, who all smiled warmly and said things like, "So glad to see you back. Michael, or you're looking a little thin, but good to have you home, son." Each interaction was a fresh assault on my already fractured identity. I would nod, offer vague responses, and try to avoid making eye contact. The more I denied being Michael, the more concerned their expressions became, the more they insisted on my amnesia. "It is just a phase, dear," Mom would say, stroking my hair. "The doctor said it might take some time for your memories to fully return." Doctors. I did not remember any doctors. One afternoon, Dad took me out to the fields, ostensibly to help him with some chores. The sun was warm on my skin, the air fresh with the scent of earth and growing things. It was a beautiful day, but the beauty felt like a cruel mockery of my internal turmoil. "You know, Michael," he said, leaning on a hoe, his gaze sweeping over the fields. "You always loved these fields. Said you felt most at peace out here." I looked at the endless rows of crops, at the distant tree-line, and felt nothing but a growing sense of panic. This peace he spoke of, it was alien to me. "I do not remember," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Dad sighed a heavy sound. He turned to me, his eyes gentle but firm. "Son, we know this is hard for you. We understand. But you have been gone for so long. We have missed you. We have waited." "Gone where?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. What happened to me? What accident are you talking about? His expression clouded. It was a terrible thing. Michael, a hiking accident up in the mountains. You fell, hit your head pretty bad. They found you well. They found your body. But you were not you. Not for a long time. They said you were in a coma. Then you just disappeared from the hospital. Vanished without a trace. He paused, his gaze intense. We never gave up hope, though. We knew you would come back. We felt it. My blood ran cold. Vanished without a trace. A coma. This Michael had been in a coma. And then his body was empty, a vessel. And then Leo found me, consumed my essence, and left my body an empty vessel. The pieces, horrifying as they were, began to fit. This body, the one I currently inhabited, was not my original body. It was Michael's. And somehow my consciousness, my echo, had been transferred into it. Or perhaps Leo had simply put me into the nearest available shell. A perfect specimen, he would call me. Adaptable, resilient. The implications were staggering. I was a passenger in a body that belonged to someone else. Someone whose family had been waiting for him to return. And they, in their grief and their longing, had mistaken my presence for his. That night, I could not sleep. I lay in the soft bed, listening to the creaks of the old house, the chirping of crickets outside. The truth, or what I believed to be the truth, was a suffocating weight. I was a ghost, not just myself, but haunting someone else's life, someone else's body. I decided I had to escape. I had to find out what had really happened, who I truly was, if anything at all. But where would I go? What would I do? I had no money, no ID, no real memories of my own life. And these people, they would not let me leave. Not easily. The next morning, I feigned a slight headache and told Mom I just want to take a walk to clear my head. She smiled, her eyes filled with what seemed like genuine concern. Of course, dear. Just do not go too far. And be back for lunch. I nodded, forcing a smile in return. As soon as I was out of sight of the house, I started to walk faster, then broke into a run. I ran down the long, winding dirt road, past fields I did not know, past trees that were strangers to me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I kept going, driven by a desperate need to escape this gilded cage. I ran until I could not anymore, until I collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for breath. The sun was high now, beating down on me. I was utterly alone, in the middle of nowhere. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath, a car pulled up beside me. An old, beat-up pickup truck. The window rolled down, revealing a kind-faced, elderly man with a weathered hat. "Well, Michael, what are you doing all the way out here?" he asked, a friendly smile on his face. "Your folks told me you were taking a walk, but this is quite a hike from the farm." My heart sank. They had already sent someone after me. Or perhaps this was just a small, tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone else. Either way, my escape attempt had been futile. Just enjoying the fresh air. I mumbled, trying to sound casual. "Well, hop in," he said, gesturing to the passenger seat. "I am heading back that way anyway. No sense in you walking all this way in this heat." I hesitated, then reluctantly climbed into the truck. It smelled of hay and old tobacco. The old man, who introduced himself as Mr. Henderson, kept up a steady stream of conversation, reminiscing about Michael's childhood, about how much he had grown, about how good it was to have him back. Each word was a fresh shackle, binding me tighter to this false identity. When we pulled up to the farmhouse, Mom and Dad were waiting on the porch, their expressions a mixture of relief and a subtle, unspoken disappointment. "Oh, Michael, there you are," Mom said, rushing forward. We were getting worried. "Mr. Henderson, thank you so much for bringing him back." Mr. Henderson just waved a hand. No problem at all. Martha, good to see Michael up and about. He gave me a knowing wink before driving off. Dad put a firm hand on my shoulder. You gave us a scare. Son, we just want you to be safe. His eyes held a deeper message, a warning. That night, the atmosphere in the house shifted subtly. The gentle reassurances became less frequent, replaced by a quiet watchfulness. I noticed Dad's gaze lingering on me a little too long. Mom's smile not quite reaching her eyes. I tried to act more like Michael, mimicking what I would learn about him from their stories. I helped Dad with chores. I listened patiently to Mom's anecdotes. But every time I looked in the mirror, it was not Michael's face I saw. It was mine, my eyes, reflecting the terror of an empty shell. One evening, after dinner, as I was helping Mom clear the table, she suddenly stopped, her hand hovering over a stack of plates. She turned to me, her eyes unblinking. You know, Michael, she said, her voice unusually flat. We have waited a very long time for you. Years, in fact. We never lost hope. Not once. I felt a chill despite the warmth of the kitchen. I know, Mom, and we understand that you have been through a lot, she continued, her gaze unwavering, that your memories are fractured. But you are home now. You are safe. And we expect you to embrace that. Her tone was not gentle anymore. It was an order, a quiet, terrifying demand. I am trying. I whispered. She smiled then, but it was a cold, brittle smile that did not reach her eyes. Are you, dear? Because sometimes it feels like you are resisting. And that would be a great disappointment after all the effort we have put in. My blood ran cold. Effort they have put in. What effort? What did she mean? The next day, I found a locked door in the hallway, one I had not noticed before. It was old, made of heavy, dark wood, and had a rusty iron latch. I tried the handle, but it was firmly shut. Later, I casually asked Dad about it. What is behind that door? I asked, pointing. He looked up from his newspaper. His eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, that is just the old root cellar. Nothing of interest down there. Best not to bother with it. His voice was dismissive, but I detected a subtle tension in his jaw. My curiosity and my fear only grew. That night, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I got up, restless, and wandered into the living room. The fire in the fireplace had died down to embers, casting flickering shadows. On the mantelpiece, among the family photos, I saw it again, the picture of young Michael. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the outline of his face. He looked so happy, so full of life. And the echo, the shell, felt nothing but a profound emptiness. As I looked at the photo, I noticed something I had not before. Behind young Michael, in the background, faintly visible through a window, was a small, almost imperceptible detail. A figure, standing partly obscured by a tree. A tall, gaunt figure. And even in the blurry background of an old photograph, I recognized the ancient, chilling silhouette. Leo, my breath hitched in my throat. He was not just a memory. He was here. He was connected to this. This was not a random occurrence. This was his design. He had placed me here. This family, this house, this entire elaborate charade. It was all part of his twisted game. I dropped the photo, my hands trembling. The glass did not break, but the sound echoed loudly in the silent room. A voice, soft and melodious, spoke from the doorway. What are you doing up, dear? Mom stood there, a shadow in the dim light. Her silver hair was unbound, flowing around her shoulders. Her eyes, usually kind, now held a cold, unwavering intensity. I just could not sleep. I stammered, my heart pounding. She walked towards me, her steps silent on the wooden floor. She picked up the fallen photograph, her fingers gently caressing the image of young Michael. "He was such a good boy," she murmured, her voice flat. "So vibrant, so full of life. We missed him terribly." She looked at me then, her gaze piercing. "And you are a remarkable vessel. So strong, so resilient. A perfect fit." The words echoed Leo's, precise and chilling. My mind raced, trying to put the final, horrifying pieces together. Leo had not just consumed my essence. He had used my empty shell to house Michael's essence, or whatever fragments it remained, and then placed my consciousness, my echo, into Michael's original body, which had been in a coma. Two empty vessels, swapped and repurposed. A macabre exchange. "You know," I whispered, the words barely forming. "You know I am not Michael." Her smile was slow, deliberate, and utterly devoid of warmth. "Of course we know, dear. We have always known. Michael, he was always a little bit of a handful, even when he was gone. A bit resistant." She looked at the photograph again, a flicker of something that might have been regret crossing her face. "But we have learned. We have adapted. And with you, it will be so much easier." Dad appeared in the doorway then, his presence filling the space, his face grim. "It is time." "Martha," he asked, his voice low. Mom nodded. "It is time." "Robert," he has had enough time to adjust, to remember. She turned back to me, her eyes glittering in the dim light. "You see, Michael, or whatever you call yourself now, we have waited a very long time for our son to return. And we have learned how to make sure he stays." My blood ran cold. The kind, loving parents, the warm, rustic home, the gentle reassurances, it was all a carefully constructed trap. They were not waiting for me to remember. They were waiting for me to give up, to accept, to become Michael, whether I wanted to or not. And if I did not, Dad stepped forward, a heavy, old-fashioned lantern in his hand. The light it cast was dim, flickering, but it illuminated the chilling determination in his eyes. "Come along, son," he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of warmth. "There is something we need to show you. Something that will help you remember." He started walking toward the hallway, towards the old, heavy, locked door, the root cellar. The place, he said, was nothing of interest. My mind screamed, but my body felt frozen, caught in the grip of a terror, so profound it was almost paralyzing. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever was behind that door, it was not going to help me remember. It was going to help to make me forget, to erase me entirely, and finally, truly become Michael. As I followed them, my feet heavy and unwilling, into the dark, silent hallway, the faint scent of wood smoke and dried lavender seemed to twist into something else entirely. Something metallic, something ancient, something that smelled of consumed essence and lingering echoes. And I knew, with a horrifying clarity, that my nightmare had only just begun. Previously on the story, I thought I was finally getting better, trying to outrun the paranoia that clung to me after past traumas. Sarah, bless her heart, told me I was making progress, and for a while, I believed her. But then my shadow, it started to move on its own. Now, I know how that sounds. Okay, it sounds like I was finally losing it, like all the therapy and the meds and Sarah's patient understanding had just been a temporary band-aid over a gaping wound of mental instability. And believe me, that is exactly what I told myself at first. I would catch a glimpse of in my peripheral vision my own shadow, stretched long and distorted by the setting sun, or compressed and squat under a harsh overhead light, and it would just linger, or move a fraction of a second after I did, like it was decoupled from me, just for a moment. It started small, almost imperceptible, a flicker in the corner of my eye. I would be walking down the street, and my shadow would seem to ripple, almost like water, even though the pavement was perfectly still. I would turn my head sharply, and it would snap back into place, perfectly aligned with my body, perfectly normal. I would blink, shake my head, tell myself it was just a trick of the light, a symptom of my overactive imagination, a side effect of the lingering anxiety. Sarah would ask how I was doing, and I would just smile and say, better every day. Because what was I supposed to say? My shadow is developing a mind of its own, and I think it hates me. The incidents grew more frequent, more pronounced. I was in the kitchen one evening, making dinner. The overhead light was on, casting a clear, defined shadow of me against the far wall. I reached for a pot, and as my arm extended, my shadow's arm seemed to stretch further, almost grasping at the air, before snapping back. My heart hammered against my ribs. I froze, staring at the wall. Nothing. Just my shadow, perfectly mirroring me. I took a shaky breath, picked up the pot, and went back to cooking, my eyes darting back to the wall every few seconds. One night, I was sitting on my couch, watching TV, the only light coming from the screen and a small lamp in the corner. My shadow was a faint, blurry thing on the wall behind me. I reached for my phone on the coffee table, and as my hand moved, my shadow on the wall seemed to detach. Just for a second, it stretched out, elongated and thin, like a dark tendril, reaching further than my own arm should have allowed, before recoiling and settling back into its indistinct form. It was like a rubber band snapping back into place. That was the moment I could not rationalize it away anymore. My breath caught in my throat. My hands started to tremble. This was not paranoia. This was not a trick of the mind. Something was genuinely wrong. I started to dread going out, dread any situation where my shadow would be visible. I wore long sleeves, even in warm weather, hoping to obscure it, to make it less distinct. I started turning off lights, preferring the dimness, the indistinct shapes, anything to avoid seeing that dark, mocking imitation of myself. Sarah, of course, noticed. You were getting withdrawn again. Emma, she said, her voice gentle, concerned. Is everything okay? I just shook my head, unable to articulate the sheer, bone-chilling terror of seeing my own shadow act like a separate entity, like a dark, silent twin waiting for its moment. I knew if I told her, she would just recommend a different therapist, a higher dosage, and I did not blame her. It sounded insane. So, I tried to distract myself. I would have been meaning to get back into dating, to try and build a normal life again. Maybe a new connection, a new focus, would pull me out of the spiraling dread. I signed up for a dating app, swiped through a few profiles, and eventually matched with a guy named Leo. His profile picture was a little blurry, taken in what looked like a dimly lit bar. He had dark hair, a strong jawline, and eyes that were hard to make out but seemed intense. His bio was short, almost cryptic night owl. Seeker of interesting conversations. Prefers the quiet moments. I like that. I mean, after everything, quiet moments sounded pretty good. And let us be honest, I was also drawn to the idea of someone else who preferred the dimness. Someone who would not force me into brightly lit situations where my shadow could play its terrifying tricks. We started chatting. He was witty, intelligent, and surprisingly charming through text. We talked about books, old movies, the kind of philosophical musings that usually bore me but felt genuinely engaging with him. He asked perceptive questions about my life, my interests, without ever prying into the trauma part. It was refreshing. After a week of texting, he asked me out. How about that little speakeasy on Elm Street? He suggested. They have amazing cocktails, and the atmosphere is really cozy. Cozy, I thought, and dim. Perfect. Our first date was good. Really good, actually. He was even more attractive in person, with a deep, resonant voice that made me feel surprisingly calm. He had a way of looking at me, really seeing me that was disarming. We talked for hours. He listened intently, offered thoughtful insights, and made me laugh. He told stories about his travels, about obscure historical facts, about his passion for photography, though he admitted he mostly shot at night, when the world reveals its true self. As the evening wore on, I noticed a few quirks. He never quite sat directly under the small, focused spotlights above our table. He would subtly shift his chair or lean in a way that kept his face mostly in shadow. I figured he was just self-conscious, maybe did not like bright lights. I could relate, given my own issues. I did not think much of it. We had a few more dates. Each one was better than the last. We went to an indie film screening at a theater that specialized in old, grainy prints, so the projector light was never too strong. We walked through a park at dusk, the street lights just beginning to flicker on. He was always attentive, always interesting, always respectful. I found myself genuinely looking forward to seeing him, a feeling I had not experienced in years. For the first time since the shadows started acting up, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I was turning a corner. Maybe Leo was exactly what I needed. But then the pattern started to emerge. It was subtle at first, like the first movement of my shadow. But once I noticed it, I could not unsee it. We were at an outdoor market one sunny Saturday. I would suggested it, trying to push myself out of my comfort zone, to prove to myself that I was not going to let the shadow dictate my life. He would agreed, but with a slight hesitation I had not picked up on at the time. As we walked to the bustling stalls, bathed in bright, unfiltered sunlight, I noticed Leo was always a step behind me, or a step to the side, lingering in the shade cast by awnings or large trees. He would angle his body, turn his head, anything to keep the direct sun off him. At one point, I stopped to look at some handmade jewelry, standing fully in the sun. I turned to ask his opinion, and he was standing a good 10 feet away, under the sparse shade of a small tent, his eyes squinting slightly. "Everything okay?" I asked, a little confused. He smiled, a tight, almost strained smile. "Yeah, just not a huge fan of direct sun. Gives me a headache, sometimes. You know, sensitive eyes." He shrugged, a casual gesture, but it felt a little too practiced. I nodded, accepting the explanation. I mean, I get it. Some people are just sensitive to light. But then, as we continued, a woman accidentally bumped into him, causing him to stumble slightly, push him out from under an awning and directly into a patch of sunlight. It was only for a fraction of a second, but I saw it. His whole body stiffened. A barely perceptible tremor ran through him, and his eyes, which were usually a deep warm brown, seemed to darken, almost blacken, before he quickly recovered, muttering an apology to the woman, and deftly moved back into the shade. It was such a quick reaction, so primal, that it lodged itself in my mind. It was not just sensitive eyes. It was an aversion, a profound, instinctual recoil. A few days later, we were on another date. It was a beautiful evening, still light out. We were walking along the waterfront, and the setting sun was casting long, golden rays across the path. I reached for his hand, and he took it, but as we approached a particularly bright patch of light, he subtly pulled me toward a row of trees, keeping us in their long, lengthening shadows. "Nice and cool over here," he murmured, his grip on my hand tightening just a little. I started to test him, subtly at first. I would suggest a coffee shop with big windows, and he would suggest one down the street, cozier, better coffee. I would try to steer our walks into open areas, and he would always find a reason to stick to the side of buildings or under overpasses. He never explicitly refused, never made a fuss. It was always a smooth, almost imperceptible redirection. One evening, we were at my apartment. We were watching a movie, and I had the main lights off, just a few lamps on, casting a soft glow. My shadow was faint, barely there, and I felt a strange sense of relief. We were on the couch, cuddling, and for a moment, I almost forgot about my own creeping dread. Then the movie ended. I reached for the remote to turn on the main living room light, just to tidy up a bit before he left. "Oh, do not worry about it," Leo said, his hand lightly touching my arm, stopping me. "It is fine. I can see perfectly well." His voice was a little too quick, a little too strained. My hand hovered over the light switch. Are you sure? It is a bit dim in here. He chuckled, a dry sound. Yeah, I am used to it. My eyes adjust quickly. He gave me a reassuring smile, but his eyes, in the low light, seemed to hold a flicker of something else. Something ancient. Something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. That night after he left, I could not sleep. My mind raced, connecting all the dots. The strained smile at the market, the quick recoil from the sun, the constant subtle redirection into shadows, his preference for night, for dimness, for sometimes you just get tired of being alone. I would have been single for a good while, long enough for my friends to start giving me those pitying glances and suggesting I put myself out there. So naturally, I did what any modern man does. I signed up for a dating app, swiped left on more profiles than I could count, endured a few truly awful first dates that felt like job interviews, and generally just felt like I was wading through a digital swamp of awkward small talk and filtered photos. Then I matched with Amelia. Her profile was minimal. A couple of really striking photos, one of her laughing, a strand of dark hair falling across her face, another of her looking thoughtfully out over what looked like a cityscape at dusk. No group shots, no pictures with pets, just her. Her bio was short, too. Something about appreciating quiet moments and good conversation. No list of hobbies, no cheesy quotes, nothing that felt like it was trying too hard. It was understated, almost elegant, and she was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful women I would ever seen. Dark, intelligent eyes, a subtle smile that hinted at a dry wit, and a kind of timeless beauty that did not quite fit with the usual Instagram filter aesthetic of the app. I swiped right, obviously, and to my surprise, we matched. Our initial messages were effortless. She was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, which, let's be honest, is a rare commodity these days. We talk about books, music, even a little about our hopes and dreams. It felt real. After a few days of this delightful back and forth, I asked her out. She agreed. Our first date was perfect. We went to a small, cozy Italian place downtown, the kind with dim lighting and red checkered tablecloths. She arrived a few minutes early, which I always appreciate, and she looked even more stunning in person. Her voice was soft, melodious, and she had this way of listening intently, making me feel like I was the only person in the room. We talked for hours, long after the plates had been cleared and the coffee had gone cold. We covered everything from our favorite travel destinations to our most embarrassing childhood memories. She laughed at my jokes, and her own observations were sharp and insightful. There was a certain mystery to her, though when I asked about her family, she would just smile vaguely and say they were private people. When I asked about her job, she would describe it in broad strokes, something in data analysis, but never specifics, never a company name or a project she was working on. I chalked it up to being discreet, maybe a bit shy about personal details on a first date. I found it charming. Actually, it made her more intriguing. We had a second date, then a third, and each one felt better than the last. I was genuinely falling for her. She was everything I thought I wanted in a partner: smart, beautiful, kind, and just a little bit enigmatic. My friends, when I finally introduced her to them a few weeks in, were completely charmed. My buddy, Mark, pulled me aside later and said, "Dude, she is amazing. Do not screw this up." I did not plan to. It was probably around the fifth or sixth date, when things were starting to feel serious, that the first tiny seed of unease was planted. We were talking about social media, specifically how annoying it was to constantly see everyone's perfect lives curated online. I mentioned how I would scale back my own usage, mostly just keeping up with family and old friends. Amelia just nodded. "Yeah," she said, taking a sip of her wine. I never really got into it. Too much noise. I chuckled. "Tell me about it." I mean, who does not have IU2B or Instagram these days? Though, Even my grandma's on top top. She just gave a small, unreadable smile. Some of us prefer to live in the real world. It was a perfectly reasonable answer, but it lingered with me. Later that night, back in my apartment, I found myself doing what anyone would do with a new romantic interest. I decided to do a little digital sleuthing. Not because I did not trust her, but because I was excited about her. I wanted to see more pictures, maybe find an old high school photo, or a LinkedIn profile that would give me a better sense of her professional life. Just innocent curiosity, you know? I started with IU2B, searched Amelia, then Amelia, her last name, which I had subtly extracted from our conversations. Nothing, not a single Amelia matching her description. I tried variations, different spellings, even just her first name in our city. Still nothing. Okay, maybe she just does not use IU2B. Lots of people do not. So I moved on to Instagram. Same result. No Amelia with those stunning dark eyes, that unique smile. No posts, no followers, no presence. That was a bit odd, but still explainable. Maybe she is one of those rare people who genuinely avoids all mainstream social media. But then I tried LinkedIn. For someone who works in data analysis, you would expect a professional profile, right? A list of skills, past jobs, recommendations. Zero. Zilch. It was like she did not exist in the professional world either. A faint prickle of discomfort started to spread. This was more than just being private. This was a complete absence. I started to dig deeper. I tried gut goo. Amelia last name city. Nothing relevant. I tried reverse image, searching her dating app photos. Again, dead ends. The images did not seem to exist anywhere else on the internet. This was starting to feel weird. I mean, who, in this day and age, has absolutely no digital footprint. No old school photos on a friend's tag post. No mention in a local newspaper article. No charity run she participated in. Nothing. It was like she was a ghost. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had a really common name, and my searches were getting lost in the noise. But her last name was not that common. And even with a common name, you usually find something a distant relative, a news clipping, anything. You know that feeling, right? That itch under your skin, the one that tells you something just is not quite right, even when everything on the surface seems perfect. I would have been ignoring that feeling for a while now. Most of my adult life, actually. It started small, with a weird vibe from a new neighbor or a fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye. But recently, it had started to grow, mutating into a full-blown, gut-wrenching dread. And it all began with Alex. I met Alex on a dating app, like everyone else these days. His profile picture showed a guy with kind eyes and a charming, slightly lopsided smile. He was a software engineer, loved hiking, classic rock, and apparently had a soft spot for rescue dogs. All the boxes checked. We messaged back and forth for a few days, and honestly, the conversation flowed effortlessly. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. A rare find. I thought our first date was at a cozy little Italian place downtown. He was even more handsome in person, with dark, slightly disheveled hair and an intensity in his gaze that was both alluring and a little unnerving. He ordered for us, recommending a lasagna, which, to be fair, was incredible. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. He seemed to know a lot about my city, even places I rarely frequented. He mentioned a small, independent bookstore I loved, the Gilded Page, and how he would heard they had a rare first edition of an obscure poetry collection I would have been searching for. I had not told him about my love for old books or that specific collection. I just smiled and said, "Oh, really? I will have to check that out." A tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease started then, but I brushed it off. Coincidence, right? Maybe he would see it on my social media, even though my profiles were pretty locked down. Or maybe I would mention it in our messages and forgotten. The date ended with a polite hug and a promise to see each other again. I walked home feeling a flutter in my stomach, the kind you get when you think you might have actually found someone. That little prickle of unease was still there, a tiny burr under my saddle, but it was overshadowed by the excitement. Our second date was a picnic in the park. Alex brought everything: a checkered blanket, gourmet sandwiches, a thermos of iced tea, and even a small, chill bottle of my favorite sparkling rose exact brand I only ever bought for myself. "Hope you do not mind," he said, handing it to me with that lopsided smile. I remembered you mentioning it. I had not mentioned it to him. I was certain I would mention it once, maybe twice, to my best friend, Sarah, months ago, during a particularly bad week. But Alex, no. I just laughed a little too brightly and said, "Wow, you have a good memory." The burr grew sharper, digging a little deeper. As we were packing up, Alex excused himself to go to the restroom. He left his small messenger bag on the blanket. It was a sturdy canvas bag, the kind a student or writer might carry. It was slightly unzipped, and I could see the edge of a thick, leather-bound journal peeking out. I was not usually one to snoop, but something compelled me. Maybe it was a growing unease, or maybe it was just raw curiosity. My gaze lingered on the journal. It looked old, well-worn, with a dark brown cover and an embossed, almost unreadable symbol on the front. My eyes darted around. No one was really paying attention to us. Alex was still out of sight. My heart started to pound a little faster. I reached out, my fingers trembling slightly, and carefully pulled the journal out of the bag. It was heavier than I expected, and the leather felt strangely warm, almost alive, in my hands. I opened it to a random page, my mind buzzing with a mixture of guilt and anticipation. What would I find? Deep philosophical musings, engineering diagrams, a secret love letter to someone else. What I found was far, far worse. The handwriting was neat, precise, almost calligraphic. And what it described was my life. Not my past, but my future. The first entry that snagged my attention was dated for following Tuesday coffee with Sarah at the Daily Grind, 10 a.m. Discuss promotion. My breath hitched. I had indeed planned to meet Sarah for coffee that Tuesday, and I was going to tell her about the promotion I would just been offered. I had not told anyone yet, not even Sarah. I would only gotten the official email this morning. How could he possibly know? My eyes raced down the page. Friday movie night with Alex. The midnight whispers at her place. Popcorn, red wine. My stomach dropped. Alex and I had not even discussed a movie night yet, let alone picked a specific movie. The Midnight Whispers was an indie horror film I would have been wanting to see, but I had not mentioned it to him. It was just a thought in my head. Saturday visit antique fair, downtown. Look for vintage brooch. Specifically, the cameo with the chipped corner. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. I had seen an advertisement for that antique fair just yesterday, and I had thought about going to look for a vintage brooch. I even had a specific image in my mind of cameo, perhaps with a slight imperfection, something that gave it character. The chipped corner detail was chillingly specific. I flipped through more pages, my heart now hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The entries became a terrifying mosaic of my life, events I had not yet experienced, conversations I had not yet had, even thoughts I had not fully formed. Next week, argument with sister about mom's birthday gift. Resolution compromise on a spa day voucher. My sister and I always argued about mom's gifts. It was practically tradition, and a spa day voucher was exactly the kind of compromise we would eventually reach. 3 weeks from now, unexpected flat tire on Elm Street. Alex arrives to help, a hero. I had not had a flat tire in years, and I certainly did not plan on one. But the entry was there, written in that precise, unfeeling hand. Panic began to bubble up, cold and sharp. This was not just a diary. This was a script. My script? and Alex was the writer. I heard footsteps approaching. Alex. I shoved the journal back into his bag, my hands fumbling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I zipped it up just as he reappeared, smiling. "Everything okay?" he asked, his eyes, those intense dark eyes, seeming to bore right through me. "Yeah, fine." I stammered, trying to sound casual, trying to quell the wild tremor in my voice. Just enjoying the last bit of sun. He gave me a long, searching look, then picked up his bag. "Good," he said, and the way he said it, so calm, so knowing, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. That night, I did not sleep. The journal entries replayed in my mind like a horrifying reel. Every detail, every future event, felt like a chain tightening around me. Was he a stalker, a psychic, or something far, far worse? The next morning, I called Sarah. "Hey, can we still do coffee on Tuesday?" I asked, trying to sound normal. "I have some news about work." "Oh, yeah, totally," she chirped. "I was just about to text you to confirm. 10 a.m. at the daily grind, right?" My blood ran cold. I had not confirmed a time or place with her yet. I was going to do it later that day. But now it was already set. Just like the journal said. I tried to change things. I really did. I considered calling Sarah back and suggesting a different day, a different cafe. But then a little voice in my head, a voice that sounded suspiciously like my own, whispered, "What is the point? It is already written." And a strange lethargy settled over me, a feeling of resignation that was profoundly disturbing. I went to the coffee shop on Tuesday. I told Sarah about the promotion, exactly as the journal had dictated. The movie night on Friday was equally unsettling. Alex arrived with popcorn and a bottle of red wine. The midnight whispers already queued up on his tablet. He looked at me, his eyes gleaming, in the dim light of my living room. "Hope this is okay," he said, as if it were a suggestion, not a foregone conclusion. I just nodded, a hollow feeling in my chest. I felt like an actor reading lines I had not memorized, but instinctively knew. I started scrutinizing everything Alex did, everything he said. He never explicitly mentioned the journal, never hinted at his knowledge, but he would often make subtle suggestions that guided me toward the events written within its pages. "You know, I was thinking of checking out that antique fair this weekend." He would say, casually, "Might be fun. You interested?" And I, feeling the invisible pull of the journal's words, would find myself agreeing, even if I would initially plan to do something else. I tried to research him online. His social media was sparse, almost non-existent. A LinkedIn profile with a generic job description. A few old photos that looked like stock images. No family, no friends, no history. It was like he had simply materialized out of thin air. When I pressed him about his past, he would give vague answers, charmingly deflective. "Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. Nothing too exciting. My life really started when I met you." He would flash that lopsided smile, and for a terrifying second, I would almost believe him. Almost. The journal became my constant, horrifying companion. I started discreetly checking his bag whenever I had the chance, needing to see the entries, needing to know what fresh horror awaited me. Each time, it was there, always open to the current day or the very next event, and the handwriting never changed. It was always neat, precise, chillingly consistent. One afternoon, Alex was running late for a date. He would left his bag at my apartment earlier, saying he would pick it up on his way. My hands shook as I pulled out the journal. I flipped through the pages, my heart thudding. The entries were growing more personal, more invasive. This evening dinner at the Golden Spoon. She will express feelings of doubt about our relationship. He will reassure her. My breath caught in my throat. I had been feeling doubts. Deep gnawing doubts. Doubts about him. About my sanity. about the terrifying loss of control over my own life. And I had been planning to talk to him about it tonight, but to see it written down, a preordained conversation, made me feel like a puppet on strings. Further down the page, dated for the following week, she will discover the journal's true nature. Fear will intensify. He will explain. My blood ran cold. He knew. He knew I knew, and he had written it down. The journal was not just a record of my future. It was a record of his knowledge of my future and my reaction to it. It was a meta-narrative, a horrifying story written about me, for me. I gripped the journal, my knuckles white. No, I would not let this happen. I would not have that conversation. I would not go to dinner. I would break the pattern. I would reclaim my life. I called Sarah. Hey, can you meet me? Urgent. Like right now. What is wrong? She asked, hearing the panic in my voice. I can't explain over the phone. Just meet me at the daily grind. Do not tell anyone. I hung up, heart pounding. I was deviating. I was writing my own story. This was not in the journal. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate hope. I raced out of my apartment, clutching my phone. As I stepped out onto the sidewalk, my foot caught on something. I stumbled, twisted my ankle with a sharp, searing pain. I cried out, falling to the ground. My phone flew from my hand, skittering across the pavement and landing directly under the tire of a parked car. Just then, a car pulled up. It was Alex. He stepped out, his face etched with concern. "Oh my God, are you okay?" he asked, rushing to my side. He knelt, examining my ankle. "Looks like a bad sprain. Let us get you to the emergency room." He helped me up, his arm strong around my waist. "Your phone," he said, pointing to where it lay, crushed under the tire. "Looks like you won't be meeting Sarah after all." He gave me that lopsided smile, but this time it held no charm, only a chilling, triumphant glint in his eyes. I stared at him, my mind reeling. Was this also in the journal? Was my attempt to escape just another pre-written chapter? At the hospital, while I was waiting to be seen, Alex sat beside me, calm and collected. "You were going to run. We're not you," he said softly, almost kindly. "You were going to try and change things." I did not answer. I just stared straight ahead, my ankle throbbing, my mind numb with despair. "It does not work that way," he continued, his voice a low murmur. "This is not just a record. You see, it is the fabric, the very weave of your existence. I merely translate it. You translate it." I finally managed to whisper, my voice hoarse. "You are saying you are not writing it." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh no, I assure you, I am very much the writer, but it is more complicated than that. Think of it as a living narrative. It exists, it unfolds, and I simply guide it, nudge it along, ensure the story reaches its intended conclusion." He pulled out the journal, holding it open to a page. "See here," he said, pointing to an entry I had not seen before. "Today she attempts to defy the narrative. Sprains ankle, phone destroyed." Alex intervenes. My blood ran cold. Every desperate action I had taken, every rebellious thought, had already been accounted for, already written. "What do you want from me?" I asked, tears stinging my eyes. "Why me?" He closed the journal, stroking its worn leather cover with a strange reverence. "You have a beautiful story, you know, a particularly rich tapestry of experiences, emotions, and potential. Most people's lives are quite mundane, predictable, but yours has a certain spark, a certain tragedy, a certain triumph. And I have been looking for a subject like you for a very long time." Subject. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. Yes, a muse, if you will. Someone whose life I can cultivate. Guide. Perfect. He leaned closer, his intense gaze locking onto mine. You see, my dear, I do not just write. I live through these stories. I experience them vicariously. And the more vibrant, the more dramatic the narrative, the more sustenance it provides. He was a vampire, but not of blood. A vampire of life, of experience, of free will. He fed on the predetermined existence of others, deriving some twisted pleasure or energy from their unfolding, pre-written lives. You are a monster, I whispered, pulling my leg away from him. He smiled that lopsided, charming smile that now looked utterly demonic. Perhaps, but I am your monster. And you, my dear, are my masterpiece. He helped me into a taxi after my ankle was bandaged, insisting on taking me back to my apartment. The drive was silent, filled with suffocating dread. I looked out the window at the familiar streets and buildings, and they all seemed alien, twisted. I was no longer an inhabitant of this world. I was merely a character in a story, my movements dictated by an unseen hand. Back in my apartment, he made me tea. You'll need to rest that ankle, he said, his voice solicitous, almost caring. I will stay here and help you out for a few days. I knew what that meant. He was not leaving. Ever. He was going to watch his story unfold, chapter by agonizing chapter. I tried to fight it, to resist. I tried to refuse the tea, to yell, to scream. But my voice would not come out. My body felt heavy, sluggish, as if my muscles were no longer entirely my own. I drank the tea. It tasted faintly of almonds. The days that followed blurred into a horrifying routine. Alex was always there, always anticipating my needs, always subtly guiding me. He would suggest a book to read, and it would be a book I would always wanted to pick up. He would remind me to call my sister, and the conversation would play out exactly as written in the journal, down to the last word of our argument about Mom's birthday gift. I tried to write in my own diary, to record my thoughts, my resistance, my despair. But the words would not flow. My hand would freeze, or I would find myself writing mundane observations, innocent details that seemed utterly inconsequential. It was as if my creative spark, my ability to author my own thoughts, had been extinguished. I started to notice other things. Alex never seemed to eat or sleep. He was always just present, watching, observing. Sometimes, I would catch him staring at me with an almost scientific detachment, as if I were a specimen under a microscope. Other times, his eyes would gleam with a strange, almost hungry satisfaction as I followed a preordained path. One evening, he left the journal open on my coffee table. I knew it was intentional. He wanted me to see. I approached it slowly, my heart a dull ache in my chest. I read the entry for the next day. She will feel a profound sense of peace. Acceptance. The narrative will embrace her. Peace. Acceptance. The words felt like a cruel mockery. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own life. How could there be peace in that? But then, as I read them, a strange calm began to settle over me, a weary resignation. The fight had been too long, too hard. What was the point of struggling against an omnipotent force? Perhaps, if I just let go, it would not hurt so much. The following day, I woke up feeling different. The world seemed a little softer, the edges of my despair a little blurred. Alex brought me breakfast in bed, a small smile playing on his lips. "Good morning, my dear," he said. "How are you feeling?" "I am fine." I heard myself say, and to my surprise, it felt true. The panic, the anger, the terror, they were still there, but muted like distant echoes. I found myself going through the motions of my day, each action flowing effortlessly into the next. I did not question Alex's presence. I did not question the journal. It was just the way things were. My life was a beautifully crafted story, and I was merely the protagonist. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The entries in the journal continued, charting my course, my conversations, my emotions. Alex was always there, a quiet, watchful presence. He would sometimes read aloud from the journal, his voice a soothing, hypnotic drone, describing my upcoming experiences. And I would listen, a strange contentment settling over me. My friends slowly drifted away. Sarah called less and less. She always got the impression I was busy or distracted or just different. Alex would subtly intercept messages or ensure I was unavailable. The journal had entries for that too. She will grow apart from old acquaintances, forming new bonds with the narrative. My new bonds were with Alex, with the journal, with the unfolding story of my life. A story that was no longer mine. I remember one afternoon, looking at myself in the mirror. My eyes seemed different, less vibrant, less expressive. They were placid, unblinking, much like the eyes of the townspeople in Eldridge, a place I had heard about in a half-forgotten dream, a town that thrives on sustenance from the lost. A chill ran through me, a fleeting memory of a cold serpent, a metallic sense of being absorbed. But the feeling passed quickly, replaced by a soft, warm haze. Alex entered the room. He was holding the journal. "Today," he said, his voice soft, "you'll begin to write." My heart gave a faint flutter. "Right?" I asked, a flicker of my old self trying to surface. He nodded, a gentle smile on his face. "Yes, your own entries. You see, the narrative has progressed. You are no longer just a subject. You are becoming a co-author." He handed me a pen, a sleek, black fountain pen that felt strangely heavy in my hand. He opened the journal to a blank page. "Write about your day," he instructed. "Write about what you feel, what you desire." I looked at the blank page, then at Alex's expectant face. My mind was empty. What did I feel? What did I desire? All I felt was a gentle hum of the narrative, the quiet current of my predetermined life. All I desired was to fulfill the story. Slowly, my hand began to move. I wrote about the sunlight streaming through the window, about the taste of the tea Alex had made, about the quiet contentment that filled my apartment. My handwriting, to my surprise, was neat, precise, almost calligraphic, exactly like the entries already in the journal. Alex watched me, his smile widening. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Absolutely beautiful." I looked up at him, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a genuine smile spread across my face. It was not my smile. It was a smile of a character perfectly playing her part. I was no longer a woman. I was a narrative, and the story was finally complete. The fear was gone, replaced by a profound, terrifying peace. I was no longer lost. I was found, absorbed, and I would write my story, one perfectly preordained word at a time, forever. So, I was pretty excited about this date. You know how it is. You have been single for a while. The apps are a wasteland of red flags and ghosting, and then, out of nowhere, you match with someone who actually seems normal and handsome. His name was Julian. His profile pictures were all great, a good-looking guy, maybe early 30s, with a really friendly, open smile. A nice smile. That is what I kept telling myself when I was getting ready that Tuesday night. A nice, warm, inviting smile. We had been texting for about a week, and he seemed genuinely interested. He asked thoughtful questions, did not send any creepy late-night messages, and had a pretty decent sense of humor. We decided on a casual dinner at a new Italian place downtown that everyone was raving about. I picked out a dress I felt good in, did my hair, and tried to calm the usual first date jitters. I kept telling myself, this could be it. Sarah, this could actually be a good one. Famous last words, right? I got there a few minutes early, which is my usual style. I like to scope out the place, pick a good table if I can, and just generally settle in before the other person arrives. The restaurant was cozy, dimly lit, with that pleasant hum of conversation and clinking silverware. I ordered a glass of wine and waited. Then he walked in, and just like his pictures, Julian was handsome, taller than I expected, with dark hair that fell just so, and kind of intense, deep-set eyes. And that smile, it was there just like in his photos, bright and welcoming. He spotted me. His smile seemed to widen just a fraction, and he started walking towards my table. "Sarah," he asked, his voice smooth and a little deeper than I would imagined. "Julian, it is great to finally meet you." "You too," I said, feeling my own smile come easily. He sat down opposite me, and we did the usual first date small talk. "How was my day? How was the traffic? Is not this place nice?" He was charming, attentive, and made good eye contact. He laughed at my jokes, and his own stories were genuinely interesting. Everything was going perfectly, almost too perfectly. It was probably about 20 minutes into the date when I first noticed it. We were talking about a trip he would take into Italy, and he was describing this hilarious incident where he would try to order something in broken Italian and ended up with, well, something entirely different. I was laughing, and he was laughing along with me. But then, as my laughter died down and he paused to take a sip of water, his smile did not waver. It just stayed. I mean, people smile when they're talking, when they're happy, when they're listening. But usually, when they're not actively engaged in expressing something, their face relaxes. Their mouth might settle into a neutral line or a slight, soft curve. Julian's did not. His lips remained curved upwards, his teeth still visible, in that exact same wide, friendly grin. I remember thinking, that is interesting. Maybe he was just really nervous, or really happy. I tried to shrug it off. It was a nice smile, after all, better than someone who just stares blankly. We ordered our food, and the conversation flowed easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our families. He asked me about my old apartment, the one I would just moved out of the one, with all the Amelia nightmares. I quickly changed the subject, not wanting to bring that darkness into a first date. He picked up on my discomfort and smoothly pivoted to asking about my favorite books. He was a genuinely good conversationalist, and I found myself relaxing even more. But the smile, it was still there. He would be listening intently to me describe something, his head tilted slightly, his eyes fixed on mine, and that smile would be plastered on his face. It was not a smirk, not a mocking grin. It was the same warm, friendly smile from his photos. But it never changed, never faded, never softened into something more relaxed. At one point, I told a story about my grandmother passing away a few years ago. It was not a sob story, just a memory that came up naturally in conversation about family. I even teared up a little, just a tiny bit. I looked at Julian, expecting a sympathetic nod, maybe a softening of his expression, a shared moment of human sadness. But the smile stayed. It was still wide, still friendly, still showing his perfect teeth. It was utterly incongruous with the somber tone of my story, and it made my stomach clench. It was not that he was not listening, his eyes were still locked onto mine, and he murmured a perfectly appropriate, "I am so sorry for your loss. Sarah, she sounds like she was a wonderful woman." But his face did not reflect any of that. It was just the smile. Now I was officially weirded out. I started trying to actively observe it. When he chewed his food, the smile was still there, just slightly distorted by the movement of his jaw, but the corners of his mouth remained upturned. When he took a drink of water, the glass would obscure his mouth for a moment, and when he lowered it, the smile would immediately reappear, as if it had simply been waiting patiently beneath the rim. I found myself subconsciously trying to make him frown. I would talk about something serious, something that usually makes people look thoughtful or concerned. Politics, climate change, the struggles of modern life. He would respond intelligently, with well-reasoned arguments, but his face remained a mass of perpetual pleasantness. The smile, always a smile. It was not just uncanny, it was starting to feel predatory. Like a hunter watching its prey, maintaining a harmless facade. Or a doll, A really well-made doll with a painted-on expression. I started to feel a chill despite the warmth of the restaurant. My earlier excitement had completely evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of unease. This was not normal. This was not just a nervous habit or a lot of Botox. This was something else. I tried to be subtle. "Julian," I said, try and keep my voice light. "You know, you have a really great smile." He chuckled, a pleasant, even sound. "Thank you. Sarah, I get that a lot." And his smile, of course, remained exactly the same. No self-conscious adjustment, no slight dimming or widening. Just a fixed, unmoving curve. "No, I mean it," I pressed, trying to push him. "It is just it is always there, is not it? Even when you are not talking or laughing. It is just constant." He tilted his head again, his eyes still fixed on mine. The smile did not change. "Is that a problem?" he asked, his tone still perfectly even, perfectly friendly. My heart hammered. He did not deny it. He did not explain it. He just asked if it was a problem. No, not a problem." I stammered, feeling like an idiot for even bringing it up. Just an observation. I forced a laugh, which sounded incredibly fake even to my own ears. "You must be a very happy person." "I try to be," he said, and for the first time, his gaze seemed to flicker, just for a second, to something behind me. Then it was back, intense and unblinking. And the smile. Always the smile. The rest of dinner was torture. Every time I looked at him, that unmoving smile was there, staring back at me. It felt less like a genuine expression, and more like a sign, a warning, a brand. I could not focus on anything he was saying. All I could see was that smile. It started to feel less friendly and more empty, like a void behind a beautiful facade. I made an excuse about having an early morning and needing to get home. He, of course, offered to walk me to my car. I tried to refuse politely, but he was insistent. "Nonsense. Sarah, it is late, and it is no trouble at all. I would not feel right letting you walk alone." His voice was still perfectly modulated, his words perfectly polite. But the smile, it was there. And now, walking beside me in the dim streetlights, it seemed even more pronounced, casting strange shadows on his cheeks. Every step felt like I was walking into a trap. I kept glancing at him, trying to catch his face in a moment of neutrality, a flicker of something else. But there was nothing, just the smile. It was like his facial muscles were permanently locked in that position. It made his eyes, which were a very dark brown, seem oddly detached, almost dead, like they were not connected to the rest of his face. We reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking slightly. I just wanted to get in, lock the doors, and drive away from that smile. I had a really wonderful time tonight. "Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost a purr. The smile stretched, somehow, even wider. It felt like it was pulling his skin taut. "Me too. Julian." I lied, forcing a smile of my own, which felt utterly grotesque and fake in comparison to his perfect, unchanging one. "Thanks for dinner." I got the door open, practically dove into the driver's seat, and started the car. He was still standing there, by my door, watching me, and smiling, as I backed out of the parking space. I looked in my rearview mirror. He was still there, standing exactly where I would left him, watching my car disappear down the street. And the smile, even from that distance, even in the dim reflection, I could see it. Unchanging, unwavering. I drove home in a daze, my heart pounding. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had a medical condition. Maybe he was just really good at faking happiness. But the sheer constancy of it, the way it never, ever broke, felt deeply unnatural. I got home, locked all my doors, and tried to distract myself. I scrolled through social media, watched some mindless TV. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile, Julian's smile. About an hour later, my phone buzzed. It was a text from him. Julian had a truly fantastic time tonight. Sarah, I would love to see you again soon. Maybe this weekend. I stared at the message, a cold dread washing over me. See him again. The thought alone made my skin crawl. How could I politely decline without sounding like a complete lunatic? How could I explain that his smile scared the living daylights out of me? I decided to just be vague. Me, hi, Julian. I had a nice time too. I will check my schedule and let you know. I hoped that would be the end of it. I hoped he would take the hint. But something told me he would not. The smile was not something that would just go away. The next day at work, I could not concentrate. Every time a colleague smiled at me, I found myself scrutinizing their face, looking for that natural shift, that momentary relaxation of expression. And every time, I was relieved to see it. It made me realize just how profoundly unsettling Julian's smile had been. I started doing some research online, typing in phrases like person who always smiles and fixed smile medical condition. I found articles about Mobius syndrome, a rare neurological disorder that can cause facial paralysis, sometimes resulting in a permanent smile or frown. But those cases usually involved other symptoms, and the smiles often looked strained or unnatural, not perfectly friendly like Julian's. There were also articles about people who'd had too much cosmetic surgery, but again, Julian's smile looked too organic, yet inorganic at the same time. It was a perfect smile, but it was not alive. A few days passed, and Julian texted me again. Julian, any luck with your schedule? Sarah, I was thinking we could try that new art gallery downtown, followed by dinner, unless you have other ideas. Of course. The emoji at the end, a simple smiley face, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I imagined his face as he typed it, that unchanging smile fixed in place. I could not ignore him forever. I had to come up with a real excuse. I told him I was swamped with work, and then that I had to visit family out of town. He was always perfectly understanding, perfectly polite. Julian, oh, that is a shame. Well, I hope your work eases up soon, and I hope you have a pleasant visit with your family. Let me know when you are free. I am quite looking forward to seeing you again. The persistence was unnerving. It was not aggressive, not overtly demanding, but it was relentless, like a gentle, steady pressure. And that smiley face emoji, always there. I started seeing him everywhere. Not him specifically, but the smile in crowds. I would catch a glimpse of someone with a bright smile, and my heart would jump. I would quickly realize it was just a normal person, their smile fading or changing as they moved or spoke. But the fear, the instant flash of dread, was always there. It was like his smile had infected my perception of the world. One evening, about 2 weeks after our date, I was out with my friend, Maria. We were grabbing drinks at a bar, and I was recounting the whole Julian story to her, trying to make it sound funny, but I could hear the genuine fear in my own voice. So, he just never stopped smiling. Maria asked, her eyebrows raised. Never. I confirmed, taking a large gulp of my drink. Not once. It was like his face was frozen. It was the creepiest thing I have ever seen. Maria laughed, but it was a nervous laugh. Okay, that is pretty weird. Maybe he just has really good dental work and wants to show it off. No, it was not that. I insisted. It was the lack of change. The absolute, unwavering, constant cheerfulness. Even when I was talking about my dead grandmother, it was like he was wearing a mask. We talked about other things, but Julian's smile lingered in my mind. A few days later, I received a package at my apartment. It was a small, square box, neatly wrapped in brown paper, with my name and address written in precise, elegant hand. No return address. My stomach dropped. I opened it carefully, my hands trembling. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, ornate picture frame. And in the frame was a photo. It was a photo of me, not a selfie, not a photo for my social media. It was a candid shot. Me, sitting at the Italian restaurant, across from Julian. I was mid-sentence, my mouth slightly open, a small, genuine smile on my face. And in the corner of the frame, just barely visible, was a hint of Julian's shoulder and his arm, holding up what looked like a phone, pointed towards me. And in the background, out of focus, was his smile. It was unmistakable, even blurry. Even in the background, that wide, unchanging curve of his lips was there. He must have taken it while I was talking, while he was supposedly listening intently. My blood ran cold. He had not just been smiling at me. He would have been documenting me, capture my expressions while his own remained fixed. I threw the frame down, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was a violation. This was stalking. I immediately blocked his number. I reported him to the dating app, detailing the incident with the photo. They sent back a generic response about taking all reports seriously and investigating. I doubted anything would come of it. For the next few days, I was on edge. Every shadow, every sound made me jump. I kept the blinds drawn, and I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows multiple times a day. The memory of Amelia from my old apartment flooded back with terrifying clarity. Was this happening again? Was I cursed to attract these kinds of people? Then one evening, I was walking home from the grocery store. It was dark, and the streetlights cast long, flickering shadows. I was rushing, my head down, just wanted to get inside. As I approached my building, I saw a figure standing across the street near a lamppost. My breath caught in my throat. It was Julian. He was just standing there, perfectly still, his hands in his pockets. And even from that distance, I could see it. The lamplight illuminated his face, and there it was. The smile, wide, unwavering, fixed, staring directly at my apartment building, staring at my windows. My blood turned to ice. He had not just sent me a photo. He was watching me. He knew where I lived. I ducked behind a parked car, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I waited, crouched low, for what felt like an eternity. I peeked out again. He was still there, a silent, smiling sentinel. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called 911. I whispered my address, trying to explain that my date was stalking me, that he was standing outside my building, smiling. The dispatcher sounded calm, but a little skeptical. He is just standing there, madam, not approaching you. He is just smiling. I choked out, and he sent me a photo. He knows where I live. He has been watching me. They said they would send an officer. I stayed hidden, watching Julian. He did not move. He did not check his phone. He just stood there, smiling at my building. After about 10 minutes, a police car cruised by. Julian did not react. He did not turn his head. He just kept smiling, looking straight ahead. The police car slowed, then drove past him, turning into my street. I watched as it stopped near my building. The officer got out. I expected him to approach Julian, to question him. But the officer just looked around for a moment, then looked at my building. He did not seem to notice Julian at all. Julian was still standing there, unmoving, smiling. The officer got back in his car and drove away. My jaw dropped. Did they not see him? Was he invisible? No, that was ridiculous. He was clearly visible under the lamplight. But for some reason, the police officer had not noticed him. I waited another 5 minutes. Julian was still there, still smiling. I knew I could not go into my apartment with him standing there. I had to get away. I quietly backed away from the parked car, keeping low, and started walking the opposite direction, away from my building, away from Julian. I did not look back. I just walked, my pace quickening, until I was practically running. I ended up at Maria's apartment, shaking and sobbing. She let me in immediately, her face etched with concern. I told her everything. The photo, seeing him outside my apartment, the police missing him. He just stood there. Maria. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He just smiled, and the cop drove right past him like he was not even there. Maria held me tight. Okay. Sarah, deep breaths. You are safe here. You are not going back to your apartment tonight. I stayed with Maria for a few days, too terrified to go back home. I called the police again, trying to explain the situation more clearly. They took my statement, but again, there was a tone of polite skepticism. They said they would patrol the area, but without any direct threats or physical contact. Their hands were tied, and the fact that the officer had not seen Julian was a major point of contention. They implied I might have been mistaken, or that he had left before the officer arrived. But I knew what I saw. I knew he was there, and I knew that smile. After a few days, I had to go back to my apartment. I could not live at Maria's forever. I convinced myself that he would not be there, that he had gotten the message, that he was just a creepy guy who would move on. I was wrong. The first thing I noticed when I entered my apartment was the smell, a faint, cloying sweetness, like old flowers or something sickly artificial. I dismissed it as my imagination, or perhaps a neighbor's air freshener. I checked every room, every closet, every window. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of forced entry. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I tried to relax, to convince myself it was over. That night, I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. The apartment was dark and silent. I was just drifting off when I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a soft, rhythmic clicking. I held my breath, straining my ears. Click, click, click. It was coming from the living room. My heart began to pound. I, slowly, carefully got out of bed. I grabbed the old baseball bat I kept by my bed, a relic from my Amelia days. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip it. I crept towards the living room, my eyes scanning the darkness. The clicking sound continued, steady and insistent. As I reached the doorway, I saw it on the far wall above my television, where I had a small gallery of framed photos of my friends and family. One of the frames was different. It was the ornate, square frame that Julian had sent me, the one with the picture of me at the restaurant. And it was rocking, slowly, gently, back and forth, hitting the wall with a soft click each time. Click, click, click. It was hanging perfectly straight just hours before. I knew I had not left it like that. And then I saw the string, a thin, almost invisible fishing line tied to the top of the frame. It stretched upwards, disappearing into the darkness of the ceiling. My eyes followed the line, my gaze slowly rising. And that is when I saw him. He was perched on the ceiling, in the corner of the room, like some grotesque spider. His body was pressed against the plaster, perfectly still, his limbs bent at unnatural angles. He was wearing the same clothes he had worn on our date, and his face was turned toward me. And the smile, it was wider than I had ever seen it. It stretched his lips, pulling them taut across his teeth, so far that I could see the dark, cavernous space behind them. His eyes, those dark, dead eyes, were fixed on mine. And he was not just smiling. He was holding the string. His hand, unnaturally pale, was clutching the fishing line, giving it a gentle tug every few seconds. Click, click, click. He was making my photo swing. He had been up there, in my apartment, on my ceiling, watching me for who knew how long. And he had been smiling. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I dropped the bat, my legs giving out beneath me. I scrambled backwards, a away from him, away from that impossible, terrifying smile. He did not move. He did not speak. He just hung there on the ceiling, his smile widening even further, if that was even possible. It was a silent, triumphant, horrifying grin. I crawled to the door, fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. I yanked it open and burst out of my apartment, screaming for help, running down the hallway, not caring who heard me, not caring about anything but getting away from that smiling horror. I never went back to that apartment, not even to pack my things. I crashed with Maria again, and she helped me arrange for movers to get my belongings. I told them not to touch anything in the living room. I did not care what they did with that frame or what they found. I just wanted it out of my life. The police were predictably useless. They found no signs of forced entry. Again, they found nothing on the ceiling, no string, no evidence that anyone had been there. They suggested I was under extreme stress, that I was imagining things, that the previous stalking incident had left me traumatized. They were right about the trauma. I am traumatized. I still am. I moved to a new city, changed my phone number, deleted all my dating apps. I try to avoid looking at people's faces for too long, especially when they smile. Because now, every time I see a smile, a genuine, happy smile, a part of me flinches. A part of me expects it to freeze, to stretch, to become that unmoving, terrifying, empty grin. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks, I find myself wondering, was he even human? What was he? And why did he smile like that? I will never know. But I know this, I will never forget it. I will never forget Julian's smile. And I will always wonder, when I catch a glimpse of someone in the corner of my eye, just standing there perfectly still, if they are smiling too, and if that smile never fades. You know, after my last relationship imploded, leaving me feeling like an empty soda can kick down an alley, I did what a lot of people do these days. I downloaded a dating app. I was not looking for love. Not really. Just something. Anything to fill that hollow space. To make me feel less like a ghost haunting my own life. And that is where I found Julian. He was not like the others. Not the cheesy pickup lines. Not the overly filtered selfies. Julian's profile picture was a candid shot of him laughing, sunlight catching his dark hair. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and his bio was witty, intelligent, and just a little self-deprecating. We matched, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. He seemed to get me, really get me, in a way no one else ever had. We talked about obscure indie films, our shared love for hiking, and even our anxieties about the future. It felt easy, natural, almost too good to be true. Our first date was perfect. A cozy little Italian place, candlelit. He listened intently, remembered little details I would mention online, and made me laugh until my cheeks ached. The second date, a walk through a botanical garden, was even better. He was thoughtful, opening doors, pulling out my chair, anticipating my needs before I even voiced them. He felt safe, like a warm blanket on a cold night. After a few weeks, I found myself falling for him, hard. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, this was it, that I had finally found someone who saw me, truly saw me, and accepted me. Then, about a month into us officially being a couple, he invited me to a dinner party. My closest friends, he would said, a soft smile playing on his lips. It is a bit of a tradition. A gathering we have a few times a year at my place. I really want you to meet them. My heart did a little flutter kick of excitement and nerves. Meeting the friends. This felt like a big step, a real sign that things were serious. I was a little anxious, of course, wanted to make a good impression, but mostly, I was just thrilled. Julian lived a bit out of the city in a more secluded area, something he would mention he preferred. He loved the quiet, the open space. I imagine a charming, rustic home, filled with laughter and good conversation. The day of the party. I spent hours picking out the perfect dress, something elegant but not too formal. I did my hair, my makeup, rehearsing introductions in my head. Julian picked me up promptly at 7, looking incredibly handsome in a dark blazer. He squeezed my hand, his eyes warm. "You look beautiful, Sarah," he said, and for a moment, all my nerves evaporated. The drive was longer than I expected. We left the city lights behind, eventually turning off the main highway onto a winding, unpaved road that plunged us into a tunnel of dense trees. The air grew cooler, heavier. The only light came from Julian's headlights, cutting through the encroaching darkness. My initial excitement started to mix with a faint tremor of unease. It was really out there. Almost there. Julian chirped, sensing my quiet. He reached over and gave my knee a reassuring pat. It is a bit of a trek, but totally worth it for the peace and quiet. Finally, the trees parted, revealing a clearing. And there it was, not the rustic cottage I would envisioned, but a sprawling old Victorian house. It was huge, with dark wood siding, a wraparound porch, and a steeply pitched roof that seemed to claw at the night sky. The windows, dark and numerous, looked like vacant eyes staring out from the gloom. Only a few lights glowed faintly from inside, casting long, dancing shadows. It looked less like a home and more like a set piece for a gothic horror movie. Wow. I breathed, trying to sound impressed, but a shiver had already traced its way down my spine. It is imposing. Julian chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. It has got character, right? Been in my family for generations. A bit of a project, but I love it. He pulled the car up a long, gravel driveway and parked near the front door. The silence that descended once the engine was off was absolute, broken only by the distant chirping of crickets. As we walked up the creaking porch steps, a faint metallic scent hung in the air. Not unpleasant, but strange. Like old iron or maybe something clinical. I brushed it off. Old houses have weird smells. Julian unlocked a heavy, ornate front door, and it swung inward with a low groan. The entryway was vast and dimly lit, dominated by a grand staircase that spiraled upwards into the darkness. The air inside was cool, almost cold, and carried a faint, musty odor like old books and forgotten things. My heels clicked loudly on the polished wooden floorboards, the sound echoing unervingly in the silence. "Hello," Julian called out, his voice sounding oddly formal in the cavernous space. "We are here." No answer, not even a rustle. They must be in the dining room already. Julian said, taking my hand. His grip was a little tighter than usual. I noticed. "Come on." He led me down a long, dimly lit hallway. Tapestries adorned the walls, depicting hunting scenes that felt out of place, almost menacing. The floorboards creaked beneath our weight, and I could swear I heard other subtle sounds, like soft brushes against fabric or faint, rhythmic breathing, just at the edge of my hearing. My heart began to pound a little harder. This was not just a little old-fashioned, it was downright eerie. We reached a wide archway, and Julian paused, turning to me with a reassuring smile. Ready to meet the crew. I took a deep breath, forcing a smile back, as I will ever be. He pushed aside a heavy velvet curtain, and we stepped into a large dining room. A long, polished mahogany table stretched across the center of the room, laden with an array of dishes. Candles flickered in elaborate candelabras, casting a warm, but ultimately insufficient, glow. And around the table, seated perfectly upright in high-backed chairs, were Julian's friends. There were 6 of them, 3 on each side of the table, facing each other. And every single one of them was wearing a mask. My breath hitched. My mind immediately scrambled for an explanation. A theme party. A costume party. But Julian had not said anything. And these were not party masks. They were all identical. Perfectly smooth. porcelain white faces, devoid of any features save for small, almond-shaped eye holes and a tiny, almost imperceptible slit for a mouth. They were utterly blank, expressionless, and chillingly uniform. They looked like something you would see in a nightmare, not at a friendly dinner party. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into my bones. Julian, still holding my hand, led me toward the head of the table where two empty chairs awaited. He squeezed my hand again, oblivious to my growing horror. "Everyone, this is Sarah. Sarah, these are my friends." He gestured vaguely around the table. The masked figures remained perfectly still, their blank faces turned towards me, their empty eye holes seeming to bore into my very soul. Not a single one of them moved, not a single one offered greeting. They were like statues frozen in time. My voice came out in a strained whisper. "Hi, everyone." Silence. Just the crackle of the candles and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Julian, still smiling, pulled out a chair for me. "Do not mind them," he said, his voice light, almost too light. "They are a little reserved, especially with new people." Reserved. They were like something out of a horror film. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. An elaborate prank, a weird performance art piece. But the atmosphere in the room was too heavy, too thick with unspoken menace for any of those to feel right. I sat down slowly, feeling every muscle in my body tighten. Julian took the seat next to me. The masked figures were still staring. Their stillness was the most terrifying thing. No fidgeting, no shifting, no casual glances. Just an unnerving, unwavering gaze from those blank, white faces. "So, what do you think of the house?" "Sarah," Julian asked, his voice cutting through the suffocating silence. He started serving himself, piling food onto his plate with an ease that felt utterly alien in this bizarre setting. I forced myself to look away from the masks, focusing on Julian. "It is grand." I managed, my voice still a little shaky. "Very historic." He chuckled again. "That it is. We have had many a lively gathering here over the years." Lively. This felt more like a wake. I looked at the food on the table. It was an assortment of roasted meats, vegetables, and what looked like a rather elaborate pastry. It smelled delicious, but my stomach was churning with a mixture of fear and nausea. I could not imagine taking a single bite. Julian filled my plate, urging me to eat. "You must be starving after the drive." I picked up my fork, my hand trembling slightly. I glanced around the table again. The masked figures still had not moved. Their plates were empty. Not a single one of them had even picked up a utensil. "Are they going to eat?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, as if this was a perfectly normal question to ask at a dinner party. Julian paused, a piece of roasted potato halfway at his mouth. He looked at me, then at his friends. A strange, almost imperceptible shift crossed his features, a flicker of something I could not quite place. His smile seemed to tighten, to become less genuine, more fixed. "Oh, they have already had their fill," he said, his voice flat. "They are just enjoying the company now." My blood ran cold. Had their fill. What did that even mean? They were just sitting there, staring, unmoving. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt like sandpaper. I could not eat. I could not even pretend. "So, Julian, what exactly is this tradition?" I asked, attempting to sound curious, but my voice was tight with barely suppressed panic. "Masks." Julian set down his fork, his eyes fixed on mine. His expression was unreadable. "It is a way for us to truly be ourselves," he said, his voice dropping to a lower, more serious tone. "Without the distractions of superficiality. It allows us to connect on a deeper level." My mind screamed in protest. Superficiality. This was the definition of superficial. They were literally hiding their faces. How could you connect with a blank, featureless mask? This was insane. I was sitting at a dinner table with a man I thought I knew, surrounded by 6 silent, masked figures, and he was telling me this was about deeper connection. I try to laugh, a nervous, brittle sound, right? So it is a bit like a game, then a performance. Julian did not laugh with me. His gaze remained intense. It is not a game. Sarah, it is a way of life. A way of life. The words hung in the air, heavy and ominous. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to get out of there. To run, to scream, to do anything but sit there, paralyzed by fear. I needed my phone. I subtly reached for my purse, which I would place on the floor beside my chair. Is everything all right? Sarah, Julian asked, his voice suddenly sharp, cutting through my thoughts. I froze. He had not even looked down. How did he know I was reaching for my bag? I slowly pulled my hand back, forcing a smile. Oh, yes, just a little warm in here. He nodded slowly, a small, unsettling smile returning to his lips. I understand. Perhaps a breath of fresh air later, when dinner is finished. When dinner is finished. The implication was clear. I was not going anywhere until he decided I could. I tried to engage the masked figures again. So, what do you all do for work? I asked, forcing a cheerful tone. Silence. Just a blank stares. Julian sighed, a sound that seemed to carry a hint of irritation. They are not much for small talk. Sarah, you will find they prefer to communicate differently. Differently. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He leaned in, his voice dropping. Through observation. Through presence. They understand more than you think. That sent a fresh wave of dread washing over me. They were observing me. All of them. All those blank, unblinking eyes fixed on me. It felt like I was an exhibit, a specimen under a microscope. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to test them, to see if they were truly just masks. My eyes locked onto the figure directly across from me. It was wearing a dark, tailored suit, just like the others. Its hands rested on the table, perfectly still. I stared, willing it to move, to blink, to do anything. And then, very slowly, almost imperceptibly, the figure across from me raised its right hand. It reached forward, its fingers long and slender, and picked up a single grape from a bowl on the table. It brought the grape to the mask's mouth slit, and then, without any visible movement of the mask or sound of chewing, the grape simply vanished. My eyes widened. My breath caught in my throat. It was not just a mask. There was something, someone underneath it. But the way the grape disappeared, without any visible effort, without any sound, it was profoundly unsettling. It was not human. Julian was watching me, a faint, knowing smirk on his face. See, he murmured, they do participate. In their own way. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I needed to get out. Now, this was not a prank. This was not a game. This was something truly, deeply wrong. I need to use the restroom. I stammered, pushing my chair back. The scraping sound echoed loudly in the silent room. Julian's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Down the hall. Second door on your left. He did not offer to show me. He just watched me. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. I avoided looking at the masked figures, but I could feel their collective gaze on my back as I walked toward the archway. As I stepped through the velvet curtain and into the dim hallway, I risked a glance back. All 6 masked faces were still perfectly aligned, still staring at the empty space where I had been sitting. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I practically ran down the hallway, my footsteps echoing. Second door on the left. I fumbled for the doorknob, my hand slick with sweat. It turned, and I burst inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, gasping for air, my eyes darting around the small, windowless room. It was a bathroom, old-fashioned but clean. A pedestal sink, a toilet, a clawfoot tub. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm myself. This was insane. Julian, his friends, the masks, the silence, the way the grape vanished. None of it made sense. I needed to call someone. My phone. I frantically rummaged in my purse. It was there. I pulled it out, my fingers clumsy. No signal. Of course. We were out in the middle of nowhere. Panic began to rise, a cold, suffocating wave. I was trapped in a house with Julian and his masked friends. What were they? What did they want? I tried the door. It was locked. I must have locked it without realizing in my haste. I tried to unlock it, but the old brass knob just spun uselessly. It was jammed, or it had been locked from the outside. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I rattled the doorknob, pushing against the door with all my might. It would not budge. I was locked in. Julian, I screamed, my voice raw. Julian, let me out. Silence. Only the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. I looked around the small bathroom, desperate. There was no window, no other exit. I was truly, completely trapped. My eyes fell on a mirror above the sink. My reflection stared back, pale and wild-eyed, a stranger's face distorted by fear. And then, in the reflection, behind me, in the space where the door should be, I saw it. A faint, almost transparent flicker. A ripple in the air, like heat rising from asphalt, but cold. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing, just a solid wooden door. But I had seen something. I knew I had. A presence. Something that had been there, just outside the door, watching. A cold, whispering sound seemed to emanate from the door itself. A faint, rustling noise, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It sounded like laughter. Silvery, high-pitched, and utterly devoid of warmth. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the far wall, my eyes wide with terror. This was not just Julian's weird hobby. This was something far more sinister. I heard footsteps in the hallway now. Slow, deliberate, and too heavy. Not Julian's lighter tread. These were heavy, dragging steps. And there was more than one set. The whispering laughter grew louder, closer, seeming to swirl around the door. And then a low, guttural thud against the wood, like something heavy leaning against it. Sarah, a voice called out from the other side of the door. It was Julian's voice, but it was different, colder, sharper, devoid of any warmth or affection. Are you quite all right in there? You have been gone for a while. I did not answer. I could not. My throat was constricted with fear. We were beginning to worry, he continued, his voice now laced with an edge of something almost playful, almost menacing. My friends, especially, they are very curious about new additions to our little family. New additions to our little family. The words echoed in my mind, sending a fresh wave of nausea through me. What did he mean? Additions? I heard another thud against the door, and this time, it sounded like a soft, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails on wood, or something worse. It is time to come back to the table. Sarah, Julian said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling purr. We have so much more to discuss, so much for you to experience. I closed my eyes, tears stinging them. This was it. I was going to die here, trapped in this old house, at the mercy of Julian and his masked things. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the terror. A loud, insistent thumping, like someone was trying to break the door down. I gasped, my eyes flying open. Julian, stop. I screamed, my voice hoarse. But the thumping was not coming from the door. It was coming from outside the house. Distant, but growing louder. A frantic, rhythmic thumping that sounded like a car engine. A struggle. Then, a sudden, piercing shriek. Not human, a mechanical shriek, followed by a sickening crunch of metal. Silence. The whispering laughter from outside the bathroom door abruptly stopped. The heavy footsteps outside the door were gone. "Julian," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No answer. I waited, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The only sound was a frantic ringing in my own ears. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door. I pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. Absolute silence. The house felt empty, devoid of life. I tried the doorknob again. To my shock, it turned. The lock clicked, and the door swung inward with a soft creak. I peered out into the hallway. It was empty. The dim light still glowed, casting long shadows, but there was no one there. The velvet curtain to the dining room was still drawn. My legs still felt like jelly, but adrenaline was pumping through my veins. This was my chance. I crept out of the bathroom, moving as silently as possible. I needed to get out of this house. I tiptoed down the long hallway, passing eerie tapestries, towards the front door. Every shadow seemed to twist and writhe. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep behind me. I did not dare look back at the dining room. I did not want to know if the masked figures were still sitting there, waiting. I reached the front door, my hands fumbling with the heavy deadbolt. It was stiff, old. I strained, pulling and twisting, my breath hitched in my throat. Finally, with a loud click that echoed through the silent house, it gave way. I threw open the door and burst out onto the porch, gasping for the cold night air. I did not stop to look back. I flew down the porch steps, across the gravel driveway, and towards where Julian's car had been parked. But his car was not there. Instead, sprawled across the gravel, was a dark, crumpled form. A deer. It had been hit hard. Its neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, and a dark pool was spreading beneath its head. And next to it, partially obscured by the shadows, was a heavily damaged car. Not Julian's sleek sedan, but an older, beat-up pickup truck. Its front end was smashed in. It had crumpled like tinfoil, and slumped over the steering wheel, his head resting against the shattered windshield, was a man. A local, judging by the faded work uniform he wore. He was not moving. My mind struggled to process this new horror. The shriek, the crunch, the thumping. It had not been Julian or his friends. It had been this. An accident. And it had happened right outside the house. I stumbled past the wreck, my eyes darting around, searching for Julian's car. It was nowhere to be seen. Had he left? Had he gone to get help? Or had he simply vanished? I ran down the winding, unpaved road, not caring about the darkness, not caring about the sharp stones digging into my feet. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I thought I would collapse. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away from that house. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the faint glow of distant streetlights. I stumbled onto the main road, my body shaking uncontrollably, my clothes torn and dirty. I looked like a wild animal, terrified and disheveled. A car approached, its headlights blinding me. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The car slowed, then pulled over. A young couple stared at me, their faces a mixture of concern and alarm. "Please," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. "Please, you have to help me. I was at that house. There are people in masks. And Julian, he is gone." They looked at me, then at each other. They must have thought I was insane. But the fear in my eyes, the raw terror, must have convinced them. They let me in their car, and I immediately called the police. The police came. They listened to my story, their faces grim. They drove me back to the house, an entourage of squad cars following behind. As we approached the clearing, the flashing blue and red lights cut to the darkness, illuminating the old Victorian. The house stood there, silent and imposing, just as I had left it. The crashed pickup truck was still there, the deer still lying on the gravel. The police investigated the wreck, calling for an ambulance and a tow truck. Then, they went to the front door of the house. I watched from the safety of a police cruiser, my heart still hammering. They tried the door. It was unlocked. They pushed it open, their flashlights cutting through the darkness inside. They searched the entire house. Every room, every closet, every nook and cranny. They found nothing. No Julian, no masked figures, no elaborate dining room with a table set for a macabre feast. The dining room was empty, covered in dust sheets, looking like it had not been used in years. The entire house was deserted, cold and silent, as if no one had lived there for decades. The police looked at me with sympathetic but skeptical eyes. They found no evidence of a dinner party, no signs of life, no trace of Julian. They suggested I might have been disoriented, perhaps traumatized by the car accident I would witness. They even suggested I might have imagined parts of it, a stress-induced hallucination. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had felt. The cold dread, the silent stares, the vanishing grape. Julian's chilling words. It had been real. Every terrifying moment of it. I never saw Julian again. He vanished without a trace. His phone was disconnected, his online profiles deleted. It was like he had never existed, except in my nightmares. I still have those nightmares. I see the blank, white mask staring at me from the darkness. I hear Julian's voice, cold and possessive, telling me I will be a new addition to our little family. And sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, I catch a faint whiff of that metallic, clinical scent like old iron, and I feel a cold whisper on the back of my neck, a breath that is not my own. I escaped that house, but I do not think I ever truly escaped Julian. I think he is still out there, somewhere, with his silent, masked friends, looking for someone new, someone to join their unsettling, eternal dinner party. And every time I look at my own reflection, I wonder if one day I will see a blank, white mask staring back at me. Okay, so the last thing I remember from that night, the night everything truly fell apart, was the blinding flash of Amelia's headlights, right into my apartment window. It was not just a casual flick, it was a deliberate, sustained beam, like a spotlight on a trapped animal. And I was that animal, utterly alone, utterly exposed. My heart did not just pound, it felt like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest, desperate to escape my body. I stumbled back from the window, my breath catching in my throat, a choked gasp escaping my lips. The light vanished as abruptly as it appeared, leaving my apartment plunged back into oppressive darkness. But the image was seared into my retinas, a ghost of her cruel, triumphant message. I see you. That was it. That was the final, undeniable proof. This was not just a girl who was a little too intense, a little too persistent. This was something else. Something predatory. I spent the rest of that night huddled on my couch, a baseball bat clutched in my trembling hands. My eyes darted into every shadow, every creak. Sleep was an impossible luxury. Every car that passed, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside sounded like her. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a cage, and I was acutely aware that the bars were made of glass. She knew where I lived. She knew I was home, and she knew I was terrified. The next morning, the exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. My head throbbed, my eyes burned, and a knot of pure dread had taken root deep in my stomach. I called Mark. He answered on the second ring, his voice thick with sleep. "Dude, what is up? You sound terrible." "She was here." "Mark." I whispered, my voice hoarse. She was outside my apartment. She flashed her headlights at me. She knows I saw her. She knows I am here. There was a beat of silence on the other end, and I could almost hear the pieces clicking into place for him. Even Mark, who had tried to be the voice of reason, the one telling me it was probably just a misunderstanding, could not dismiss this. Jesus, man, he finally said, his voice now wide awake and laced with genuine alarm. Are you okay? Did she try to get in? Did you call the cops? No, she just sat there. And then the lights. It was a message. Mark. A terrifying, cold-blooded message. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling the clammy sweat on my forehead. What do? I have already blocked her, secured everything. She still found me. I do not know. Man, this is really bad. Maybe you should stay somewhere else for a bit. Come crash at my place. My couch is free. The offer was tempting, but a chilling thought struck me. Would that even help? If she could find my apartment this easily, what was to say she could not find Mark's? Or track me there? It felt like running from a shadow. Thanks, man, but I do not know. I feel like I need to stay here. Like if I leave, she wins. Or worse, she will just follow. Mark sighed, a sound of frustration and concern. Okay, just be careful. Keep your phone on you. If anything happens, call me. Call the police. Do not be a hero. I promise I would, though I knew deep down that being careful felt like bringing a squirt gun to a firefight. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance and sheer paranoia. Every shadow seemed to twist into something sinister. Every unfamiliar car parked on my street sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I kept my blinds drawn, living in perpetual twilight, and only ventured out for absolute necessities, always looking over my shoulder, always scanning the street. I felt like a character in a bad slasher movie, waiting for the killer to jump out. The worst part was, I was the main character in my bad slasher movie, and there was no director to yell cut. I started showering with the bathroom door unlocked, just in case I needed to make a desperate escape. I slept with the baseball bat beside my bed and a kitchen knife under my pillow. It was pathetic, I know, but it was the only way I could even try to close my eyes. My appetite vanished. My once tidy apartment became a mess, reflecting the chaos in my mind. I was a shell of myself, jumpy, exhausted, and utterly consumed by the dread of Amelia. A week crawled by, each day feeling longer and more draining than the last. No more headlights. No more cookies. Just a suffocating silence. The constant feeling of being watched, and the knowledge that she was out there patient waiting. It was almost worse than her active presence. The unknown was a gaping maw, ready to swallow me whole. Then one Tuesday morning it happened. The escalation I had been dreading, yet was completely unprepared for. I was heading out to grab some groceries, my stomach growling in protest at my neglect. As I opened my front door, I noticed something on the welcome mat. It was not a package or a flyer. It was a small, cheap burner phone, the kind you buy for $60 at a convenience store. Just sitting there, completely out of place. No note, no message, just a phone. My blood ran cold. I stared at it for a long moment, my mind racing. Who would leave a burner phone? My first instinct was to kick it away, to pretend I had not seen it. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, to get any kind of answer was too strong. This had to be from her. It just had to be, with shaking hands. I picked it up. It felt heavy, cold, and somehow sinister. I turned it over. No scratches, no fingerprints I could see. Just a generic black plastic casing. I brought it inside, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the deadbolt, and then stood in my living room, staring at the inert device in my palm. My rational brain screamed at me not to touch it, not to turn it on. It could be a trap. It could be anything. But another part of me, the terrified, desperate part, needed to know. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the power button. The screen flickered to life, displaying a generic lock screen. No password. It was already unlocked. My thumb hovered over the menu icon. I scrolled through the few apps calls, text, camera, gallery. My eyes fixated on the gallery icon. A small red notification bubble showed a number 17. 17 new photos. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to throw the phone across the room, smash it into a million pieces. But I could not. I had to know. This was her. This was her next move. I tapped on the gallery. The first picture was blurry, a shot of my own apartment building from across the street, similar to where I would seen her parked. Okay, that confirmed it. My stomach churned. I swiped right. The second picture was a little clearer, taken from my sidewalk, looking up at my living room window. Still outside. Still unsettling, but not truly terrifying yet. I swiped again, my breath catching in my throat. The third photo. It was a shot of my kitchen. My messy kitchen counter. The half-eaten bowl of cereal I would left out that morning, a coffee mug. But the angle was wrong. It was not from the window. It was from inside my kitchen. From above, almost like it was taken from the top of my cabinets. Looking down. My blood ran cold. A familiar sensation that was quickly becoming my constant companion. My hands started to tremble violently, the phone almost slipping from my grasp. I swiped again, my eyes wide with a horror I had not known before. This one was in my living room. I was in it. I was sitting on the couch, staring blankly at the TV, the remote control clutched in my hand. My hair was disheveled, my eyes tired. I was wearing an old t-shirt, the one with the faded band logo. The picture was taken from a low angle, almost from behind the armchair in the corner of the room, looking up at me. It was clear, crisp, not a blur in sight. She was inside. She had been inside my home. My mind reeled, trying to process this impossible reality. How? When? I checked my locks religiously. I had security on my windows. How could she have gotten in? And not just gotten in, but taken pictures of me, completely unaware. I swiped again, my fingers sticky with sweat. The next photo made me gasp out loud, a choked, guttural sound. It was my bedroom. My bed. And I was in it, asleep. My face was slack, my mouth slightly open, my arm flung over my head. The picture was taken from the corner of the room, near the ceiling, looking down at my vulnerable form. My entire body broke out in a cold sweat. My skin crawled. The air in my apartment, what had felt merely heavy with dread before, now felt suffocating, toxic. It was like every surface, every shadow, every inch of my space was tainted, violated. I kept swiping, each new image a fresh stab of terror. Me, brushing my teeth in the bathroom mirror, my reflection staring back at the camera, completely oblivious. The photo was taken from just inside the shower stall, looking out. Me, making a sandwich in the kitchen, my back to the camera. This one was from the doorway, just peeking in. Me, reading a book on the armchair, my head tilted, lost in thought. Taken from behind the bookshelf. 17 photos. 17 moments of my life, captured without my knowledge, without my consent, in the very place I thought was safe. 17 undeniable proofs that Amelia was not just watching me from afar. She was here. She was inside. She was a ghost in my machine, a phantom in my home, breathing the same air, watching me live, waiting. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the hardwood floor, the screen cracking slightly, but the horrifying images still visible. I stumbled back, bumping into the coffee table, my legs feeling like jelly. I sank to the floor, my hands flying up to cover my mouth, trying to stifle the scream that was clawing its way up my throat. This was not just stalking anymore. This was a complete, utter invasion, a dismantling of my reality. My home, my sanctuary, had been breached repeatedly by a silent, unseen predator. And she had the audacity to show me the evidence, to rub my nose in my own terrifying helplessness. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic, desperate thoughts. Hidden cameras. How else could she have gotten these angles? But I had checked. I would even done a quick sweep for bugs after the car incident. Nothing. Was she physically here? Slipping in and out like a shadow. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting wildly around my living room. Every object, every piece of furniture, suddenly felt menacing. Was there a camera tucked behind the TV? Under the couch? In the smoke detector? My gaze landed on the ceiling, on the corners of the room. Was she just holding a camera up there? Or was she standing there? The thought sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. I grabbed the baseball bat again, my knuckles white as I gripped it. I started pacing, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, searching every inch of my apartment with a frantic desperation. I ripped open cabinet doors, peered behind books, checked under the bed, inside closets. Nothing. Not a single hidden camera, not a single sign of forced entry. It was like she materialized, took the photos, and then vanished into thin air. The police. I had to call the police. My hands were still shaking so badly, I almost dropped my own phone dialing 911. When the dispatcher answered, my voice was a raw, trembling mess. Someone's been in my apartment. I choked out. She left pictures of me sleeping inside my house. The dispatcher, bless her patience, tried to calm me down, but I was beyond calm. I was on the edge of a full-blown panic attack. Eventually, she got enough details to send officers over. 2 officers arrived about 20 minutes later. A tall, stoic man named Officer Miller and a younger woman, Officer Chun, who looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. I showed them the burner phone, the cracked screen still displaying the horrifying gallery. Officer Miller scrolled to photos, his expression remaining impassive, but I saw a flicker in his eyes, a slight tightening around his mouth. Officer Chin looked genuinely unnerved. "These are definitely taken inside your residence, sir," Officer Miller stated, his voice flat. "And these angles, they are unusual. She was in here." I insisted, my voice rising. "She took these while I was asleep, while I was just living my life. This is not just stalking, this is a complete invasion. They took the burner phone as evidence, bagged it carefully. They looked around my apartment, checked the locks, the windows, the fire escape. No signs of forced entry, sir." Officer Chin reported, her brow furrowed. "All your locks are secure. No windows tampered with. It is puzzling. Puzzling." I almost screamed. She was here. She was inside. How is that puzzling? It is terrifying. Officer Miller held up a hand. "We understand this is distressing. Mr. Narrator's name. We will take this phone back to the lab. See if we can pull any data, any fingerprints. But without forced entry, and without any direct threat being made on the phone, our hands are somewhat tied. It is a very difficult case to prosecute. A difficult case." I stared at him, dumbfounded. She has been inside my home. She is watching me. She is violating my privacy in the most extreme way possible. We will file a report. Officer Chin said gently, "We will add it to your existing complaint against Amelia Vance. We will increase patrols in the area. But honestly, Mr. Narrator's name, we would strongly advise you to consider moving, or at the very least, investing in a high-quality home security system with internal cameras. Moving. The same advice Mark had given me, but it felt like surrender. And what good would internal cameras do now? She was already inside. She knew my routines. She had proven she could bypass my defenses. They left, promising to call me if they found anything. I knew they would not. I knew I was on my own. The days that followed were pure torture. The photos were burned into my mind. Every time I tried to sleep, I saw my own face, slack and vulnerable, through the lens of Amelia's camera. Every time I brushed my teeth, I saw the impossible angle from inside my shower. My home, once a refuge, was now a constant, chilling reminder of my violation. I started to feel her presence even when she was not there. A faint, almost imperceptible scent in the air, like lilies and something metallic. A floorboard creaking when no one was there. A light switch I knew I would left off, now on. A cabinet door I was sure I would close, now slightly ajar. I would freeze, my heart pounding, convinced she was still here, hiding in the shadows, watching me react. I called Mark again, my voice hollow. She has been inside, man. She left me pictures of me sleeping. Mark was horrified. Dude, you have to get out of there. Seriously, pack a bag. Come to my place. I will stay up all night if I have to. But I could not. I was paralyzed by a strange mixture of terror and a perverse need to understand, to see her, to catch her. This was not just about my safety anymore. It was about my sanity. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught in a psychological war with a ghost. One evening, about a week after the police visit, I was in my kitchen, trying to force down some instant noodles. My apartment was utterly silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. I was jumpy, my eyes constantly scanning the room, my ears straining for any sound. I finished my noodles, rinsed the bowl, and then went put away in the cabinet above the sink. As I reached up, my hand brushed against something small, foreign, tucked behind my stack of plates. I pulled it out. It was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. A wren, perhaps. Smooth, dark wood, beautifully detailed. It was absolutely, unequivocally not mine. I had never seen it before in my life. My blood ran cold. This was not something she would drop by accident. This was a gift, a calling card, and it was in my cabinet, a place I accessed every single day. It was not just the fact that she was inside anymore. It was the audacity, the casual, almost playful cruelty of it. She was not just breaking, and she was making herself at home. She was leaving me little tokens, little reminders that she was not just a threat from the outside, but a presence within my own walls. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The photos were not just a record of her trespasses. They were a timeline, a series of visits. She was not just here once to take those pictures. She was making a habit of it. She was coming and going as she pleased, a silent, invisible entity, moving through my space, observing my every move, and leaving these chilling mementos. I stood there, the little wooden bird clutched in my hand, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The silence of the apartment felt heavier now, charged with a malevolent energy. It was not just an empty space, it was a space that had been shared, violated, and was now actively being occupied by something terrifying. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. But this time, it was not from outside. It was from within. I slowly turned, my eyes wide, scanning the kitchen. Nothing. No shadow. No movement. But the feeling persisted, strong and undeniable. She was here, or she had been here very recently. And she was enjoying this. She was enjoying my terror, my helplessness. That night, I did not even try to sleep. I just sat in my living room, the baseball bat across my lap, the wooden bird still in my hand. I tried to stay awake, to stay vigilant, to catch her, to confront her. Hours passed. The apartment was still, save for the frantic beat of my own heart. The outside world was silent. I listened to every creak, every groan of the old building, every rustle of the wind against the window. My eyes burned, my head throbbed, but I refused to close them. Then, just as the first faint sliver of pre-dawn light began to seep through my drawn blinds, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound. Not from outside, from inside my apartment. a soft, deliberate creak of a floorboard from my bedroom. My breath hitched. My entire body went rigid. I was not imagining it. It was real. She was here. Now, I gripped the bat tighter, my knuckles white. Adrenaline surged through me, a bitter, metallic taste filling my mouth. This was it. The confrontation I had been dreading, and yet, in some twisted way, had been waiting for. I slowly, silently pushed myself to my feet. Every muscle in my body was screaming, but I forced myself to move. One step, then another, toward the bedroom. The apartment was still dark, the shadows long and distorted by the faint light. I moved like a ghost myself, my bare feet making no sound on the hardwood. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure she could hear it. I reached the bedroom doorway. The door was slightly ajar, just as I had left it. I pushed it open slowly, bat raised, my eyes wide, trying to pierce the gloom. The room was empty. My bed was undisturbed. No one under it. No one in the closet, which I flung open with a violent shove. But then I saw it. On my pillow, where my head should have been, was another small, intricately carved wooden bird, identical to the one I was holding. But this one was facing the door as if watching me. And next to it, folded neatly, was a small, white piece of paper. My hand trembled as I reached for it, my eyes still darting around the room, convinced she was still there, hiding, watching me. I unfolded the paper. In elegant, looping handwriting, it simply read "Sweet Dreams." A cold, mocking whisper from the dark. She had not just been in my apartment, she had been in my bed. She had been there while I was trying to sleep, while I was holding a bat in the living room, waiting for her. She had been playing with me, toying with me, moving from room to room, a silent, invisible phantom, leaving her chilling gifts. The realization hit me with a force that stole my breath. Amelia was not just a stalker. She was not just breaking in. She was a hunter, and I was her prey. And my home, my sanctuary, was her hunting ground. She was not just coming and going. She was living here in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal herself. And I was utterly, irrevocably trapped. This was not just the beginning, this was already the middle, and I had no idea how I was going to survive to the end. You know, after everything, after Julian and Clara, after the therapy and the pills, after trying to outrun the paranoia that clung to me like a shroud, I really thought I was getting better. Sarah, bless her saintly heart, kept telling me I was making progress. And for a while, I believed her. I moved apartments, changed my furniture, even tried a new brand of coffee just to shake things up. Anything to distance myself from the ghosts of the past, from the feeling that every corner of my old life was tainted. But then, the shadow. It started with Mark, remember? Just a flicker, a stretch, a microsecond delay. Then it grew bolder. It detached, held its form, and then, that terrifying night, it turned its featureless head to look at me. That is when the real panic set in. I researched shadow people, found chilling parallels, and watched in horror as it started appearing in my apartment, even when Mark was not there, moving objects, playing with me. One night, a solid, inky black figure materialized in my living room, gliding towards me, radiating pure dread. I grabbed a skillet, ready to fight, but it vanished as the lights flickered back on. I fled to Sarah's, convinced it was outside me, something external and evil. But as I pulled into her driveway, I saw my own shadow. For a split second, it detached, stretched, and lingered. The horror was not outside me anymore. It had followed me. It was a part of me. I knew I would never truly be alone again. And that, right there, is where this next story really begins. Because knowing you are never truly alone, knowing there's this thing tethered to your very essence, it changes you. It changes how you see the world, how you interact with people. It makes you question every flicker of light, every strange sound, every unsettling feeling in the pit of your stomach. After that night at Sarah's, I did not go back to my apartment for a couple of days. I just existed. Sarah was amazing, as always. She listened. She offered comfort. She even tried to convince me to see a different kind of specialist. Someone who dealt with things that went beyond standard PTSD. But how do you explain a sentient shadow that is a part of you? How do you tell someone, hey, I think my soul has a dark twin that is trying to drive me insane? It sounded even crazier than Julian's accusations. So I just nodded, took the extra sleeping pills, and tried to pretend that the lingering chill I felt, even in Sarah's cozy living room, was just the air conditioning. Eventually, I had to go back. Life, in its cruel, relentless way, demands continuity. Work, bills, groceries. It all piles up. So, I went home, and the shadow was there. It was not always a solid figure anymore. Sometimes it was just a faint distortion in my peripheral vision, a deeper shade of black in a corner, a fleeting impression that something was standing just behind me. It felt like a constant internal hum of dread, a low-frequency vibration that only I could perceive. It was exhausting. I tried to live with it. I really did. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, a manifestation of my trauma. But then a book would fall off a shelf when no one was around, or a light would flicker on its own, or I would wake up to find my alarm clock unplugged. Little things, insidious things, designed to chip away at my sanity. Loneliness, though, is a powerful motivator. Even with a malevolent shadow twin, the human need for connection, for warmth, for something real, persists. Sarah was great, but she had her own life. And after the Mark incident, I would delete Tinder. But the quiet nights, the echoing silence of my apartment, the feeling of being utterly, terrifyingly alone in my struggle, it got to me. So, against my better judgment, I reactivated it. Again. This time, I was more cautious. I swiped left on anyone who seemed remotely off, anyone with too many intense selfies, or anyone who mentioned anything about spiritual journeys. I was looking for boring, predictable, safe. That is how I met Amelia. Her profile was simple, a few clear photos, a bio that mentioned a love for vintage books and hiking, and a job as a graphic designer. She had a kind smile, intelligent eyes, and a certain quiet elegance that appealed to me. She was not overtly glamorous or trying too hard. She just was. Our first few messages were easy, like, we talked about books, about our favorite hiking trails, about the ridiculousness of dating apps. She seemed normal, comfortingly normal. My shadow, for its part, seemed quiet. It was still there, a constant presence, but it did not seem to react to Amelia. No sudden movements, no intense stares. Just the usual low hum. I took it as a good sign. Maybe, just maybe, I could have something resembling a normal life again. Our first date was coffee. She was even more charming in person. Articulate, funny, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. She had this soft laugh that made me feel a little less on edge. We talked for hours, and I found myself opening up cautiously about my past, omitting the parts about Julian and Clara, and definitely omitting the part about the sentient shadow. I just hinted at a difficult period and some trauma that I was working through. She listened with genuine empathy, not pity, which I appreciated. By the end of the night, I felt a spark, a genuine, hopeful spark. It had been so long since I would felt anything like it. We went on a few more dates, dinner, a walk in the park, a movie. Each time, I felt a little lighter, a little more optimistic. The shadow was still there, of course. It was a part of me now, an unwelcome passenger. But it seemed content to stay in the background, a silent observer. I even started to almost forget about it sometimes, in the warmth of Amelia's company. Almost. Then came the invitation. My place tonight, she texted, about a week into our dating. I am making pasta, and I have got this incredible bottle of Chianti I have been saving. Plus my cat, Mittens, is dying to meet you. My heart did a little flutter. Her place. This was a step. A big step. And it felt good. It felt normal. I agreed, of course. I drove to her address, which was a little further than expected, nestled in an older part town on a street lined with mature oak trees. It was getting dark as I pulled up, the streetlights just beginning to hum to life. Her house was interesting. It was an old Victorian, a bit run down, with peeling paint and an overgrown garden. Charming in a gothic, quirky way, I thought, but as I walked up the cracked stone path, something caught my eye. The windows. They were all covered. Not just curtains drawn, but completely obscured. Dark, heavy fabric on the inside, sure, but on the outside, I could see what looked like plywood sheets, painted black, covering every single window pane. And on top of that, I could make out the distinct glint of metal. Nails, lots of them, driven right into the window frames. Every single one. My stomach dropped. A cold dread, familiar and unwelcome, began to spread through me. This was not just quirky. This was concerning. I hesitated at the front door, my hand hovering over the ornate brass knocker. My shadow, which had been dormant, suddenly felt sharper. A cold pressure at the base of my skull. A subtle shift in the air around me. No, do not be paranoid. I told myself. There is a perfectly logical explanation. Renovations. Security. Maybe she is a night shift worker and needs total darkness to sleep. I tried to push down the rising anxiety. I was trying to have a fresh start. Remember, do not let the past or the shadow ruin this. I knocked. The door opened almost immediately, and Amelia was there, beaming. She was wearing a soft, comfortable sweater, her hair pulled back, and she looked absolutely radiant. My anxiety for a moment receded. "Hey, come in, she said, pulling me inside with gentle tug. I was just about to pull the pasta out. Mittens is hiding as usual, but I am sure she will make an appearance once she smells dinner. The inside of the house was dark, even with the lights on. The heavy window coverings made it feel like perpetual twilight. The air was thick, a little musty, with an underlying scent that I could not quite place. Something earthy, perhaps, or vaguely metallic. Wow, I said, trying to sound casual. This is quite the setup. What is with all the windows? Amelia laughed, a light, tinkling sound that seemed a little too bright for the dim surroundings. Oh, those. Yeah, it is a bit much. I know. My ex-boyfriend was a very intense artist. He was working on this massive installation, a sort of light deprivation experiment, and he insisted on boarding up all the windows to control the environment. He moved out a few months ago, but I just have not gotten around to taking it all down yet. Plus, she added, lowering her voice conspiratorially, it really helps with the utility bills. Keeps the heat in, keeps the cold out. It was a plausible explanation. Almost too plausible, actually. My internal alarm bells, which had quieted for a moment, started ringing again, softly at first, then with increasing urgency. An intense artist ex-boyfriend. A light deprivation experiment. It sounded like something out of a bad horror movie. But I smiled, nodded. Right, makes sense. Very bohemian. She led me through a narrow hallway into a surprisingly spacious living room. It was sparsely furnished, mostly with large, dark wood pieces that seemed to absorb what little light there was. A grand piano stood in one corner, draped with a heavy velvet cloth. A large, worn rug covered most of the floor, and in the center sat a low coffee table with a single flickering candle. Cozy, I offered, trying to sound enthusiastic. I like it, she said, gesturing around. It has got character. Come on, let's get that pasta before it gets cold. We went into the kitchen, which was a little brighter, thanks to a few overhead lights. The aroma of garlic and tomato sauce was comforting, and for a moment, I allowed myself to relax. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe my shadow was just feeding on my own anxieties, making me see things that were not there. We sat at a small round table in the kitchen, and Amelia served up generous portions of pasta. She poured the Chianti, and we clinked glasses. To new beginnings, she said, her eyes sparkling in the candlelight. To new beginnings. I echoed, taking a sip. The wine was good, rich and smooth, and it warmed me from the inside out. We talked, we laughed. She told me stories about her quirky clients, about her passion for restoring antique furniture, about her dream of one day opening her own design studio. I found myself genuinely enjoying her company, despite the unsettling atmosphere of the house. I even started to forget about the nailed shut windows. Almost. But then, as I was mid-sentence, talking about a particularly difficult client, I saw it, my shadow. It was not just a faint distortion anymore. It was a solid, inky black shape, standing just behind Amelia, mimicking her posture. But its featureless head, was turned not towards me, but toward the wall behind her. It seemed to be staring intently, as if listening to something I could not hear, or seeing something I could not see. A shiver ran down my spine. I almost dropped my fork. "Are you okay?" Amelia asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. Just a sudden chill. Old houses, they have their own microclimates. She smiled, but her eyes lingered on me for a moment too long. "You are right about that. This place definitely has its quirks." I tried to focus on conversation, but my attention kept drifting to the wall behind Amelia, to where my shadow was so intently focused. It was a plain, painted wall, but now, in the dim light, it seemed to pulse with subtle, almost imperceptible energy. I felt a faint vibration in the floor beneath my feet, a low thrumming that seemed to resonate with the pressure in my head. We finished dinner, and Amelia suggested we move to the living room for coffee. As we walked, I tried to subtly glance at the windows again. Up close, the nails were even more pronounced. There were not just a few scattered here, and there they were hammered in at regular intervals, forming a tight, impenetrable grid. And the wood itself looked old, weathered, as if it had been there for a very long time, not just a few months. In the living room, Amelia put on some soft jazz, and the flickering candle cast long, dancing shadows on the walls. My shadow, however, remained still, a dark silhouette against the far wall, its featureless head still turned, now towards the grand piano. "So," Amelia said, settling onto the couch next to me, "tell me more about this difficult period you mentioned." "You do not have to, of course, but I feel like we are getting to know each other, and I am a good listener." Her voice was soft, inviting, but something about the way she said it, the slight emphasis on getting to know each other, sent another jolt of unease through me. It felt less like an invitation to confide and more like an interrogation. I hesitated. How much could I tell her? How much should I tell her? The shadow, my constant companion, seemed to shift slightly, as if urging me to be careful. It was a bad breakup. I started opting for the easiest lie, and some family issues. Just a lot of stress, led to some anxiety, some difficulty sleeping. I kept it vague, hoping she would drop it. She nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on me. "I understand. Stress can do terrible things to a person. It can make you see things. Hear things make you question your own sanity." My blood ran cold. She knew. How could she know? Was I that transparent? Or was she just making an educated guess based on my nervous demeanor? "Yeah," I said, my voice a little too tight. "It can. But you're getting better now, right?" She pressed, her voice still gentle, but with an underlying current that felt predatory. "I am trying," I admitted, feeling trapped. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. I needed to leave. Now, I think you are, she said, reaching out and gently touching my arm. Her touch was surprisingly cold. I think you are very strong and very sensitive. Before I could respond, a low, guttural growl emanated from beneath the grand piano. It was not a cat's purr. It was something far deeper, far more menacing. Amelia stiffened. Her eyes, which had been warm moments before, were now wide, almost feral. Mittens, I asked, trying to sound brave, but my voice wavered. Is that your cat? No, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the piano. That is not Mittens. Suddenly, the shadow behind the piano, my shadow, became agitated. It moved, not mimicking my movements, but darting, flitting, as if trying to get away from something, or perhaps trying to warn me. Another growl, closer this time, accompanied by a heavy, dragging sound from beneath the piano. Amelia suddenly stood up, her face pale, her eyes darting around the room as if looking for an escape. But there was no escape. The windows were nailed shut. What is that? I demanded, my heart pounding against my ribs. It is what he left behind, she stammered, her voice barely audible. My ex. He kept things in here. Things he found. Things he experimented on. The growling intensified, and now I could hear a faint scratching sound, like claws on wood, coming from under the piano. My shadow, for the first time, turned fully towards me. Its featureless head seemed to convey an urgency, a silent scream of terror. It was no longer just a part of me, it was an entity, and it was terrified. We need to get out of here. I whispered, scrambling to my feet. Amelia did not move. She was frozen, staring at the piano, her face a mask of horrified fascination. Amelia, I grabbed her arm. Her skin was like ice. Let us go. No, she breathed, her eyes wide. He will know. He will know if I let it out. He will know if I leave. He will come back. Who will know? I yelled, my patience snapping. The growling was now a constant rumble, and the scratching was becoming frantic. From beneath the piano, a dark, elongated shape began to emerge. It was low to the ground, with limbs that seemed too long, too spindly, for any animal I knew. Its fur was matted, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was a nightmare-made flesh. My shadow recoiled, shrinking back against the wall, as it tried to disappear into the very fabric of the house. He called it his muse. Amelia whispered, her voice dead. His inspiration, he said it fed on fear, on despair. He said it made his art real. The creature fully emerged from under the piano. It was vaguely canine, but grotesquely distorted. Its head was too large. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and its teeth, when it snarled, were like jagged shards of obsidian. It moved with a sickening, lurching gait, its claws scraping against the wooden floorboards. It was looking at me. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was real. This was not my paranoia. This was not my shadow playing tricks. This was a monster. The windows. I screamed, my voice cracking. We have to break them. Amelia finally moved, but not toward the windows. She moved towards the creature. Slowly, tentatively. No, she said, her voice a strange mix of terror and resignation. He said it needs to be fed, to be kept happy, or else he will come back for me. He will come back for you. I stared at her, horrified. What are you talking about? He left you this thing. The creature let out another low growl, then took a step toward me, its red eyes fixed on my face. Its head twitched as if assessing me. I backed away, stumbling over the coffee table, sending the candle clattering to the floor. The flame went out, plunging the room into near total darkness. Only the faint glow of the creature's eyes illuminated the terror. My shadow, which had been shrinking, suddenly surged forward, detaching completely from me. It moved between me and the creature, A solid wall of inky blackness. It did not make a sound, but I felt a wave of icy coldness, a profound sense of protection, wash over me. The creature snarled, a high-pitched, almost human shriek. It lunged at my shadow, its claws tearing at the empty air. But the shadow was incorporeal. The claws passed right through it, seemingly without effect. This gave me a precious few seconds. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. The windows, they were my only way out, but they were nailed shut. I looked around frantically for something, anything, to pry open the boards. My eyes landed on a heavy, ornate brass fireplace, poker leaning against the hearth. It was solid, weighty, my only chance. I lunged for it, grabbing the cold metal. The creature, frustrated by my shadow, turned its attention back to me. It snarled, its red eyes burning in the darkness, and started to advance. "Amelia, help me!" I yelled, but she was still standing by the piano, her hands clasped over her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. She was no help. She was just another victim, or perhaps a willing accomplice. My shadow moved again, swirling around the creature, harassing it, distracting it. It was like a dark, silent guardian, a terrifying reflection of my own will to survive. I ran to the nearest window, the fireplace poker clutched in my hand. I jammed the pointed end under one of the wooden planks, grunting with effort. The wood was old, but the nails were firmly embedded. I strained, muscles screaming, sweat beading on my forehead. Behind me, the creature let out a frustrated roar, its attention split between me and the shadow. It snapped at the shadow, its teeth clashing with an unholy sound. I pried, I pushed, I pulled. A nail finally groaned, then slowly, agonizingly, began to pull free from the frame. The wood creaked, the sound deafening in the otherwise silent house. The creature lunged, a sickeningly fast movement. My shadow, in a desperate act, solidified for a split second, forming a momentary barrier. The creature slammed into it, and for a terrifying instant, I saw a flicker of something else in the shadow, something ancient and powerful, before it dissolved back into its ethereal form. The creature stumbled, momentarily disoriented. That was my chance. I pulled with all my might. The first board ripped free, with a splintering crash. A sliver of moonlight, thin and pure, cut through the darkness. I did not stop. I jammed the poker under the next board, then the next. The creature was recovering, its red eyes blazing with renewed fury. It let out another shriek and charged. "Get out!" My shadow seemed to scream, not with a voice, but with an overwhelming surge of primal fear and determination that flooded my mind. I plunged the poker into the gap I had created, prying another board loose. The wood groaned, then ripped. Another shaft of moonlight. I could see the outside. I could smell the fresh night air. The creature was almost on me. I could feel its hot, foul breath on my neck. I could hear the scraping of its claws on the floorboards just inches away. I pulled the last, board free, tearing away with a final, desperate surge of adrenaline. The window was still intact, but the plywood was gone. I smashed the poker through the glass, sending shards raining down onto the overgrown bushes outside. The creature shrieked behind me, a sound of pure rage and frustration. I did not look back. I scrambled to the jagged opening, cutting my hands and arms on the broken glass, not caring. I landed hard on the damp earth outside, gasping for breath. I did not stop. I ran. I ran down the path, out of the gate, and down the street, not daring to look back at the dark, silent house. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the cold night air stung my face. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling so violently I could barely insert into the ignition. I started the engine, threw into reverse, and sped away, leaving Amelia's house and the horrors within behind me. I drove for what felt like hours, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. Eventually, I pulled over on a deserted stretch of highway, my body shaking, my mind reeling. I looked at my hands, still bleeding from the cuts. I looked at the dark, empty road ahead. And then, I looked at my own shadow. It was there, of course, always there, but it was different now. It was no longer just a faint distortion or a subtle linger. It was solid, dark, and stood beside me, almost like a companion. Its featureless head was turned towards me, and for the first time, I did not feel pure dread. I felt a strange, unsettling gratitude. It had protected me. In its own terrifying way, it had saved me. The horror was not outside me anymore. It had not followed me from that house. It had been with me the entire time. It was a part of me. I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never truly be alone again. And perhaps in a twisted, terrifying way, that was not entirely a bad thing. Not when there were monsters like the one in Amelia's house, waiting in the dark behind nailed-shut windows. The world was far stranger, far darker than I had ever imagined. And my shadow, my dark twin, was my unwelcome, eternal guide through it all. My sister, Sarah, disappeared 5 years ago. Just gone. One morning, she was not there. No note, no struggle, just an empty bed in a cold, silent house. The police did their thing. The news ran stories for a while. But eventually, the tips dried up, the leads went cold, and the world moved on. But I did not. How could I? She was my little sister, my best friend, my anchor. Every day since then has been a muted existence, a life lived in monochrome. I went through the motions, worked my job, pretended to socialize, but a part of me was always stuck in that moment, forever searching for a ghost. Dating was a joke. How do you explain that gaping hole in your soul to someone new? How do you tell them that sometimes, in the dead of night, you swear you can hear her laugh, or the way she used to hum that one off-key tune when she was concentrating? Most women just looked at me with pity, or worse, that uncomfortable, I can't deal with this look. So, I mostly gave up. Until Amelia. I met Amelia online, like everyone else these days. Her profile picture was striking dark, intelligent eyes, a subtle smile that hinted at secrets, and a cascade of auburn hair. Her bio was witty, a little cryptic, and surprisingly deep. We matched, and our initial conversations were effortless. She was smart, articulate, and seemed to genuinely listen when I spoke. I found myself opening up to her in ways I had not to anyone in years, carefully skirting around the raw edges of Sarah's disappearance, but letting her see enough of the grief to understand why I was reserved. She did not flinch. She just listened, offered a gentle word, and moved on, making me feel understood rather than pitied. It was a refreshing change. Our first date was at a cozy Italian place downtown. She arrived exactly on time, wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to be both elegant and understated. Her presence was captivating. She had this quiet intensity, a way of looking at you that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. We talked for hours about books, art, obscure historical facts, and even a little about our pasts. I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, for the first time in what felt like forever. She told me she lived a little outside the city, in an old house that had been in her family for generations. She seemed a bit private about it, but in a charming, mysterious way, not a secretive one. By the end of the night, I was completely smitten. It felt hopeful, a dangerous, exhilarating feeling I had not allowed myself in years. After a few more dates, each one more delightful than the last, she invited me back to her place for a nightcap. It was a Friday, a cool autumn evening, and the air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves. I was nervous, excited, and a little apprehensive. This was a big step. As I drove out of the city, the streetlights gave way to winding country roads, lined with ancient trees that seemed to lean in, whispering secrets. Her directions were precise, leading me down a long gravel driveway that ended in front of a sprawling, two-story Victorian house. The house was beautiful, in a slightly imposing way. Dark wood, intricate trim, a wide front porch with a swing. It looked like something out of a classic ghost story, but well maintained, with neatly trimmed hedges and a faint glow from the windows. A single, ancient oak tree stood sentinel in the front yard, its branches gnarled and reaching. I parked my car, my heart thrumming a little faster than usual. Amelia met me at the door, her smile warm and inviting. "Come in. Mark, make yourself at home." The interior was just as impressive as the exterior. High ceilings, polished hardwood floors, and antique furniture that looked both elegant and comfortable. The air smelled faintly of old wood, beeswax, and something subtle, almost like dried flowers or perhaps a spice I could not quite place. It was not unpleasant, just unique. Art adorned the walls, mostly dark, moody landscapes and unsettling portraits that seemed to watch you as you walked by. It was a little gothic, a little eccentric, but it fit her perfectly. "It is beautiful." "Amelia," I said, genuinely impressed. "Thank you. It is a lot of work, but it is home." She led me into a cozy living room with a crackling fireplace. "Can I get you anything?" "Whiskey." "Wine." "I have some excellent Earl Grey if you prefer." "Whiskey sounds great. Thanks." I settled onto a plush velvet couch while she moved gracefully towards a built-in bar cabinet. As she poured, my eyes drifted around the room. Everything was meticulously arranged, almost too perfect. There were no stray magazines, no forgotten coffee cups, no signs of everyday clutter. It was like a museum, albeit a very comfortable one. My gaze landed on a heavy, dark wood door set into the wall near the back of the living room, a little apart from the main hall. It looked out of place, thicker and more robust than the other doors in the house. There was no handle, just a small, ornate keyhole. It gave me a strange, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. "What is behind that door?" I asked, pointing. Amelia glanced at it, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes before her smile returned, smooth as glass. "Oh, that... just the basement. It is a bit of storage mess, honestly. I keep it locked because it is prone to drafts, and the stairs are a little rickety. Do not want anyone taking a tumble." She handed me a glass of amber liquid. "Here you go." I took a sip. The whiskey was smooth, warming. "Fair enough," I said, trying to dismiss the odd feeling the door had given me. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. Old houses have old basements. We talked for another hour, the conversation flowing easily. She told me stories about her childhood in the house, about her eccentric great-aunt who collected antique dolls, and about the sprawling garden she was trying to cultivate. I found myself completely captivated, forgetting, for a precious few moments, the constant ache of Sarah's absence. Then it happened. A faint sound, like a soft thud, reverberated from somewhere below us. It was barely audible, easily dismissed as a house settling or the old pipes groaning. I did not even react at first. Amelia paused in her story about a particularly stubborn rose bush. She tilted her head slightly as if listening, but then quickly resumed, her gaze unwavering. Anyway, it took me ages to get that variety to bloom. Properly a few minutes later, it came again. This time it was clearer, a muffled, rhythmic tapping, like someone gently knocking on wood, but from a distance. My brow furrowed. "Did you hear that?" Amelia smiled a little too brightly. "Hear what, dear?" "Just the wind, perhaps. It can get quite blustery out here." No, it sounded like tapping. From downstairs. I glanced toward the basement door. She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Oh, that is just the old heating system. It makes all sorts of strange noises, especially when it kicks in. Do not mind it." I tried to dismiss it, but the unease was starting to prickle at me. The heating system. It sounded too deliberate and rhythmic. I took another sip of whiskey, trying to shake off the feeling. I was probably just being paranoid. My mind always on edge, always looking for something out of place. We continued talking, but my ears were straining, listening for the next sound. The warmth of the whiskey was still there, but a cold knot was forming in my stomach. Then, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, woven into the fabric of the old house's creaks and groans. It was a hum, a low, soft, familiar hum. My breath hitched. It was that hum, the one Sarah used to do when she was lost in thought, or drawing, or reading a particularly good book. It was slightly off-key, a little airy, and utterly, unmistakably hers. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in my chest. "Amelia," I whispered, my voice hoarse. Did you hear that?" She was looking at me, her smile faltering just a fraction. "Hear what?" "Mark, you seem a little on edge. Perhaps another drink." She reached for my glass. I pulled it away, my hand trembling. "No." I heard a hum, a specific hum. It sounded like my sister. The words felt alien, impossible, even as I spoke them. My sister. Here, in Amelia's basement. It was insane. My mind was playing tricks on me. Grief-induced auditory hallucinations. That had to be it. Amelia's smile vanished completely. Her eyes, which had seemed so warm and inviting moments ago, now held a strange, flat intensity. "Mark, you are mistaken. There is no one else here. It is just the house. It is old, it makes noises." Her voice was calm, too calm. But then it came again, clearer this time. Not just a hum, but a faint, almost childlike whisper, followed by a soft, melodic giggle. A giggle I knew better than my own name. It was Sarah's giggle, the one she used when she was being mischievous, or when she found something truly funny. "Sarah," I gasped, bolting upright on the couch. My eyes were fixed on that dark, locked door. "Sarah, is it you?" Amelia was on her feet instantly, moving with a speed that startled me. She stood between me and the basement door, her posture rigid, her expression unreadable. "Mark, you need to calm down. You are clearly distressed. Perhaps you have had a little too much to drink. Do not tell me to calm down." I snapped, my voice rising. Panic was clawing at my throat. It could not be. It could not be. But the sound, the unmistakable, haunting sound of my missing sister. I know that giggle. "Amelia, that is my sister's giggle. What is going on?" "There is nothing going on," she said, her voice now edged with something cold and sharp. "You are imagining things. Your sister is gone. You told me yourself. Then why do I hear her? Why do I hear her right now, from your basement?" I took a step toward the door. Amelia did not move, a silent, formidable barrier. "I told you, it is just the house," she repeated, her eyes narrowed. "You are overwrought. You should go home. Not until I see what is down there." My voice was shaking, but my resolve was hardening. This was not grief. This was not imagination. This was real. I felt it in my bones. I tried to push past her, but she moved with surprising strength, blocking my path. Her grip on my arm was firm, almost painful. "You will not go down there. Mark, it is not safe. Not safe. Or you do not want me to see what you are hiding." I struggled against her. Her face was no longer beautiful. It was a mask of cold determination. Her eyes seemed darker, deeper, utterly devoid of the warmth they had held just moments before. As we struggled, another sound reached my ears, clearer still, cutting to the muffled thrum of my own fear. It was a voice, speaking words. A child's voice. Sarah's voice. "No, not yet. Just a little more." My blood ran cold, a deeper, more profound chill than anything I had ever felt. It was not just a hum or a giggle, it was a coherent sentence. Sarah was alive, and she was in Amelia's basement. Rage, pure and incandescent, surged through me, eclipsing the fear. You have my sister. What have you done to her? I roared, throwing my weight against Amelia. She stumbled, and I used the opportunity to wrench my arm free. I lunged to the basement door, my fingers scrabbling for a purchase, looking for a hidden latch, anything. There was no handle, just a keyhole. Where's the key? Amelia, give me the key. She recovered quickly, moving with an unnatural grace. You do not understand. Mark, you can't go down there. It is not what you think. Her voice was still calm, but it held a chilling undertone, a threat I could not ignore. I do not care what it is. My sister is down there. I started pounding on the door, shouting Sarah's name. Sarah, Sarah, I am here. Hold on. From behind the door, the voice replied, faint but clear. Mark, is that you? Help me. That did it. My sister's terrified plea. It shattered any remaining doubt, any shred of rationalization. I turned on Amelia, my fists clenched. Open this door, or I swear to God, I will break it down. Her expression hardened into something truly terrifying. You won't break it down, and you won't get in. She moved towards a small, antique table near the fireplace, her hand reaching for something. I did not wait. My eyes scanned the room wildly, searching for anything I could use. My gaze landed on an old, heavy brass poker by the fireplace. I snatched it up, its weight reassuring in my hand. Stay away from me. Amelia, just open the damn door. She turned, holding a small, intricately carved wooden box. Her lips curled into a smile that was utterly devoid of warmth, a predatory baring of teeth. You really should not have come here. Mark, and you definitely should not have listened. As she spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer seemed to ripple around her, like heat haze. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She was not human. She could not be. What are you? I demanded, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. A collector, she purred, her voice dropping to a low, silken whisper that seemed to slither into my ears. A connoisseur of stories. And your sister, she has such a beautiful story. So vibrant, so full of life. She gestured toward the basement door. She has been a wonderful addition to my collection. My mind reeled. Collection? What are you talking about? The essence of life. Mark. The raw, unfiltered joy, the fear, the hope, the dreams. Some of us, we feed on it. We cultivate it. We preserve it. She opened the wooden box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, was a single, ancient-looking key. It glowed with a faint, silvery light. That is the key. I breathed, taking a step towards her. Indeed, she held it up, admiring it. But it is not for you. I lunged, swinging the poker. She moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. The poker whistled through the air where she had been a split second before. She was behind me, her breath ghosting on my neck. You are not going to hurt me. Mark, she whispered, her voice like ice. You are going to join her. I spun around, wildly swinging the poker again. This time, it connected with something solid, not her, but the wall, sending a shower of plastered dust to the floor. She was too fast, too agile. My human strength was no match for whatever she was. Sarah, I screamed again, hoping to reach her, to let her know I was fighting. From the basement, a new sound. Not a cry for help, but a soft, distant melody. Sarah's favorite lullaby, the one our mother used to sing to us. But it was distorted, echoing, like a broken music box playing from the depths of a well. And it was accompanied by a slow, methodical thumping. Amelia moved back to the basement door, key in hand. She is very happy down there. Mark, she is telling her story over and over again, and I am listening. You are a monster. I yelled, tears of frustration and terror stinging my eyes. She merely smiled, a chillingly serene expression. Some might say so, but I provide a service. I ensure stories are never truly lost. They just continue, in a different form. With a click, she inserted the key into the lock. The heavy door swung inward, revealing a gaping black maw. No light, just an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow the air. The faint, distorted lullaby drifted up, along with a cloying, sweet smell, like decay mixed with something artificially floral. It was sickening. Go on. Mark, Amelia said, stepping aside. Her eyes gleamed in the dim light. Go see your sister. She has been waiting for you. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this house of horrors. But Sarah was down there. I could not leave her. I would not. Gripping the poker, I stepped through the doorway, into the inky blackness. The air was thick, heavy, laden with that strange, sweet smell. It was cold, damp, and utterly silent save for the faint, echoing lullaby. Sarah. I called out, my voice swallowed by the void. No answer. The lullaby continued, faint and distant, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I fumbled for my phone, but then remembered it was in my car. My flashlight. I needed light. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, or perhaps the darkness itself began to recede, revealing vague shapes. The basement was vast, much larger than I had anticipated. It was full of shelves, stretching into the darkness, laden with things. Unidentifiable objects, shrouded in cobwebs and dust. I took a tentative step forward, my hand outstretched, feeling for a wall, a railing. My foot hit something soft, and I nearly cried out. I looked down, my eyes straining. It was a doll, an old porcelain doll, its vacant eyes staring up at me. And next to it, another and another, dozens of them, hundreds, lining the shelves, some broken, some intact, all with that same unsettling, vacant stare. Amelia's great-aunt's collection, she had said. But these were not just dolls. They felt wrong. The lullaby grew a little louder, a little clearer. It was coming from deeper within the basement. I pushed past the shelves of dolls, the poker held out in front of me like a divining rod. Sarah, I shouted again, my voice raw with desperation. And then I saw it. Or rather, I heard it, and then I saw the source. In the center of the vast, cavernous basement, beneath a single, dim bare bulb that cast long, dancing shadows, stood a contraption. It was a bizarre, intricate machine made of polished brass, dark wood, and what looked like glass tubes. Wires snaked from it, disappearing into the floor and walls. And at its heart, glowing with a soft, pulsing light, was a figure. It was Sarah, but not Sarah as I knew her. She was encased in a large, transparent cylinder, like a specimen in a jar. Her eyes were open, wide and unblinking, staring straight ahead. Her skin was pale, almost translucent. Her body was still, unmoving, suspended in some clear, viscous fluid. Tubes ran into her arms, her neck, her chest, connecting her to the machine. And from her lips, the faint, distorted lullaby was still issuing, endlessly, mechanically. A choked gasp escaped my throat. My sister, my beautiful, vibrant sister, reduced to this. A preserved exhibit, a living battery for some unspeakable horror. A sound behind me. I spun around, poker raised. Amelia stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the faint light from the living room. Her expression was triumphant, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Beautiful is not she whispered, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. Such a resilient spirit. She has been singing that lullaby for days now. A testament to her story. Would not you agree? You monster. I screamed, my voice cracking. What have you done to her? I have preserved her. Amelia said, taking a step closer, her voice growing stronger, more resonant. I have ensured her story never ends. You see, Mark, some lives are too precious to simply fade away. Their narratives, their emotions, their very essence is a powerful energy. And I am merely a curator of that energy. She gestured to surrounding shelves. The dolls, the other exhibits, they are all stories. Lives, preserved to be savored. Some are just echoes, faint whispers of what they once were. But your sister, she is a masterpiece. So full of life, even now. Her fear, her memories, her hope, it all fuels a machine. It keeps her story vibrant. My mind struggled to comprehend the horror of her words. Sarah was not just trapped, she was being drained. Her very essence, her life force, was being consumed, turned into some grotesque energy. Let her go, I roared, taking a step toward the cylinder, toward Sarah. Amelia laughed, a cold, unfeeling sound that grated on my ears. Oh, Mark, you do not understand. She is free. Free from the constraints of time, of decay, of oblivion. Her story will be told forever. And now, you're going to join her. I swung the poker at the machine, aiming for the glass cylinder. If I could just break it, free her, but before the poker could connect. Amelia moved. Not a human movement, but something impossibly fast, impossibly strong. She was in front of me in an instant, her hand shooting out, grasping my wrist. Her grip was like steel, her fingers digging into my flesh. A sharp, searing pain shot through my arm as she twisted, effortlessly disarming me. The poker clattered to the concrete floor. Her eyes, now glowing with faint, unnatural light, locked onto mine. There was no humanity left in them, only an ancient, hungry intelligence. Such a strong reaction, she murmured, her face inches from mine. Such raw emotion. Your grief, your anger, your love for her, it is exquisite. A perfect complement to her story. I struggled, but her strength was overwhelming. She dragged me closer to the machine, to Sarah's cylinder. My sister's vacant eyes seemed to stare directly at me, and I imagined a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her lips as the lullaby continued its endless loop. No, I screamed, fighting with every ounce of my being. Do not touch me. Let me go. Amelia ignored my pleas. With her free hand, she reached out and pressed a button on the side of the machine. A low hum filled the basement, growing louder, more insistent. The lights on the machine pulsed faster, and the fluid around Sarah began to bubble gently. It is time for your story to begin. Mark, Amelia said, her voice a chilling caress. A new narrative, intertwined with hers. A tragic hero, consumed by his love. It will be beautiful. She forced my arm into a waiting clamp on the side of the machine. A needle, long and thin, extended from a tube, poised over my vein. I thrashed wildly, but it was useless. Her grip was unbreakable. You will be together again, she whispered, her smile widening. Forever. And I will have both your stories to nurture, to savor for all eternity. The needle plunged into my arm. A sharp, burning sensation, followed by a cold, numbing spread. My vision blurred. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, filling my lungs. I could feel something being drawn out of me, a warmth, a part of my very being, slowly, inexorably draining away. My struggles weakened. My limbs grew heavy, my thoughts sluggish. I looked at Sarah, suspended in her glass prison, her eyes still wide and unblinking. Was that a tear I saw, slowly tracing a path down her pale cheek? Or was it just a trick of the light, a distortion in the fluid? The lullaby continued, a mournful, haunting melody. And now, as my own consciousness began to fade, I could hear another sound weaving into its fabric. A faint, almost imperceptible hum. My hum, the one I used to do when I was lost in thought. Amelia's face swam into view, her eyes glowing, her smile serene. Welcome to the collection. Mark, she whispered, your story has just begun. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully claimed me was Sarah's face, and then a new, empty cylinder, slowly filling with clear, viscous fluid, waiting for me. My story, my fear, my love, my very life destined to be another endlessly repeating narrative in Amelia's monstrous collection. And perhaps, one day, if another unsuspecting soul stumbled into her house, they too would hear a faint, distorted hum rising from the depths of her basement, a forgotten brother, singing an eternal silent song. The police ruled it self-defense, concluding she suffered from severe delusional disorder. But that hung in the air like a phantom limb, an ache I could not quite place, even as the world around me exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Clara was gone. The terror, the stalking, the ancient key, the silver dagger was all over. I had survived. Again. But a part of me knew it was not over. How could it be? Julian had shattered my sense of safety, leaving me a paranoid wreck. Clara had then taken that fractured person and systematically dismantled her, piece by piece, until I was a screaming animal cornered in my best friend's apartment. Killing her, even in self-defense, had not brought peace. It had just added another layer of concrete to the foundation of my trauma. The aftermath was a blur of police interviews, therapists, and the suffocating embrace of Sarah's concern. Sarah was a saint, letting me stay with her for months, holding my hand through the nightmares, listening patiently to my rambling fears. She kept telling me I was safe now, that the monsters were gone. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to believe her more than anything. But every shadow seemed to stretch too long. Every creak of the floorboards echoed a little too loud. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt tainted, a stage where a woman died by my hand. I could not go back there. Not yet. Maybe never. The therapists, bless their hearts, nodded knowingly as I recounted the tale. They spoke of PTSD, of hypervigilance, of the brain's natural defense mechanisms. They prescribed pills to dull the edges, to help me sleep without waking up drenched in sweat, seeing Clara's wide, unnerving smile in the darkness. The pills helped a little, enough to function, enough to drag myself through the days. Months bled into a year. I got a new apartment, miles away from the old one, a small place on the third floor of a quiet building. It was modern, bright, with big windows. I hoped the sunlight would chase away the shadows, both real and imagined. I changed my hair, updated my wardrobe, even started using a different brand of coffee. Anything to feel like a new person, a person untouched by the horrors of my past. Sarah encouraged me to get back out there, to try and live again. You deserve happiness, she would say, her voice soft but firm. You can't let them win, even in death. She was right, of course. But the thought of putting myself out there again, of letting someone new into my carefully constructed bubble of solitude, filled me with an icy dread. Still, the loneliness gnawed at me. Nights were the worst, the silence pressing in, the memories of Clara's past lives and Arthur whispering at the edges of my sanity. I miss connection. Genuine human connection that was not filtered through the lens of trauma. One particularly bleak Tuesday, after a particularly vivid nightmare, where Clara was sitting at the foot of my bed, humming an unfamiliar tune. I did it. I reactivated my Tinder profile. I told myself it was just for fun, just a chat, no pressure. I filtered for no hookups, looking for something real, and then immediately felt a pang of guilt, wondering if I was even capable of real anymore. Days turned into weeks of swiping, of awkward small talk, of deleting matches that gave me even the slightest bad vibe. Then I matched with Mark. He was normal. That was the first thing that struck me. His profile picture showed a kind smile, a slightly receding hairline, and eyes that seemed genuinely warm. His bio was witty, self-deprecating, and talked about his love for hiking and craft beer. No red flags, no cryptic messages, no mention of past lives. Just a regular guy. We chatted for a few days, and it was surprisingly easy. He was a software engineer, lived across town, and had a dog named Buster. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that I had not realized I would miss so much. After a week, he asked me out for coffee. Our first date was at a bustling cafe downtown. It was loud, bright, and full of people exactly what I needed. Mark was even better in person. He was a good listener, asked thoughtful questions, and did not shy away from my slightly reserved demeanor. He seemed completely unfazed by my occasional nervous fidgeting or the way my eyes would dart around the room, always scanning, always alert. He just smiled, offered a comforting word, and steered the conversation back to something light and engaging. For the first time in a long time, I felt a tiny flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Maybe I could actually have a normal life again. We went on a few more dates, dinner, a movie, a walk in the park with Buster. Each time, I felt a little more relaxed, a little more myself. He was patient, understanding, and never pushed me for details about my past, sensing. I think that it was a sensitive topic. He just accepted me as I was, scars and all. It was refreshing, intoxicating even. After about a month, he suggested we hang out at my place. My heart did a little flutter kick of anxiety, but I pushed it down. This was normal. This was what people did. It was time. I cooked dinner. Something simple but delicious. We ate, we talked, we laughed. The evening felt perfect. Later, we were curled up on my sofa, watching a terrible rom-com, his arm around me, the soft glow of the TV illuminating the room. It felt safe. It felt good. Then, Mark shifted. Bathroom break, he mumbled, gently disentangling himself from me. He stood up, stretched, and headed down the short hallway toward the bathroom. As he walked, his body cast a long, fluid shadow on the wall behind him, a dark, dancing twin. Nothing unusual. But then, just as his physical form disappeared around the corner, I saw it. His shadow, for a fraction of a second, seemed to linger. It was not just fading with the light. It was like it took an extra beat, a beat too long, before it followed him. My breath hitched. My heart gave a startled thump. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. It must have been the TV light, or the angle, or maybe I was just tired. The pills made me a little foggy sometimes. My mind, ever eager to find danger, immediately tried to connect it to Clara, to Julian, to anything that could explain the sudden, cold prickle on my skin. But no, it was just a shadow, a trick of the light. Nothing to worry about. Mark returned a moment later, oblivious, and settled back beside me. I tried to shake off the unease, to focus on the movie, on his warmth beside me. But the image of that lingering shadow, that split-second delay, stayed with me, a tiny, unsettling burr under my skin. Over the next few weeks, Mark and I grew closer. He was everything I could have wanted in a partner, kind, funny, stable. He even met Sarah, who gave him her seal of approval, a rare and precious thing. But the shadow thing kept happening. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Mark would get up to grab a drink from the kitchen, and his shadow would seem to detach from his feet. For a microsecond, a dark, wavering flag trailing behind him before snapping back into place. Or he would stand up from the dining table, and his shadow would seem to stretch for an instant, elongating just a touch more than it should, before shrinking back to normal. I started watching for it, my anxiety a slow, creeping vine. Every time he moved, my eyes would instinctively dart to a shadow. I tried to rationalize it. It is the old building. I told myself, the quirky lighting. My apartment had some older fixtures, and the light in the living room was from a floor lamp that cast interesting patterns. Maybe it was just that, or maybe my brain, so conditioned to look for threats, was simply manufacturing them. One evening, Mark was leaving my place after a late dinner. We were standing by the door, saying our goodbyes. He leaned in to kiss me, and as he pulled back, his shadow, cast by the hallway light, seemed to hold his position for a beat, a perfect outline of his form, even as his actual body took a step back. It was like a photograph, a still image, while the subject moved on. Then, with a subtle shimmer, it caught up. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a trick of the light. This was too distinct, too deliberate. A cold dread, familiar and unwelcome, began to curdle in my stomach. I gave Mark a quick, almost panic kiss, and practically shoved him out the door, mumbling something about being tired. He looked a little confused, but just smiled and said he would call me tomorrow. As I closed the door, I leaned against it, heart pounding. My apartment, which had felt so safe with him, now felt eerily silent, the shadows stretching long and dark in every corner. I did not tell Mark. How could I? Hey, you know how your shadow seems to have a mind of its own. Yeah, that. He would think I was insane. After everything I would been through, I could not risk it. He was my lifeline back to normalcy, and I was terrified of scaring him away, of confirming his worst suspicions about my mental state. So I started obsessively observing. I would pretend to be engrossed in my phone, but my eyes would be glued to his shadow every time he moved. In my apartment, in his apartment, even outside in the park. It happened everywhere. In direct sunlight, the shadow was crisp and defined, but still a split-second lag, a subtle, almost imperceptible stretch before it followed his form. In dimmer light, it was more pronounced, a viscous, almost oily smear that seemed to peel away from him before reattaching. The more I watched, the more it seemed to gain a strange autonomy. It was not just lingering anymore. Sometimes, when Mark was talking, animatedly gesturing, his shadow would seem to twitch independently, a small, jerky movement that did not quite match his body language. It was like a separate entity, tethered to him, but with its own nascent will. I started having trouble sleeping again. The pills did not seem to work as well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark, wavering shape, detaching, stretching, reaching. My mind, already a battlefield, started to fray at the edges. Was I finally losing it? Was Clara right about some ancient, unseen world? Was this a new delusion born from the trauma? Or was it real? One evening, Mark and I were at his place. He had a big, open living room with a huge window that let in the last rays of the setting sun, casting dramatic shadows. He got up to get us some wine, walking toward the kitchen. As he moved, his shadow, long and thin, stretched across the floor and up the opposite wall. And then it stopped. Mark kept walking. His body moved into the kitchen, out of my line of sight. But his shadow, the perfect silhouette of his form, remained plastered to the wall, still and dark. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was not a flicker, a lag, a stretch. This was a full, undeniable detachment. The shadow was there, completely separate from its source. It was just standing there, on the wall. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. My entire body tensed, every nerve screaming. I wanted to scream, to run, to bury my face in my hands. But I could not move. My eyes were locked on that dark shape. It stayed for a long moment, an eternity. Then, slowly, almost deliberately, it began to shift. Not to follow Mark, who was now rattling around in his kitchen, but to turn its head. Its featureless head, a dark void against the pale wall, seemed to turn slowly, to face me. A choked gasp escaped my lips. This was impossible. This was insane. But it was happening. I felt its gaze, a palpable weight, even though it had no eyes. It was watching me. Then, just as Mark reappeared from the kitchen, wine glasses in hand, the shadow snapped back into place, merging with his form as if it had never left. He walked back to me, smiling, completely oblivious. "Everything okay?" he asked, seeing my pale face. "Yeah," I croaked, trying to sound normal, trying to smile, just admiring the sunset. It is beautiful. He nodded, handed me a glass of wine. My hand was shaking so badly, I almost dropped it. I could not sleep that night. I kept seeing that shadow, turning its head, watching me. It was not just Mark's shadow anymore. It was something else. Something that had been tethered to him, but now it knew I could see it. The next few days were a blur of terror and paranoia. I could not look at Mark without seeing the shadow, feeling its presence. I started avoiding him, making excuses. I knew I was pushing him away, but I could not help it. The thought of being alone with him, knowing that thing was lurking, observing, was unbearable. The shadow started appearing when Mark was not even there. I would be in my apartment, alone, and catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. A dark patch on the wall that was not there a second ago. A fleeting, elongated shape that melted back into the background before I could properly focus on it. It was playing with me. It was testing me. I started researching. Shadow people, living shadows, doppelganger phenomena. The internet was a rabbit hole of urban legends, cryptid forums, and terrifying personal accounts. Most of it was dismissed as sleep paralysis, pareidolia, or mental illness. But some stories sounded eerily similar to what I was experiencing. People describing dark, humanoid figures that watched them move subtly and sometimes even interacted with their environment. One story, in particular, sent a chill down my spine. It spoke of shadow parasites, entities that attach themselves to living beings, feeding on their emotional energy, slowly draining them, and eventually, if left unchecked, consuming their very essence. They were attracted to trauma, to fear, to the vulnerable. My mind immediately jumped to Julian. Then Clara, the terror I had experienced, the trauma that had become my constant companion. Had I somehow become a beacon? Had my shattered psyche opened a door to something that had always been lurking on the fringes? The shadow in my apartment grew bolder. It no longer just flickered. I would walk into my bedroom, and there would be a dark silhouette standing by my window, perfectly still. No features, just a man-shaped void. I would freeze, my heart stopping, and then, in a blink, it would be gone. Objects in my apartment would be slightly moved. My keys, left on the counter, would be on the floor. A book, placed neatly on my nightstand, would be open, face down, on my pillow. I tried to convince myself I was just forgetful or sleepwalking. But I knew it was a shadow. It was touching things. It was making its presence known. I stopped answering Mark's calls. I ignored his texts. I could not bring myself to explain, and I could not bring myself to see him. Not when I was so sure the thing was with him, or worse, that it was now following me. One night, the terror reached its peak. I was alone in my apartment, huddled under a blanket on the sofa, the lights on full blast, trying to distract myself with a mindless reality TV show. Suddenly, the air in the room grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread. The temperature plummeted, and goosebumps erupted on my arms. The lights flickered. The TV screen distorted, then went black. I gasped, my eyes darting wildly around the room. The only light now came from the streetlights outside, casting long, dancing shadows to my blinds. And there it was, not a flicker, not a vague shape, a solid, inky black figure, standing in the center of my living room. It was taller than Mark, lean and impossibly dark, like a hole torn in the fabric of reality. It had no discernible features, no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just a form, a humanoid void that absorbed all light. It did not move. It just stood there, radiating an oppressive, suffocating presence. I could not breathe. I could not scream. My body was locked in paralysis of pure, unadulterated terror. Then it took a step, a slow, deliberate step towards me. The air around it seemed to shimmer, distorting the objects behind it. It was not walking, it was gliding, its feet never quite touching the floor. Another step, and another. It was coming for me. My mind screamed. This was not a delusion. This was not a trick of the light. This was real. And it was here. My gaze fell on my kitchen, on the heavy cast iron skillet. I still kept a grim reminder of Clara. A desperate, primal urge for self-preservation surged through me. I had killed once to survive. I could do it again. But how do you fight a shadow? It was almost upon me, a silent, looming sentinel of pure darkness. I could feel its cold, suffocating presence, pressing down on me, trying to steal my breath, my very will. It felt like it was trying to enter me, to consume me from the inside out. With a superhuman effort, I broke free from my paralysis. I scrambled off the sofa, yelling a guttural shriek torn from my raw throat. I did not know what to do, where to go. I ran into the kitchen, grabbing the skillet, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I spun around, ready to swing, ready to fight the impossible. But the shadow was not there. The lights flickered back on. The TV screen glowed, the reality show resuming as if nothing had happened. The air was still cold, but the oppressive weight was gone. I stood in the middle of my kitchen, skillet in hand, panting, tears streaming down my face. My apartment was normal again. Too normal. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, skillet still clutched in my hand, staring into the corners of the room, waiting. But it did not come back. Not that night. The next morning, I packed a bag. I called Sarah, my voice hoarse, telling her I needed to get away, that something was wrong, that I could not stay here. She did not press for details, just told me to come over, that her spare room was always open. She was worried about me. I could tell. She probably thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I left my apartment, leaving the skillet on the counter. I did not know where I was going or what I was running from. Was it Mark's shadow? Or something that had simply found me through him? Or had Clara, in her dying breath, opened a door to something even darker, something that saw my fear and loneliness as an invitation? I drove to Sarah's, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. I saw nothing. No dark forms, no lingering shapes. But as I pulled into her driveway, I glanced at my own shadow, cast long and thin by the morning sun. And for a fleeting moment, just a split second, it seemed to detach from my feet, to stretch, to linger, before snapping back into place. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. I stared at my shadow, my own shadow, now perfectly aligned with my form. The horror was not outside me anymore. It was with me. It had followed me. It had become a part of me. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very bones, that I would never truly be alone again. So, you know how sometimes life just throws you a curveball? Like a fastball directly at your face, and you just barely manage to duck, but the wind of it still rattles your teeth and leaves you dizzy. That is pretty much how I would describe the aftermath of, well, him, Julian. I do not even like saying his name out loud anymore. It still feels like an invitation. After that whole nightmare with the smiling guy and the fishing line and the ceiling, I was a wreck. A full-blown panic attack every time a shadow moved wreck. I could not go back to that apartment, obviously. Every creak, every floorboard groan, every single sound would have had me staring at the ceiling, convinced he was up there, just waiting. The police, bless their hearts, were utterly useless. No forced entry. Sir, no evidence of anyone being in the apartment. Perhaps you were under stress. Yeah, perhaps. As if seeing a grown man perched like a goddamn gargoyle on your living room ceiling, swinging a framed photo of you, is not stressful. So, I did what anyone would do. I ran. I packed a suitcase, Left pretty much everything behind and moved, not just to a new neighborhood, but a whole new state. I picked a place I would never been, a city where I knew absolutely no one. I needed a clean slate, a place where every face was not a potential threat. Every smile was not a harbinger of silent, unblinking terror. It was hard, man. Really hard. I spent months just trying to feel normal again. Therapy helped a little, but the trust was gone. Every new person I met, every friendly gesture, it all felt loaded. Like there was a hidden agenda, a dark undercurrent just waiting to surface. I even stopped using dating apps for a while. The thought of putting myself out there again, of inviting someone new into my life after Julian, it made my stomach clench. But humans are social creatures, right? And after about a year of living like a hermit, working from home, and ordering way too much takeout, the loneliness started to gnaw at me. I miss connection. I miss laughter that was not forced or hollow. So, one particularly dreary Tuesday night, fueled by a half-empty bottle of cheap wine and a desperate yearning for something normal, I reactivated my dating profile. I matched with a few people, went on some utterly forgettable coffee dates. It was all pretty bland, which, honestly, was exactly what I needed. No red flags, no unsettling smiles, just polite conversation and mutual disinterest. And then, I matched with Clara. Her profile was simple. Pretty, but not in an over-the-top, Instagram model way. Just naturally striking. Dark, wavy hair, eyes that seemed to hold a quiet intensity, and a smile that, crucially, looked genuine. It softened her features, made her seem approachable. Her bio mentioned a love for old books, hiking, and strong coffee. All things I could relate to. Our first few messages were easy, flowing. She was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked for a few days, and I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in a long time: hope. A cautious, fragile hope, but hope nonetheless. We decided to meet for dinner. The restaurant was one of those cozy, dimly lit places, perfect for a first date. She arrived a few minutes after I did, and even across the room, I could tell it was her. She walked with a quiet confidence, and when she saw me, her smile widened, a real, crinkling at the corners smile that reached her eyes. "Mark," she asked, her voice soft, a little husky. "Clara, yeah, that is me. You look exactly like your pictures," I said a little awkwardly. My social skills were still rusty. She laughed, a low, pleasant sound. "You too. Though, I have to say, your pictures do not quite capture the depth in your eyes." Okay, a little forward but charming. We sat down, ordered drinks, and the conversation just picked up where our text left off. She was even more engaging in person. She had this way of listening, really listening, that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the usual first date stuff. I found myself relaxing, truly relaxing, for the first time in ages. About an hour in, she paused, swirling the ice in her glass. "You know," she said, her gaze thoughtful, "there is something about you, Mark. It feels familiar." I chuckled, a little self-consciously. "Oh, yeah. Am I one of those faces that looks like everyone?" She shook her head slowly, her eyes still fixed on mine. "No, not like that. More like a resonance. Like I have known you before. Not just in this life." My smile faltered. My stomach did a little flip. "Not just in this life." That was a weird thing to say, but I brushed it off. People say weird things on dates. Maybe she was into spiritual stuff, past lives, all that. I was not, but I was not going to judge. "Interesting," I said, try and keep my tone light. "You believe in past lives." She nodded, a serious expression on her face. "I do. I believe some connections are so strong, they transcend time. They find a way to meet again. She leaned forward slightly. And I think you and we are one of those connections. Okay, now I was officially uncomfortable. It was a little intense for a first date. I tried to pivot. Well, I am just glad we connected in this life. Then, this wine is pretty good. She smiled, a knowing, almost serene smile. It is good. But tell me, Mark, do you ever feel a strange sense of longing? A feeling that a piece of you is missing, and you do not quite know what it is? I stared at her. That question, it hit a little too close to home. After Julian, after losing my home and my sense of safety, I would felt exactly that. A profound sense of loss, a gaping hole where my old life used to be. But I had not told her any of that. I had not told anyone except my therapist. I guess everyone feels that sometimes, right? I hedged. She shook her head. No, not like this. Not the specific kind of ache I feel. And I see it in your eyes, too. She reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on mine. Her touch was warm, surprisingly firm. You have been through something, have not you? Something that made you feel lost. My breath hitched. How could she know? I pulled my hand back, subtly. I have had my share of rough patches, like anyone. Her eyes softened. Of course. But yours feels deeper, like a scar that is not quite healed. A wound from a previous existence. Perhaps that still echoes in this one. The rest of the date was strange. She kept making these little comments, these observations that were too specific, too insightful. She mentioned my aversion to loud noises. Something I had not consciously realized was a lingering effect of my trauma. She talked about my love for a particular obscure author, an author I had not mentioned. When I asked her how she knew, she just smiled and said, I just know things about you. Mark, I left that date feeling a mix of intrigue and profound unease. She was captivating, yes, but there was an intensity, a possessiveness in her gaze that set off tiny alarm bells in the back of my mind. I told myself it was just my trauma acting up, making me paranoid. This woman was just a little quirky, a little spiritual. We went on a second date, and a third. Each time, the unsettling details piled up. She knew my favorite coffee order before I told her. She knew about a small childhood scar on my knee that was usually hidden by my pants. You got that when you fell out of that old oak tree. Did not you? She would say, her eyes twinkling. You were so proud of climbing so high. I had not told anyone about that tree, not in decades. It was a distant, fond memory from a time before everything went wrong. One evening, we were at her apartment cooking dinner. Her place was beautiful, filled with antique furniture and shelves crammed with books. As I chopped vegetables, she started talking about a dream she had had. It was so vivid. Mark, she said, stirring a pot on the stove. We were in a different time. Old clothes, horse-drawn carriages outside the window. And you were there. You were my husband. I tried to laugh it off. Must have been quite a dream. It felt like more than a dream. She insisted, turning to face me, her eyes serious. It felt like a memory. I remember your name, too. Not Mark. It was Arthur. My hands paused on the cutting board. Arthur. That was my grandfather's name. A man I would love dearly, who had passed away years ago. I would never mention him to Clara. You look just like him, too, she continued, a soft smile on her lips. The same strong jaw, the same kind eyes. Even the way you hold your knife, it is so similar. Okay, this was getting too weird. Clara, that is a bit much, do not you think? It is just a coincidence. She shook her head, walking over to me, her movements graceful. She took the knife gently from my hand and placed it on the counter. Then she cupped my face in her hands, her thumbs tracing the line of my cheekbones. No coincidence, my love. I have been looking for you for so long. Her eyes were wide, earnest, almost pleading. Do not you feel it? The pull, the recognition. We were meant to find each other again. We always are. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into my bones. This was not quirky. This was not spiritual. This was something else. Something obsessive. Something that reminded me, in a chilling way, of Julian's unwavering smile. This was not a mask, but it felt like a different kind of unreality. I tried to pull away, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Clara, I do not know what you are talking about. I think you are getting ahead of yourself. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. Do not you remember our garden? The one with the climbing roses? Or the way we would sit by the fire on cold nights, just listening to the wind howl? Or the locket I wore with your name engraved inside? She sounded so convinced, so earnest that for a split second, I almost believed her. A flicker of doubt, a whisper of a memory that was not mine, tried to surface, but I squashed it down. This was insane. I think I should go, I said, my voice tight. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of something possessive glinting within them. Go, after all this time, after I have finally found you. She laughed, a low, humorless sound. No, Arthur, you are not leaving me again. I managed to gently extract myself from her grasp. My name is Mark, and I am leaving. I practically ran out of her apartment, the door slamming shut behind me. I did not look back. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. The familiar feeling of panic, the one I would work so hard to suppress, came rushing back. It was happening again. Another person, another unsettling obsession, another world tilting off its axis. I blocked her number, blocked her on social media, everything. I tried to erase her from my life, but it was not that easy. The next morning, I woke up to a package on my doorstep. It was wrapped in old-fashioned brown paper, tied with twine. No return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried rose petals, was a small, ornate silver locket. It was tarnished with age, but clearly beautiful. And when I managed to pry it open, etched inside, in flowing script, was a single word, Arthur. I dropped it like it was burning me. My breath caught in my throat. How? How did she know my grandfather's name, let alone get a locket with it inscribed? This was not just a delusion anymore. This was active, targeted. I called the police. Again, I explained the situation, the past life claims, the locket. The officer on the phone sounded sympathetic, but ultimately dismissive. Sir, it sounds like a bad breakup. We can't really do anything unless there's a direct threat or property damage. She sent me a locket with my dead grandfather's name on it. How is that not a threat? I practically yelled. We understand your concern, sir, but without concrete evidence of a crime, our hands are tied. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely hold the phone. It was Julian all over again. The authorities, blind to the creeping horror, leaving me utterly exposed. I started seeing her everywhere. Or at least, I thought I did. A fleeting glimpse of dark, wavy hair rounding a corner. A pair of intense eyes watching me from a car parked down the street. Every time I looked, she was gone. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, became constant. I changed my routine, started taking different routes to work, shopping at different stores. It did not matter. One day, I found a single dried rose petal on my car windshield. Another day, a small, handwritten note tucked under my apartment door. Do not you miss our garden. Arthur, I was losing it. I could not sleep. Every shadow was Clara. Every creak of the floorboards was her footsteps. My new apartment, my sanctuary, was becoming a prison. I started researching past life regression and delusional disorder online. I devoured articles, desperate for an explanation. Was she truly deluded? Or was there some shred of truth to her claims, however impossible? The idea that she might actually be right was, in a twisted way, even more terrifying than her just being a stalker. Because if she was right, then there was no escape. One night, I was sitting alone in my apartment, the lights off, just staring out the window, trying to calm my frayed nerves. I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, an old cast iron skillet, and crept towards a bedroom door. The scratching continued, soft but persistent. I pushed the door open slowly, my hands sweating around the skillet handle. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the streetlights outside. I saw nothing. The sound seemed to be coming from the wall near my bed. I flicked on the light. Nothing. No holes. No signs of anything. I was about to dismiss it as my imagination when I noticed something glinting on the floor by the baseboard. A small silver key. It looked old, antique. My blood ran cold. I had not seen this key before. It certainly was not mine. And the scratching sound, it had sounded like someone trying to pick a lock. I did not sleep that night. I sat on my couch, skillet in hand, staring at the bedroom door, convinced she had been in my apartment, that she had left the key as a message that she could get in whenever she wanted. The next day, I called my friend, Sarah, the one who'd let me stay with her after the Julian incident. I had not told her the full extent of what was happening, just that I was having dating troubles. But now, I spilled everything. The locket, the notes, the key, the feeling of being watched. Sarah, bless her, did not dismiss me. She listened patiently, her face growing increasingly concerned. "Mark, this is serious," she said, her voice firm. "You need to get out of there. Come stay with me. We will figure something out." Her offer was a lifeline. I packed another bag, just the essentials, and left my apartment, carefully checking every corner, every shadow, before locking the door behind me. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. A dark car, parked a few blocks down, seemed to pull away from the curb just as I did. Coincidence? Or was she watching, always watching? Staying with Sarah was a temporary reprieve, but the paranoia did not go away. I jumped at every sound, every notification on my phone. I felt like a hunted animal, constantly looking over my shoulder. One afternoon, Sarah and I were at a coffee shop, trying to distract me with mundane conversation. I was telling her about a new project at work when my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. I opened it, my heart sinking. It was a photo of Sarah and me, sitting at our table mid-conversation. The picture was taken from across the street, zoomed in, but clear enough to see our faces. And at the bottom of the photo, a single line of text: "She is not me. Arthur. She will never understand us." My blood ran cold. I showed it to Sarah. Her face went pale. "Mark, we need to go to the police again. This is undeniable." We did. We showed them the photo, the texts, the locket. This time, they took it a little more seriously. They said they would look into it. But the same old lines about evidence and resources still came up. They advised me to get a restraining order. But even that felt like a flimsy piece of paper against someone so utterly unhinged. The next few days were a blur of fear and frustration. I felt trapped. I could not go back to my apartment. I could not stay with Sarah forever, and the police seemed incapable of helping. Then the calls started, from blocked numbers. When I answered, there was just silence. Long, drawn-out silence that stretched for minutes, punctuated by the faint sound of what sounded like wind chimes. And then a whisper, so soft I could barely hear it. "Come home. Arthur, I am waiting." I stopped answering, but the calls kept coming, dozens a day. My phone became a source of constant dread. One evening, I was alone at Sarah's apartment. She was out grocery shopping. I was trying to read, but my mind kept drifting, replaying Clara's words, her intense gaze, the locket, the key. I was so exhausted, so utterly drained, that I started to question my own sanity. Was I making this all up? Was the Julian incident still haunting me, making me see things that were not there? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A gentle, insistent rap. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sarah had her own key. She would not knock. I froze. I did not move, did not breathe. The knocking came again, a little louder this time. Mark, a soft voice called from the other side. Arthur, it is me. Clara, my blood ran cold. She knew where I was. She had found me again. I backed away slowly, silently, towards the kitchen. I grabbed another skillet, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I know you are in there, my love. Her voice continued, calm and even, as if she were simply calling to a lost pet. Do not you remember our little cottage? How we would always leave the door ajar for each other. The doorknob rattled. Gently, then more forcefully. It is not safe out there. Arthur, she said, her voice laced with strange maternal concern. The world is so chaotic. But here with me it is peaceful, just like it used to be. I stood frozen, listening to the sounds of her trying to get in. There was a faint scratching sound at the lock, just like the one I would heard in my apartment. That old silver key. Had she used it on my door? Was she trying to use it on Sarah's door now? Then the scratching stopped. A moment of silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And then I heard it, a faint click. My eyes widened in terror. The door slowly, silently, began to open inwards. I pressed myself against the kitchen counter, skillet held aloft, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. Clara stepped inside. She was wearing a long, flowing dress that looked like something from another era, a dark green velvet that seemed to absorb the dim light of the hallway. Her dark hair was styled in soft waves around her face. She looked like a ghost, or a painting come to life. And on a delicate silver chain around her neck, I saw at the locket, the one with Arthur engraved inside. Her eyes, those intense, dark eyes, swept the living room, settling on me. A soft, serene smile bloomed on her face. It was not Julian's frozen grin, but it held a similar, chilling unreality. It was the smile of someone who had finally found what they were looking for after a very, very long journey. There you are, she whispered, her voice filled with a heartbreaking tenderness. My Arthur, I knew you would be here. She started walking towards me, her steps slow, deliberate, her gaze never leaving mine. Do not come any closer. I yelled, my voice cracking. I brandished the skillet, trying to look menacing, but I knew I looked terrified. She paused, a look of mild disappointment on her face. Why are you so afraid? My love, do not you remember? We have been through so much together. The plague, the war, the hunger. But we always found our way back to each other. She took another step. Do you remember the fire? Arthur, the one that took our home. And me with it. I watched you try to save me, even as the flames consumed everything. You were so brave. But I told you then, as I tell you now, I will always find you. My mind reeled. The plague, the war, the fire. She was talking about centuries ago. This was not just a delusion about a recent past life. This was a full-blown historical fantasy, and I was trapped in it. Clara, please. I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. You are confused. I am Mark, not Arthur. You have to understand. She tilted her head, a sad, knowing look in her eyes. You always forget, at first. It is a trauma of rebirth, the veil of forgetfulness. But I am here to remind you, to help you remember. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes held an intensity that was both terrifying and strangely hypnotic. We need to be together again. Arthur, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Forever, just like we promised. This time, nothing will separate us. No plague, no war, no fire. Her hand reached out, slowly, deliberately. I saw the glint of something in her palm. A small, intricately carved silver dagger. Its blade was thin, needle sharp, and reflected the dim light. We will cross over together, she said, her voice now filled with a chilling ecstasy. And in the next life, you will remember me instantly. We will never have to be apart again. My blood ran cold. She was not just here to talk. She was here to fulfill some twisted, ancient promise. As her hand, holding the dagger, started to rise, I acted on pure instinct. I swung the skillet with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud against her head. She stumbled back, a gasp escaping her lips. The dagger clattered to the floor. For a moment, her eyes widened in shock, then they glazed over, and she collapsed, a lifeless heap on Sarah's living room floor. I stood there, panting, the skillet still clutched in my trembling hands, staring at her unmoving form. The silence in the apartment was deafening, broken only by my ragged breaths. Then, Sarah's key rattled in the lock. The front door swung open, and she stepped in, arms laden with grocery bags. She took one look at me, skillet in hand, then at Clara's body on the floor and dropped everything. "Mark, what happened?" She shrieked, her voice filled with horror. The next few hours were a blur of police, paramedics, and endless questions. I recounted everything, from the first date to the locket, the calls, the key, the dagger. They found the dagger, confirmed it was an antique. They found the locket with Arthur engraved inside. They found the old-fashioned key in her pocket, a skeleton key that seemed to fit every lock. They took her away. They took me away, too, for questioning. My story this time had more weight. The evidence was undeniable. A dead woman, an antique dagger, a history of stalking. They found her apartment, filled with old books, strange historical maps, and more lockets. And in a hidden compartment in her wardrobe, they found a collection of old photographs, faded and sepia-toned. Pictures of me. Pictures of my grandfather, Arthur. Pictures of people who looked eerily like my distant ancestors. The police concluded she suffered from a severe delusional disorder, a form of erotomania combined with historical delusions. They said she had probably fixated on me because of some perceived resemblance to someone from her past, or perhaps she had done extensive research on my family history after our initial meeting. The locket, the key, the specific details, she had either obtained them through obsessive research or had crafted them herself to fit her narrative. I was cleared of any wrongdoing, self-defense. But the horror did not end there. Even now, months later, I still can't shake the feeling, the sheer conviction in her eyes, the way she spoke of centuries past as if they were yesterday, the way she knew things no one should know. I moved again, of course, to a place even further away, a small town where I hoped to truly disappear. I changed my name, my phone number. I live a quiet life now, always looking over my shoulder, always checking the locks, always scanning the faces in the crowd. Because sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind howls outside, I swear I can hear it. A faint whisper, carried on the breeze. "Do not you miss our garden, Arthur?" And I wonder if she was just a sick, deluded woman, or if somewhere deep in the fabric of time and memory, there really was an Arthur and a Clara and a promise that no matter what, they would always find each other again. And that, my friends, is a thought that haunts me more than any smiling man on a ceiling ever could. Because if she was right, then she will be back. And this time, maybe I won't be able to escape. The air in Leo's apartment, already thick with the scent of something metallic and stale, grew heavier with his words. My own disappearance. My own death. Presumed deceased. A violent struggle. And then his confession, delivered with the calm, almost clinical detachment of a scientist explaining a particularly fascinating specimen. You are not dead. Not exactly, he would say, his eyes, those ancient, bottomless pits, boring into mine. But your essence that sparked, that unique vibrance that made you, I consumed it. That night, years ago, you were a living, breathing echo. An echo. The word chilled me to my core more than dead ever could. Dead, there is an end. An echo, it implies a sound without a source, a lingering presence without substance. It meant I was a ghost, not of a person, but of myself. A copy, a shell, a vessel. My mind reeled, trying to grasp the enormity of it. Years of living, breathing, feeling, or so I thought. Was every laugh a hollow reverberation? Every tear a phantom moisture? Every memory a borrowed fragment? The thought was a visceral punch to the gut, leaving me breathless and dizzy. Leo watched me, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. You adapted remarkably well, considering. Most do not survive the initial transition. Their bodies simply give out. But you are strong, resilient, a perfect specimen, really. He spoke of me as if I were an insect under a microscope, a rare butterfly pinned to a board. The casual cruelty of it was breathtaking. I wanted to scream, to rage, to tear his ancient, knowing face apart. But my body felt heavy, sluggish, as if the revelation had sapped the last vestiges of strength from my limbs. Why? I managed to choke out, my voice a ragged whisper. Why me? What are you? His smile widened, showing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp in the dim light. I am many things. An observer, a collector, a sustainer, and I needed to feed. You're looking back. I guess it makes sense why I was so vulnerable. Why I was even on Tinder, swiping through faces that blurred into a meaningless parade. It was after that, after Leo, after I woke up in that rustic home, being called Michael by a woman who claimed to be my mother. The whole thing felt like a fevered dream, a glitch in the matrix, but the memory was so vivid, so horribly real, that it had splintered something deep inside me. Leo had said he consumed my essence, left me an empty echo. And that is exactly how I felt, like a hollow shell, rattling around in a world that no longer quite fit. The memory of Michael, of that young man in the photo with eyes that were so much brighter than my own, yet a face eerily similar to what I would seen in the mirror during those disoriented days that haunted me. Was it a hallucination? A false memory implanted to cover the true horror? Or had I actually been him for a time? Leo's chilling words about Ree, and I could never quite grasp the end of it, but the implication was terrifying. Reintegration, reanimation, repossession, whatever it was, it left me feeling like a faulty machine, running on borrowed parts, always waiting for the next system crash. I would try to get back to my life, my real life, the one before Leo. My apartment felt sterile, my job meaningless. Friends called, but their voices sounded distant, like they were speaking through a thick pane of glass. I would nod, laugh at the right times, but inside, I was just a vast, echoing cavern. I needed distraction. I guess. Something to fill the void, even if it was just temporary noise. So, I downloaded Tinder. It was a pretty pathetic attempt at normalcy. Swipe left on the gym bros. Swipe right on a decent smile, repeat. Most of the conversations fizzled out or devolved into something crude. But then there was Julian. His profile photos were intriguing. Not conventionally handsome, but interesting. He had a strong jawline, dark, intense eyes that seemed to hold a secret, and a kind of brooding artistic vibe. Most of his pictures were taken in low light, or with shadows playing across his face, which I initially thought was just part of his aesthetic. He worked, according to his bio, as a creative consultant, whatever that meant. His bio itself was witty, a little cryptic, and genuinely made me laugh. He seemed different. We matched, and the conversation flowed easily. He was intelligent, funny, and surprisingly perceptive. He asked questions that made me think, and he listened, truly listened, to my answers. For the first time since Michael, I felt a flicker of something beyond numbness, a tiny spark of connection. Then came the first red flag. Not a huge, waving banner, more like a tiny, tattered handkerchief tied to a twig. After a week of chatting, when I suggested we meet for coffee, he deflected, politely but firmly. I am more of a night owl. To be honest, he typed, and I have a bit of a unique preference for dates. I find true intimacy blossoms in the dark. Would you be open to that? I stared at my phone. Meet in the dark. My first thought was creepy. My second thought was definitely a serial killer. But then my third thought, the one that surprised me, was intrigued. The empty echo part of me, the part that felt detached from normal human interactions, found the idea oddly compelling. It certainly was not boring. And maybe, just maybe, it would be easier to pretend I was okay if he could not see my eyes. I typed back, unique preference. Care to elaborate? He responded almost instantly. Some people are drawn to the light. I am drawn to the shadows. There is a purity in not relying on sight. Do not you think? You hear more. You feel more. You sense more. And honestly, I have a bit of a condition that makes bright lights uncomfortable for me. A condition. That was it. That was the explanation I needed to quiet the alarm bells. Maybe it's severe photophobia or a rare eye disease. It made him sound vulnerable, not menacing. And the idea of connecting on a deeper, non-visual level appealed to part of me that felt so profoundly unseen since Leo. I agreed. He suggested a small, secluded park on the outskirts of town, known for its dense tree cover and lack of streetlights. Meet me by the old oak just after midnight, he wrote. Do not worry. I will find you just after midnight by an old oak in pitch darkness. My friends would have staged an intervention, but my friends did not know about Leo or Michael. They did not know I felt like a ghost haunting my own life. So I went. The night was moonless, thick with a damp, earthy smell. The park was deserted, the air still and heavy. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a nervous energy buzzing through my veins. I felt like I was stepping into a scene from a bad horror movie, and yet I could not stop myself. The curiosity, the desperate need for something to feel real, was a stronger pull than my fear. I walked towards the gnarled silhouette of the old oak, my phone clutched in my hand. Its screen a tiny, useless beacon in the oppressive black. I considered turning on the flashlight, but something held me back. I wanted to honor his request, to see if his condition was real, or if this was just some elaborate, creepy game. Hello. I called out, my voice barely a whisper in the vast darkness. A voice, smooth and deep, seemed to materialize from the shadows directly behind me. You came. I jumped, spinning around. I could not see a thing. Julian, the one and only, he chuckled, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the air. I told you I would find you. I still could not see him, not even a faint outline. It was as if he absorbed the light, not just reflected it. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. It is really dark out here. I said, stating the obvious, trying to sound casual. Is not it wonderful? He replied, his voice closer now, almost beside my ear. I instinctively took a step back. Allows us to truly focus on each other, without the distractions of the superficial. He started talking, and for a while, the conversation was just as captivating as our messages. He spoke about art, about philosophy, about the hidden beauty in the mundane. He asked about my passions, my dreams, my fears. And he listened, truly listened. It was disarming. I found myself opening up, telling him things I had not even admitted to myself, let alone to friends. The darkness felt like a confessional, a cloak that allowed me to shed my inhibitions. But then, the questions started to shift. He began asking about my past, not just my general history, but specific, almost too accurate inquiries. You have been through something recently. Have not you, he murmured, his voice softer now, almost a caress. Something that left you feeling. Hollowed out. My breath hitched. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He chuckled again, a sound that no longer felt charming, but chilling. I have a knack for sensing these things. An empathy for echoes. Echoes. The word hit me like a physical blow. Leo's words. Empty echo. My blood ran cold. What do you mean? Echoes. I pressed, trying to keep my voice steady. Some people, he explained, his voice weaving a spell in the darkness. They experience a profound loss, a severing of self. They become receptive, open, like a finely tuned instrument, waiting for a new melody. My mind raced. Was he talking about Leo? About Michael? About what had happened to me? How could he possibly know? Do you want to take my hand? He asked suddenly, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. Just to ground yourself. You seem a little lost. Against my better judgment, a strange impulse took over. I reached out, my fingers fumbling in the void. His hand met mine, and that is when the true horror began to unfurl. His hand was wrong. It was not cold, not exactly. It was more like absence, as if it absorbed the warmth from my skin, leaving behind a profound chill that seeped into my bones. The texture was disturbingly smooth, like polished stone, but with an underlying resilience that felt less like flesh and more like some unknown organic material. There were no discernible knuckles, no warmth of blood beneath the skin, no faint pulse. It felt utterly, unnervingly lifeless, yet held mine with a gentle, firm pressure. I snatched my hand back, a gasp catching my throat. What? What was that? My hand, he said simply, his voice still calm, still smooth. Is something wrong? It felt strange. I stammered, my heart now hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. Every rational fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to sprint away from this unnatural presence. Ah, he sighed, a sound that seemed to ripple through the darkness. My condition, as I mentioned, it affects my skin, amongst other things. It is why I prefer the dark. It hides my peculiarities. Peculiarities. That was an understatement. I did not care about his peculiarities anymore. I cared about getting out of there. I think I need to go. I blurted out, stumbling backwards, tripping over an unseen root. Already, he asked, a hint of something that was not disappointment, but something colder, sharper in his voice. We were just getting to know each other. I have an early morning. I lied, scrambling to my feet. It is late. I really have to go. Perhaps another time. Then he pressed, his voice suddenly closer again, too close. I could feel his presence, a cold shadow looming over me. Yes, another time. I agreed, my voice high-pitched and breathless. I will text you. I did not wait for a reply. I turned and ran, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, not care about the scratches or the twisted ankles. I did not stop until I burst out of the park, gasping for air under the blessed, if dim, light of a distant street lamp. I did not look back. I just ran until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get them into the ignition. I drove home in a daze, the image of his unnaturally smooth, cold hand burned into my mind. The entire encounter felt surreal, like a nightmare I could not quite shake off. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had a severe skin condition. or wore some kind of prosthetic glove that felt unnatural in the dark. Maybe my mind, still reeling from the Leo Michael trauma, was just overreacting, projecting my fears onto an innocent, if eccentric, man. But the word echoes kept circling in my head. His uncanny knowledge of my hollowed-out state, the way he seemed to appear and disappear in the absolute darkness. And that hand, that utterly, terrifyingly wrong hand. I blocked his number, deleted the Tinder app, and tried to erase Julian from my mind. For a few days, I almost succeeded. I kept the lights on in my apartment. Even when I slept, I avoided going out after dark. I tried to immerse myself in work, in mundane tasks, anything to keep my mind from wandering back to that moonless park. Then, things started to get weird. It began subtly, a faint whisper just at the edge of hearing. When I was alone in my apartment, I would pause, listen, but it would vanish. I would blame it on the building settling or my own frayed nerves. Then, objects would shift. My car keys, always on the hook by the door, would sometimes be on the kitchen counter. A book I would left on my nightstand would be on the floor. Small things, easily dismissed as forgetfulness or clumsiness. But the feeling of being watched, that never left. It was a cold, constant pressure, like an invisible weight pressing down on me. I would glance over my shoulder, convinced I would see something, but there was never anything there. Just empty air and the lingering sense of a presence that was always just beyond my sight. One morning, I found a note tucked under my apartment door. It was a small, plain piece of paper, no envelope. In elegant, almost calligraphic handwriting. It simply said, "The darkness misses you. Jay." My blood ran cold. How did he know where I lived? I would never given him my address. My building had a secure entrance. Panic started to set in. This was not just some weird date anymore. This was something far more sinister. I went online, desperately searching for any information on a Julian with a condition who insisted on meeting in the dark. I tried reverse image searches on the photos from his old Tinder profile, but they yielded nothing. One image, the one of him looking broodingly into the distance, came back with a no match found, which was unusual for a human face. The others were too dark, too shadowy, to get a clear read. It was like he did not exist outside of that brief, unsettling encounter. The whispers grew louder, clearer. Sometimes, I could almost make out words. My name. And then, horrifyingly, I heard a new whisper, one that made my stomach churn with a sickening dread. Michael. The Michael incident, the empty echo. Leo's chilling words that all came rushing back with renewed, terrifying clarity. This was not just a random creepy Tinder date. This was connected. Julian knew about Michael. He knew about my hollowed-out state. Was he part of it? Was he another one of Leo's experiments? Was he Leo? I was terrified to go to the police. What would I say? My Tinder date, who I have only met in pitch darkness, and whose hand felt like polished stone, somehow knows my address and is whispering the name of a person I may or may not have been for a brief, terrifying period of my life, which was caused by a man who consumed my essence. They would put me in a padded cell. Then came the text message. From an unknown number. "You promise another time. I am a patient man, but even I have my limits. I know you are curious. Come to the old abandoned warehouse by the docks. Tonight, midnight, or I will come to you." The threat was clear. He knew where I lived. He was watching me, and he was not going to let me go. I was trapped. The thought of him coming to my apartment, invading my only sanctuary, was more terrifying than facing him again. I had to go. I had to get answers. And this time, I was bringing a flashlight. The warehouse stood like a skeletal giant against the night sky, its broken windows like vacant eyes. The air here was thick with the smell of brine, rust, and something else, something cold and metallic. I parked my car a block away, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My phone flashlight was clutched in my trembling hand, ready. I pushed open a rusted metal door, its screech echoing to the cavernous space. Inside, it was absolute, suffocating darkness. No moonlight filtered through the grimy windows, no distant city glow. Just a profound, inky blackness that seemed to swallow sound. "Julian," I called out, my voice wavering. "You came," his voice replied, emanating from the depths of the warehouse, impossibly far, impossibly close. It was the same smooth, deep voice, but now it held an edge, a predatory quality that made my skin prickle. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to sound brave, but my voice trembled. "How do you know about Michael? How do you know about me?" He chuckled, the sound reverberating, multiplying the vast space. "I told you. I sense echoes. And yours, my dear, is a particularly resonant one. Leo left you incomplete. An open door. And I am simply drawn to open doors." "Leo," I whispered, the name a raw wound in my throat. "You know Leo." "Oh," intimately, he replied, his voice circling me, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. "We have similar appetites, though I am far more discerning. He merely consumes. I integrate. Leo's and reintegrate." The pieces started to click into place, forming a horrifying mosaic. "What are you?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "I am the shadow's little echo," he purred, his voice now directly behind me. I spun around, flicking on my phone's flashlight, aiming it wildly into the darkness. The beam cut through the black, illuminating a figure standing impossibly close to me. And what I saw will haunt me until the day I die. Julian was there, yes, but he was not human. Not even close. His form was tall, slender, and utterly, terrifyingly black. Not just dark clothes, but black. A void that seemed to absorb all light, even the beam from my phone. His skin, if you could call it that, was like solidified shadow, impossibly smooth and sleek, reflecting nothing. His features were indistinct, shifting like smoke given form. His eyes were the worst part. They were not eyes at all, but two swirling vortexes of deeper darkness, like tiny black holes that seemed to suck the very light from my flashlight beam. There was no warmth, no humanity, just an abyssal emptiness. And his hand, the one I had touched, it was exactly as I remembered, smooth, devoid of any human texture, but now I could see it, a limb of pure, living shadow. He recoiled slightly from the light, his form shimmering, almost dissolving at the edges. A low, guttural hiss escaped his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated displeasure. The light it burns, he rasped, his smooth voice now distorted, fractured, like glass breaking. "You should not have done that. What are you?" I repeated, my voice now a scream, tears streaming down my face. "I am Julian," he hissed, his form solidifying again as I instinctively lowered the light, trembling. "And I am what comes for the empty ones. Leo merely prepared you, softened you. You are a vessel, dear echo, perfectly primed for integration." He lunged, a blur shadow. I screamed, raising my phone again, shining the beam directly into his face, into those swirling abysses that were his eyes. The effect was instantaneous and violent. He shrieked, a sound of pure agony that tore through the warehouse. His shadowy form writhed, convulsing, smoke curling off him as if he were burning from within. He stumbled back, clutching at his face, his form flickering, growing transparent. "You will regret this," he roared, his voice now a chorus of overlapping, distorted whispers, echoing off the walls. "The dark will find you. It will always find you." He dissolved, not fading, but simply unraveling into nothingness, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and something impossibly cold. I stood there, gasping, shaking, the flashlight beam dancing wildly in my trembling hand. He was gone, but the horror was not. I scrambled out of the warehouse, not caring about the rusted door or the sharp edges. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, driving away from that place, from that thing, with reckless abandon. It has been months since that night. I moved apartments, changed my number, deleted all my social media. I live in a constant state of hypervigilance, checking locks, peering into shadows. I keep every light on in my apartment, even during the day. I have not been on a date since, and I doubt I ever will be again. The whispers still come, sometimes. Faint, insidious, just at the edge of hearing. My name, Michael, an echo. They remind me that I am still hollow, still an open door. Leo started something, and Julian proved that there are other things, far worse things, drawn to that emptiness. I am not just an empty echo anymore. I am a hunted echo, constantly looking over my shoulder, knowing that somewhere out there, the darkness is still waiting for me. And it remembers my name. It remembers Michael. And it remembers the promise of integration. So, there I was, staring at my laptop screen, the gut goo search bar mocking me. Amelia Jenkins, Amelia Smith, Amelia Johnson. I typed in every variation I could think of, every possible combination of her name and location I knew. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was like she did not exist in the digital world. And in this day and age, that is just weird. It is not just being private, it is an active, almost impossible absence. That initial prickle of discomfort I felt when she mentioned not being into social media had, by this point, grown into a full-blown itch under my skin. It was not just a faint prickle anymore, it was a persistent, nagging feeling like something was fundamentally off. I mean, who does not have anything online? No old IU2B profiles from high school. No LinkedIn from a previous job. No mention in a local newspaper article. No old forum posts. No nothing. It was like she was scrubbed clean, or more accurately, like she would never been there to begin with. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she just had a super common name, and I was not finding her. But I would try adding details like her profession, which she vaguely described as data analysis, or the general area she lived in. Still nada. It was like I was dating a ghost, a beautiful, charming, incredibly intelligent ghost who existed only in the physical realm and in my rapidly expanding infatuation. The logical part of my brain, the part that had been raised on a steady diet of internet safety warnings and true crime podcasts, was screaming. It was a blaring siren, warning me that something was deeply wrong. But the other part, the one that had been utterly captivated by her sparkling eyes and genuine laugh, the part that felt a connection I had not felt in years, was trying to drown it out. It whispered excuses. Maybe she is just that private. Maybe she is just old school. Maybe she is just protecting herself from online creeps. But even as I thought them, they sounded hollow, even to me. My friends, bless their hearts, were still completely charmed. When I brought up casually like, hey, is not it weird Amelia has zero online presence? They just shrugged. Good for her. Sarah said, scrolling through her Instagram feed. Less drama. Mark, ever pragmatist, added, maybe she has got a super sensitive job. Government stuff, or she is just smart enough to avoid all the digital noise. They meant well, but they had not seen the nothing. They had not felt that cold dread when the search results came back empty, page after page. They had not felt the distinct impression that someone had actively erased themselves. Despite the unease, I still wanted to see her. I still crave her company. That is a twisted thing about infatuation, is not it? It warps your judgment, makes you ignore the glaring red flags in favor of the intoxicating high of a new connection. So, I pushed the unsettling thoughts to the back of my mind, promising myself I would keep an eye out, that I would be vigilant. A promise I now realize was utterly foolish. Our dates continued, and each one was, on the surface, perfect. She was still everything I thought I wanted. Smart, kind, funny, beautiful. But now, my perception was tainted. I started noticing things. Little things. Her eyes, for instance. Sometimes, in certain light, they seemed to hold a depth, an almost ancient quality that was unnerving. Not in a wise, beyond her years way, but in a seeing things humans should not see way. I would catch a flicker, a momentary hardening. Then it would be gone, replaced by the warm, engaging gaze I would fall in for. I would chalk it up to the trick of the light, or my own growing paranoia. Her hands, too. They were delicate, almost artistic, but I noticed a subtle strength in them, a firmness that seemed at odds with their slender appearance. Once, she effortlessly opened a stubborn jar of pickles that I would struggle with, and she just laughed it off, saying she had a good grip. I laughed too, but a small voice in my head wondered. Her stories about her private family became even more vague, almost evasive. She would change the subject smoothly, diverting with a witty comment or an insightful question about my life. And her job, data analysis, remained just at a broad, unspecific title. She would never mention a company, a specific project, or even a typical workday. It was always just data analysis, delivered with a charming smile that made you feel rude for even thinking of pressing the issue. Then came the night everything changed. We had just finished dinner at a new sushi place she would suggested. It was a little out of the way, tucked into a quiet, almost forgotten corner of the city. The kind of place that felt exclusive, like a secret. She would have been particularly animated that night, her laughter echoing a little louder than usual, her eyes sparkling with an almost feverish intensity. I was, as usual, completely under her spell. We walked out, the cool night air a welcome contrast to the warmth of the restaurant. My car was parked a few blocks away, but she offered, "My car is actually right here. I can drop you off." I hesitated for a moment. I had not actually been in her car before. She always drove us to places, but it was always her driving, and I would usually be so caught up in conversation that I would not pay much attention to the interior. This was a chance to see a little more of her life, a small glimpse into the mystery. Plus, it was late, and a ride sounded good. "Oh, that'd be great. Thanks," I said, genuinely appreciative. She led me to a dark sedan, a nondescript model, well-maintained but not flashy. It blended in perfectly, the kind of car you would never notice in a parking lot. It was parked in a particularly dim spot, under the sparse glow of a distant street lamp. She unlocked it with a remote, and the soft interior lights flickered on. "Hop in," she said, her voice light and inviting. I opened the passenger door and slid inside. The interior smelled faintly of something earthy, almost like damp soil or old leaves, mixed with a cleaner, almost sterile scent. It was an odd combination, but I did not think much of it at first. The seats were dark leather, pristine and uncreased. Amelia got in the driver's side, started the engine, and the car hummed to life, a low, smooth purr. As she pulled out of the parking spot, my eyes wandered around the cabin. It was incredibly neat, almost sparse. No clutter, no stray papers, no charging cables hanging around. It was a clean slate, much like her online presence. But then, my gaze drifted to the dashboard. The dashboard, normally a smooth, uniform surface, was not. My breath hitched. There were marks, deep gouge lines. Not scratches from a key or a careless bag, but something far more deliberate, far more violent. They were curved, crescent-shaped, radiating outwards from a central point, like something had raked across the surface with immense force. And they were not just on the dash. I saw similar, though smaller, indentations on the soft plastic of the passenger door panel, near the handle. And then my eyes dropped to the center console, between the seats. More marks. Some of them looked like they would try to be cleaned or buffed out, but the damage was too deep, the material permanently scarred. They looked like claw marks. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. My initial thought was, What the hell happened in this car? It was not the kind of damage from an accident. This was intentional. Or desperate. Like an animal or something like an animal had been trapped inside, trying to tear its way out. My gaze snapped to Amelia. She was focused on the road, her profile illuminated by the passing streetlights. Her expression was calm, serene. Too calm. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice even, but it came out a little strained. "What happened to your dashboard?" I just led vaguely toward the gouges. She glanced over, a quick, almost imperceptible flick of her eyes. A small, tight smile touched her lips. "Oh, that," she said, her voice still light, but there was a subtle shift in its tone, a barely there edge that sent a shiver down my spine. "My ex-boyfriend. He had a bit of a temper. You know, threw a fit after we broke up. Tried to trash the car." She shrugged, a casual, dismissive gesture. Guess he was not too happy. The explanation was delivered with such ease, such practiced nonchalance, that it almost sounded believable. Almost. But something about it did not sit right. The marks were not random. Angry slashes. They were too precise, too animalistic. And the way she said through a fit, it felt like she was downplaying something far more violent, far more disturbing. Also, it was just the interior. No dents on the outside, no shattered windows. Just the inside, as if something had been trying to get out. And then there was a thought, if her ex-boyfriend was that violent, would not she have replaced the car? Or at least gotten the interior repaired? It was a nice car. Otherwise, why leave such stark, terrifying reminders? Wow, I managed, the word feeling hollow in my mouth. That is intense. "Yeah, well," she said, a hint of something unreadable in her voice. "Some people just can't handle rejection." She glanced at me again, and this time, her eyes lingered for a fraction of a second longer. There was no warmth there, no charm, just a cold, calculating assessment. My blood ran cold. It was the same look I would seen flicker in her eyes before, but now it was sustained, unmistakable. The rest of the drive was a blur of internal panic. I tried to act normal, to make small talk, but my mind was racing. Every turn of the wheel, every hum of the engine, every shadow that danced across her face felt pregnant with menace. The claw marks seemed to glow in the dim light, screaming their silent warning. When she pulled up to my apartment building, I practically lunged for the door handle. "Thanks for the ride." "Amelia," I said, forcing a smile that felt brittle and fake. "I had a great time." "Me too," she replied, her smile returning, but it felt different now. It felt predatory. "I will text you." I mumbled something incoherent and got out of the car as quickly as I could, not even waiting for her to drive off. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling, and practically ran up the stairs to my apartment. Once inside, I locked the door, then locked it again. I leaned against it, breathing heavily, the image of those claw marks seared into my brain. The earthy smell of her car seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Amelia Goodnight. "Sweet dreams." I stared at the message, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Sweet dreams. I doubted I would be having any. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the building, every rustle outside my window, sent a jolt of terror through me. I replayed the entire evening in my head, dissecting every word, every glance, every detail. The vague job, the private family, the lack of online presence, the unnatural strength, the ancient depth in her eyes, the casual dismissal of the claw marks, the cold, assessing look. It all coalesced into one terrifying conclusion: Amelia was not who she seemed. And whatever she was, it was dangerous. The next day, I did not respond to her text. I could not. I was too scared. I spent the day trying to research everything I could think of. Unexplained claw marks car interior. People with no digital footprint. Dating red flags. The internet, usually a source of endless information, only fueled my paranoia. There were stories of cults, of people living off the grid, of identity theft, of serial killers who meticulously erased their pasts. None of them made me feel better. I felt like I was caught in a horrible trap. I was terrified of her, but also a part of me, a deeply infatuated part, still wanted to believe there was a reasonable explanation, that I was overreacting, that she was just quirky. But the claw marks, those were undeniable. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Amelia, everything okay. You are quiet today. My heart jumped. She was noticing my silence. She was paying attention. I felt a cold prickle on the back of my neck, the distinct sensation of being watched. I looked out my window, scanning the street below. Nothing, just typical city life. But the feeling persisted. I knew I needed to break things off. I knew it, but the thought of doing it, of confronting her, filled me with a paralyzing fear. What if she reacted badly? What if her ex-boyfriend's temper was just a projection of her own capacity for violence? I decided to try a slow fade. I would be busy. I would reply less frequently. I would make excuses. It was cowardly. I knew, but I was genuinely afraid. For a few days, it seemed to work. My replies became shorter, my availability less frequent. She would text. I would wait hours, then give a brief, non-committal answer. But Amelia was not the kind of person to be easily deterred. One evening, I heard a light tap on my apartment door. I froze. I had not ordered anything, was not expecting anyone. I peered through the peephole. It was Amelia. She stood there, radiating charm, holding a small brown paper bag. She was wearing a casual dress, her hair slightly tousled, looking utterly disarming. My blood ran cold. How did she know where I lived? I would never given her my address. We would always met out, or she would drop me off a block away when I first started getting paranoid. I did not answer. I held my breath, hoping she would think I was not home. She tapped again, a little louder this time. Hey! Her voice called through the door, perfectly pleasant, perfectly normal. I brought you some of those artisanal cookies from that bakery we talked about. You did not answer my text, so I thought I would just pop by. My stomach churned. Pop by. This was not popping by. This was a deliberate, unsettling invasion of privacy. This was a test. This was a warning. I stayed silent, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could hear her shifting outside, a slight rustle. Then a soft sigh. Well, she said, her voice still light, but with an underlying current that made the hairs on my arm stand up. I guess you are not home. That is a shame. I was looking forward to seeing you. There was a pause. A long, agonizing pause where I felt like she was listening, waiting, knowing I was on the other side of that door. Then, her voice dropped, becoming a low, almost guttural murmur. It was barely audible, but I heard it distinctly, a chill running through my entire body. But that is okay. I can wait. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. I did not move. I did not breathe. I just listened, my ears straining. I heard the faint sound of her footsteps retreating, then the soft click of the building's main door closing. I stayed pressed against my door for what felt like an eternity, my body trembling, my mind screaming in silent terror. She knew where I lived. She had found me, and she had said, I can wait. That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat by the window, peering out into the darkness, convinced I would see her silhouette, her car, something. Every shadow was Amelia. Every whisper of wind was her voice. The next morning, the cookies were still there, hanging on my doorknob in the brown paper bag. They looked innocent, harmless, but I knew better. I did not touch them. I did not open the bag. I just stared at them, a symbol of her unnerving persistence. I called my friend Mark. He was the most level-headed of my friends. "Dude," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "I need your help. Something's really wrong with Amelia." I told him everything. The lack of digital footprint, the vague job, the private family, the strange strength, the ancient look in her eyes, the claw marks, her ex-boyfriend's temper, her showing up at my apartment, and that chilling, whispered promise I can wait. Mark listened patiently, his usual pragmatic demeanor slowly dissolving into concern. "Okay, man," he said, his voice serious. That is not good. That is not normal at all. "I know," I said, my voice cracking. "I am scared. Mark, really scared." "All right," he said. "Do not engage with her. Do not respond to anything. Block her number. Block her on the dating app. Change your locks. Get some security cameras. And for God's sake, do not open your door to anyone." It was good advice, practical advice. But I knew, deep down, it was not enough. Blocking her would not make her disappear. Changing locks would not erase her knowledge of my address. And cameras, well, they only record what happens, they do not prevent it. I tried to follow his advice. I blocked her number. I blocked her on the app. I called a locksmith. But the feeling of dread, the feeling of being watched, never left me. It was a constant companion, a cold knot in my stomach. Days turned into a week. No texts, no calls. The cookies eventually disappeared from my doorknob. I assumed the building staff removed them during cleaning. I started to feel a tiny flicker of hope. Maybe she got the message. Maybe she moved on. Maybe I was just being paranoid after all. Then one evening, I was walking home from work. It was getting dark, the streetlights just beginning to hum to life. I was still jumpy, still looking over my shoulder, but the intense fear began to dull, replaced by a lingering anxiety. As I approached my building, I saw a car parked across the street. It was dark, a sedan, nondescript, the kind of car you would not notice. But something about its shape, its specific shade of dark gray, made my heart skip a beat. I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence. Many cars look alike, but as I got closer, I saw a faint glint from the driver's side window, a reflection, and then I saw it, just for a second, a fleeting glimpse of a profile. A woman, her hair dark, her features distinct even in the dim light. It was Amelia. She was just sitting there, perfectly still, watching my apartment building. Watching me. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. The fear surged back, overwhelming and absolute. She had not gone away. She had not moved on. She was just waiting, just like she said. I did not break stride. I kept walking, trying to appear calm, trying not to let her know I would seen her. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. I got inside, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, gasping for breath. I ran to my window, pulled back the curtain crack, and peered out. The car was still there. And this time, as I watched, the headlights flickered on. Just for a moment, a bright, blinding flash aimed directly at my window. It was a message, a clear, terrifying message. "I see you." I dropped the curtain, my body trembling uncontrollably. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Something patient. Something relentless. Something that was slowly, methodically closing in. I did not know what to do. The police would not believe me. Not without more concrete evidence than a woman sitting in a car and a few claw marks. My friends would think I was losing my mind. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. And Amelia was out there, watching, waiting. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was far from over. This was just the beginning. And I had a horrifying premonition that whatever Amelia truly was, It was about to reveal itself, and I might not survive the encounter. The ghost I was dating was finally showing its true, monstrous face, and I was trapped. Thanks for being here with us on Daily Story. Love, heartbreak. Secrets is all just one swipe away. Subscribe and join us for the next unforgettable chapter.